confirm, are you getting RF1
Okay, I thought.
phone at the moment?
Okay, I thought maybe Nick has. Okay, okay, cool. But just gonna swap RF1 or I'm gonna RF1 gonna swap on my mic.
But in the show, yeah, nje. Thina senzi
into show, yeah.
All right, guys, please can you rehearse?
So since RF1, so you guys will be using RF1 mic.
So we're using one mic again.
I'm not exactly sure.
RF1.
RF1, BF2,
Get another mic.
DF6,
BR6.
7X2,
We'll be using both mics.
RF77.
Getting breakups. RF1. RF1. Check tables, please.
Is your BF2 ready?
Girl, I don't even know. What's my BF2?
I'm making
My
up nonsense.
FUCK are gone. I have none to give.
Can we just get behind me? I'm so glad we have a. I'm so glad. No, we have a. Oh, get behind me. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the Hollywoodbets Durban July, coming to you live from the Hollywoodbets.
Perfect. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Of Zanzi, it has finally arrived yet again. We wait for it each and every year. Yes, I'm talking about the Hollywoodbets Durban July, happening right here at Tekwini, where we are going to get to be able to see all the marvels of Mzansi.
Absolutely. We have got you fully covered. So all you have to do is sit back and relax as we bring you all the entertainment, all the horse races right here on your favorite channel. Now, I'm really excited to be bringing you all the action from the fashion stage. Zalela will be chatting to all the celebs that are going to be coming.
Very good morning and welcome to the 129th running of the 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July. Race day has finally dawned under glorious blue skies here in the capital of KwaZulu-Natal. Durban is where the action is. Hollywoodbets Greyville is where the action is. The first of 12 races off at 11:45. I'm joined by Rachel Venica. Rachel, first of all, the day is finally here.
It's dawned. We have arrived. It's the lead up to this day is the whole week. You're filled with excitement, and here we are. Beautiful sunshine, magnificent weather. This is the place to be.
No doubt about it. We've had the final field announcement. We've had the gallops. We've had a week of anticipation leading into the 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July race day. But, of course, it's also about very competitive action. We've got 12 races. The jockeys, no quarter will be given. No quarter will be asked, especially in the headliner, the 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July. So without any further ado, we're going to be crossing over to the National Horse Racing Authority Racing Control Executive, Arnold Hyde, with a briefing of all the jockeys participating in today's race meeting. Well, clearly, Rachel, they're not quite ready for us. They told us they were ready for us, but Arnold Hyde, I can see him standing to the left-hand corner of the parade ring. Slowly but surely, the jockeys are coming out. You'll have been a part of this in previous years?
Yes, 100%. You know, it's always quite a daunting moment. You know, you're filled with excitement, you're gnashing at the bit to get going. And it's quite a nice moment just to sense yourself and make sure, you know, you do everything correctly on such a big day where the whole world is watching.
And absolutely, I mean, as I mentioned, there's a spirit of competition, great competition amongst yourselves, but there's also great respect for one another's well-being and safety.
Yes, you know, we all want to win and we want to do everything you can to win, but it's got to be done with the utmost safety and respect for the rules that we've got that are in place to make sure everyone is safe and the horses are protected and have their well-being at hand. So, you know, it's probably a magnificent moment, and, you know, I know for myself, you know, walking into that boardroom, we normally do it in the boardroom. It's probably a lot easier doing it outside, a little bit calmer. You know, the boardroom can be a bit daunting. So, you know, I would enjoy doing it outside under the trees.
Okay, so there we go. I think we're just about ready for the official briefing by Arnold Hyde, the Racing Control Executive of the National Horse Racing Authority. And shortly after that, we'll bring you the official track report with Warren Lenferner.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. This is the start of the biggest race meeting on the racing calendar, Hollywoodbets Durban July race meeting. I know it's a regular race meeting and you do this every day of your life, but you can feel the pressure, the excitement and the buzz around this race course. So I want to remind you that the rules apply as they do every day. Your safety comes first, horse welfare comes first. I want you to ride in a competitive manner to ensure that the result of the race is on merit. But I want you to look after the horse and bear in mind the rules regarding interference and use of the crop in particular. I also want you to remember to ride your mounts to the line where circumstances permit. You will recall that you allow 12 strikes with a crop in a race. If you contravene that rule, we will be taking action against you. As I said before, this is a competitive environment, and we would like the result of races to be decided on the racetrack. We'd like each and every one of you to come back safely, as well as each and every horse that is participating at this race meeting to go back to the stables. If we do have to get involved from the steward's room, we will get involved, but we'd prefer to be in the background and only get involved if we need to. I'll take this opportunity to wish you all the best for the race meeting. I hope you get the results that you intend to have, and that it goes well for each and every one of you, and you return safely to your families. Enjoy the experience, gentlemen. All the best to you.
Well, there we go, the official briefing by Arnold Hyde, the Racing Control Executive of the National Horse Racing Authority. Obviously, all jockeys, as indeed trainers and owners, are licensed with the National Horse Racing Authority. And as I said, we've got 12 races on the card, lots of competition. Everybody wants to win, but we want to keep it safe. Just to highlight, of course, that the first 2 races today are on the polytrack, and the last race also on the polytrack. So we have, Rachel, 3 races on the polytrack and 9 races, including, of course, the principal features, all on the turf track.
Yes, you know, I think it's a wonderful idea. You know, it keeps it nice and level for everyone, the horses that enjoy the polytrack. It's lovely to give them an opportunity today on the biggest day of our calendar.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to the first race, which is off at 11:45. But as promised, we do have an official track report, and here's Warren Lenferner.
Certainly one of the most important racing surfaces being used today is this very one here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. And who better than track manager Kurt Grunewald to tell us about the conditions. Kurt, it's our big day. It's a fabulous day in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and it's time for the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Yes, morning Warren. As you can see, a wonderful day ahead of us, racing and weather-wise. So we'll just run into the track report quickly. Underfoot conditions, we posted good to soft, but that should improve slightly as the day progresses. We've got 2 rails. The long-term forecast a while back was some heavy rain leading into this week. So we took a precautionary action and running 2 rails. So the first races 3 to 6 are running on a 7.5 meter false rail. That comes down, and then from the main event through to the end of turf racing, we're running a 2 meter spur.
2 tracks we're using today, of course, the turf and the poly, which is really running well. How's that preparation gone? Yeah,
no, poly is probably the easier to prep. It's, put a couple of implements through and it's ready to race. So that's the simple part of the setup.
Yesterday, the team would have, experienced that there was a bit of a thunderstorm here in KwaZulu-Natal, and, you wouldn't say so looking at the conditions today, but did that trouble your preparation in any way?
No, fortunately for us, I think it gave a few people doing their setups in tent town a few missed heartbeats. But for us, I think it's actually quite welcome. We had 4 moles, it's cleared the air, taken the dust off the surface, and I think the track is really going to love it.
Well, there's certainly the grass and the poly looks phenomenal, world class, and as I said, it's one of the most important racing venues, being used today, and we look forward to a good day's racing.
Thanks, Warren. Yes, and all the best to all patrons and those involved in today's event.
It's the Hollywoodbets Durban July, ladies and gentlemen. 2025 is the running of this year's July, and what a race it's going to be. What a day it's going to be at Hollywoodbets Greyville. We've spoken to Kurt Grunewald, who's him and his team have put a lot of hours into ensuring that these 2 surfaces are in absolute mint condition, and in mint condition they are. We wish you, the valued racing fan, all the very best, as Kurt said, to all the punters, to all the role players, to all the owners, to absolutely everybody involved in today's day. We wish you all the very best, and let's hope that it's a profitable and good day's racing. But as far as the condition, well, you wouldn't say there's winter in KZN, because although there was a little scare yesterday morning with the thunderstorms and the rain, etc., you certainly wouldn't say that any of that took place. Kurt says the conditions will get better as the day progresses. The underfoot conditions that he was talking about will certainly get better and improve during the day, because it's an absolutely fabulous day here in KwaZulu-Natal, and a fabulous day at Hollywoodbets Greyville. The sun is shining. The temperatures, what are the temperatures maximum going to get to, Kurt?
We're in the forecast 21, and with regards to wind, it's a northeaster, but as you can see from the flags behind us, there's hardly a breath at the moment. That is forecast to pick up from about 1-2 o'clock, but even then it's only a 10 to 20 kilometers per hour headwind, so nothing much to be worried about.
Plenty of entertainment on course as well, so there's lots to look forward to. Don't rush off home after the 13th race, because of course race 12, then we get the traditional 13th race. You're not going to be partaking in that, are you?
No, thanks so much for the invite there.
So there's the 13th race, and then of course later on, soon after that, we're going to have the fabulous light show. If you haven't experienced that light show at the last race meeting, at the Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge race meeting, well then you're in for a treat tonight, because that light show, in my opinion, is absolutely world class. The work that Hollywood have put in for that, for the light show and for the lighting around the track is just world class.
No, it is. It's actually, if you haven't experienced it, you're in for a treat. My first experience was wow. I even took videos and sent to the family at home, and I got a wow response as well.
There's not much else you can say besides that. Words like wow and brilliant for the light show. But that's it. The scene has been set, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July. We wish you all the very best. Happy punting.
Well, our thanks to Kurt Grunewald and to Warren Lenferner, bringing us up to speed with the track report. And Rachel, obviously, the interesting factor there is the use of 2 rails on the turf track. First of all, a wider rail for races 3 through 6, bearing in mind that the first 2 on the poly track, and then for races 7 through to 11, again bearing in mind that the 12th is on the poly track, the rail cuts back to a 2.5 meter spur, and that's what's in place for the big race today.
Yes, I think it's brilliant. It's quite a big field for the main race of race 7, so I think that's brilliant to give the runners a bit more opportunity. and it's nice to have our top horses on a fresh strip of grass. I think it's a brilliant side job.
So there we go. That's the news about the two false trails today. But obviously there's so much happening. As we heard there from Warren Linfoner, there is just so much happening here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today. We're expecting 45,000 people to descend on the city track. And looking around us, I know it's very early in the day. We're still, 28 minutes away from the running of the first race. And already around the parade ring and up on the grandstand here surrounding us, it is absolutely jam-packed. Hollywoodbets have done a marvelous job. The track looks absolutely fantastic. And before we go any further, we've got a broad presenting team here today, so let's hear from some of the others.
Well, thank you, Graham. Thank you to Vicky, and to all the racing fans, to all the racing enthusiasts, to the punters on course and around the country. A very warm welcome to Hollywoodbets Greyville, the theatre of dreams where stars are made. And I must tell you that not too long ago, it feels like yesterday, that I traveled down to the Western Cape for the WSB Cape Met, and joining the team down in the Western Cape called Race Coast. And today we are one. Western Cape and KZN Racing. We welcome our colleagues from the Western Cape, MJ Bellerveld, Vicky Manott, Alistair Cohen and Brandon Bailey. Today we are one, guys, and it's a big broadcast, and it's going to be a wonderful broadcast and one that we're all looking forward to. Welcome, Brandon.
Thank you very much, Dees. Yeah, obviously looking forward to it. My first Hollywoodbets Durban July in terms of broadcast. Wonderful team. I know the panel discussions leading up into our Africa's greatest race has been out the top draw, so a big well done to Hollywood and what they've done. And from all of us here that have come to join you, we hope that the punters have a profitable day. The sun's shining, and in terms of racing, I don't think it gets much better than this. So thank you, Dees.
Yeah, Alistair, you always part of the production, but to bring your team round from the Western Cape, have us all together, it's a big moment.
Yeah, bigger and better is always a bit of a cliche, Dees, but I think in this case it's important for what we're trying to achieve, to bring all the punters, to bring all the race goers as much of the action as we can into their homes. It's important that that the people sitting on the outside get the look, get the feel the vibe, feel the buzz, and that nothing is missed as far as the broadcast is concerned. And it's just wonderful to be part of the team with Graham, with Rachel, with Warren, with Brandon, with yourself, with Raheel. I'll bring in just a moment. And then Vicky and MJ on their first Hollywoodbets Durban July broadcast. Vicky, I mean, how do you feel going into a day like this, having watched it up close during your days as a jockey, having watched it from afar down in Cape Town, and now being at the coalface?
It's unbelievable, and I think it's such an institution and a culture of KZN, and especially at Hollywoodbets Greyville, as people filter in, it gets bigger and better, and I think it's just such an exciting time in racing, really.
And then MJ, I mean, I've just got the comment that I've been box walking all day. You've been box walking all week, dying to come down to Durban for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. You've seen it from a totally different aspect to any of us on the team, perhaps bar Rachel, but it just hits you the same every year, doesn't it?
I get goosebumps, but I tell you what, just you got to give it to Durban. The racing culture, as Vicky said, we got here yesterday. It's just racing everywhere. You go to a race, it doesn't matter where you go. It's just racing, and it's fantastic. I must just, as I said, well done to Durban. The track manager, this track, I don't think I've seen it like this in a long time. We walked on it early on. It's really in great condition. It's packed. Really looking forward to it. And as you said, box walking, we're ready for today.
And Raheel, as a local, you come here on a Monday on the poly track, you go to Hollywoodbets Scottsville on a Wednesday during the summer, where we obviously set a scene over 365 days all around the year, whether it's Turfentine, the Vaal, Hollywoodbets Kenilworth, Hollywoodbets Durbanville, Fairview. Great to have some PE representation. All the meetings, all the races, all the horses desire to be here.
Yeah, it's certainly a day that South African racing comes to a standstill, because everyone wants to be at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. It's a headline, it's a main event on the South African racing calendar, and yeah, it's great that we're going to have close to a full house here. Expectation is close on 45,000 spectators coming through today to Hollywoodbets Greyville, and can't wait for the action to get underway. We're not too far away from the first race. I mean, we've got proper pools to play into the pick six. It's always a bet that you want to catch on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. We've got the seventh race quartet, something that you want to get involved in. We mustn't forget that it is a whirlpool race as well, the seventh race. So I can't wait for the action to get underway. Lots of talking horses on the day. we'll see whether all those horses arrive or whether there's a few jolts along the way, but I can't wait for the action to get underway.
Yep, every horse today is 100% D's. Every person here is 100%. Don't forget Craig and Sheldon upstairs. They'll be weaving their magic words over the 12 races here on Hollywoodbets Durban July. I mean, D's, I got butterflies, you got butterflies. 45,000 people have got butterflies, and the millions around the world have got butterflies as well.
We also have to welcome Sanele, the Zulu commentator. He's doing his second Hollywoodbets Durban July. We bid them all the best in the commentary box. But horses have entered the parade ring. Back to Graham.
Tremendous excitement already building here in the parade ring. As Rahil referred to, we're getting ever closer to the running of the first race, which, by the way, is the Hollywoodbets Punters Challenge Class 4. Fillies and mares over 1,200 meters. We've got the 3 scratchings, the 3 reserve runners, numbers 13, 14, and 15 fall away. And you've still got time to participate in the Hollywoodbets Punters Challenge. You have until 5 minutes before the off of the first race to get those Hollywoodbets Punters Challenge selections in. And the tote favorite in the first race is number 1, Happy Analia, from the stable of Tini Prince Lou. Cabela Matsanyani, of course, won the Hollywoodbets Durban July a couple of years ago, is in the saddle. Back up in the form of number 7, Rugged Lover. But here on screen now is your ruling tote favorite, Rachel, number 1, Happy Analia.
Yes, I'm not surprised at all she's favourite. You know, she was my pick. She's walking around the parade ring beautifully. She looks so well. Fresh off a win in a second. I think from the pole position, she'll give a good run here.
I think Tini's got a very strong hand, because they give more than just a passing chance to the stable companion number 7, Rugged Lover, who actually raced last weekend at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, ran a very creditable second over 1,600 meters, a distance thought too far for him. So number 7, Rugged Lover, is certainly not going to be lacking in the fitness department, but the stable elect does appear to be number 1, Happy Analia, the 4-year-old daughter of Erupt. 1,200 meters, of course, and distance. Interestingly, Rachel had 4 goes over the course and distance, has run second twice, but has yet to win on the poly track.
Yes, well, you know, that's running second, it's like winning without a penalty. So maybe today is the day that she puts her best foot forward.
Going to be a big day for Justin Snaith. We all know it's well documented that he's got the ruling favourite 8 on 18, the brilliant 3-year-old, for this afternoon's running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. But all things start here for the Snaith team with number 5, Daphne's Daughter, a 3-year-old filly by Vercingetorix, to be ridden by JP van der Merwe, who will ride, of course, Oriental Charm later on this afternoon. He's piloted Oriental Charm to victory last year. Daphne's Daughter, Rachel, she's not too popular on the tote, 16 rand the win, 650 the drum, and needs to step up.
Yes, she really does, but I see the stable have elected to take the blinkers off, which is probably the right call, seeing, you know, she can have the tendency to overdo her races a little bit. But, you know, she's walking around here in a very good fashion, so hopefully without the blinkers, she'll put in a better effort.
And talking about 8 on 18, co-owned, of course, by Nick Johnson, and he right now is with Alistair Cohen.
Thanks so much indeed, Graham. Yeah, I've got Nick Johnson, who's, I'm sure, got a few butterflies himself. Nick, I know that you've led in a winner in the Hollywoodbets Durban July before, would do it again, didn't run in your colours. But do you wake up in the morning feeling a little bit different on this day?
Ali, thank goodness not. You know, it's up to Justin and Richard and Jonathan. All I do is get the pleasure of watching this wonderful horse run and being at this day. So nothing I can do.
We've seen all the reports. He's obviously in good health. Your thoughts, your nerves, your desires of potentially walking away with that sash later on, is it something that you really want to tick in that box?
No, naturally. Who doesn't want to win the July? And we've got a fantastic horse, but you've got to be realistic and realize that no 3-year-old's ever won with this weight. So, you know, you've got to temper your expectations and hope for the best.
And being a Durban boy, when you look around and see what the Hollywoodbets Durban July has always been and what it continues to look like, does it fill you with a bit of pride?
Yeah, enormous pride. It's wonderful, and you know, Hollywoodbets has done an amazing job to revive this race day, this race, this turf club. So we should all be grateful for that.
All the best today, Nick.
Thank you, Ali. You too.
Yep, thanks so much to Nick Johnson. He's got a big day ahead, and he looks like Nick Johnson on all 365 days as cold as ice. Dees, who you got?
Yeah, thank you, Alistair. And it is their day, Hollywoodbets, and we got their racing manager with us, none other than Anthony Delpes. Firstly, Bonja, this race meeting must bring back a lot of memories for you.
Yeah, fantastic memories. This is the meeting that every jockey wants to win the big race, and it's a fantastic day. I'm so looking forward to it.
Okay, for these colors today, it could be a big day. Can it start in race number 1?
Well, she's coming back to his form. The last run was a much better run. Obviously, the race is wide open, but not out of it.
The balance of the card, we don't want to go through every runner, but you would have had a good look at them, communicated to the trainers and the jockeys. Where could we follow you?
Well, funny enough, I thought Tobacconist got a run. I think he's got a chance. He's got a very good draw 4. And I like Isi Kwishi Wishi in the last race.
Okay, you've won 4 Hollywoodbets Durban Julys. You know what type of horse it takes to win the race. What's your fancy for the 2025 renewal?
Well, I think 8 and 18 is a very smart horse, and I think whatever is good enough has got to beat him.
It's a big day for these colors. It's a big day for the brand, to yourself and everybody else involved in Hollywood racing. The very best for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dees.
Okay, Anthony Delpes, he likes 8 on 18, Graham.
He and about the rest of the country, all on the back of 8 on 18, who's the overwhelming favourite to win the 129th renewal of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. But as you heard there from Nick Johnson, chatting to Alistair Cohen, he's carrying a big weight for a 3-year-old. It's not as easy as all that. It's not a formality, Rachel. He's got a job to do this afternoon, 8 on 18.
No, unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure we would all love to see him just canter home like he did, but you know, it's a race, everything is possible, but he's definitely the class horse in the field.
Let's get back to the first race, which, as we said, is the Hollywoodbets Punters Challenge Class 4, fillies and mares, 1,200 metres. And already the pools are growing significantly. The crowd in the parade ring, the atmosphere is starting to build. Around the parade ring, as we said earlier, it is jam-packed. The atmosphere is definitely starting to build in such a way that later on this afternoon it's going to be unbelievable here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. There's so much going on the celebration stage, on the pulse stage. There's entertainment, there's high quality racing. We've got the light show later on that Warren alluded to earlier. And we're going to chat now to Alistair Cohen, who's got Vicky Bynot, and I believe, who we got with you there?
Vicky. Only Vicky, thanks, Graham. I know that she's hard to see among the crowd being so crouched down, but they're in the ring for race number 1, Vicky. I'm just having a look at them come past. We're having a look at number 1 on the card walk past us at the moment. This is Happy Analia. Tinny Prinsloo who obviously trains, and listening to a quite frightening stat. He's only got 8 horses in his yard, and 4 of them are running today, including a big chance later on in the Golden Slipper. But as far as you're concerned, how do they look walking past you, Vix?
I think they're looking incredibly well, very well prepared, and I think a good bit of condition on them. So tight enough and fit enough. The first 3 are the standouts for me thus far. I also think that Wings of Josephine, number 6, looks well prepared, and I think will benefit from the apprentice claim.
There was one horse who walked past me a little bit earlier on who looked the part. Perhaps my pick of the parade. I'll pick your brain in just a moment. Here she comes as number 10, Pour Some Sugar on Me. She's bandaged in front, but she's really on her toes. It looks like she's an uncoiled spring ready to go buoying.
Yeah, and she comes off a hot win last time. She looks unbelievable. Probably just ticked over since then. Yeah, she looks incredible. That would be my second. So well spotted.
Thank you. Still got the eye. MJ Bielefeld with D's in the parade ring. They'll tell us a little bit more about what they found.
Hey, I'm just watching you walking around the horses and having a look at them. What was the first horse that grabbed your attention?
Pour Some Sugar on Me, Diz. I thought she's prancing around you beautifully, a coach in good condition. She obviously just won a last start, but yeah, the first one that caught my eye, and I'll have a dabble on her.
I mean, we're looking at the surface now. The punters have to look sharp because we start off on the poly track, and she's at home on the surface.
Yeah, loves it. Obviously, great record. Serena gets along with her. Funny enough, bumped into Dennis Bosch this morning as well, walking on the track, and it's great to see him. So, yeah, he's done a good job. The filly looks well, and surface people, you have to look at the surfaces. Some horses definitely like them, some don't, but she obviously is one that loves it.
Oh, Graham, the pick for MJ Bielefeld on looks is Pour Some Sugar on Me.
There we go. Pour Some Sugar on Me is one of the popular choices in the race. Currently showing at 5.50, the winner 2 rand. The place has an impressive record on the track, having raced 19 times on the poly surface for 3 wins, 5 seconds, 4 thirds, and 4 fourths. And the jockeys are in the ring. They will start mounting up any moment now. One runner going out a little ahead of the others is number 6, Wings of Josephine, with apprentice Marks Jacobson claiming 4 kilograms. That's number 6, Wings of Josephine, that's left early. The balance will be leaving out shortly.
And the runners for the first race, the Hollywoodbets Punters Challenge over 1200. So the first race is on the poly. Races 1, 2 and 12 are on the poly. And the rest of the program is on the turf. Hollywoodbets Punters Challenge, the last time I looked, they were almost on 25,000 entries. As the runners for the first race are coming out onto the track. Your favourite, number 1, Happy Analia, is at R4.30. And then number 10, Pour Some Sugar on Me, that's currently at R5.50. Here's a look at number 6, Wings of Josephine and Blaine Marks Jacobson. So we're looking at number 10, Pour Some Sugar on Me, and Serena Moodley. Number 6, Wings of Josephine, that's the mount of Blaine Marks Jacobson. There's 11 minutes to race time. Here's number 1, Happy Analia, Cabela Matsanyani. So here's a look at number 1, Happy Analia. The 2 horses, Summer Winter, Grant Van Niekerk. Number 3, Ivernian Goddess, Craig Zaki. 7 is Rugger Lover and Seanville. Number 4, Whirly Birds, Manga Kumalo. 5, Daphne's Daughter, JP Van der Merwe. Of course, these are the same colours that will be worn by 8 on 18 and Okavango. 11 is Ethereal View and Tristan Garden. Number 12 is Emerald Green, JC Boerters. The 9 was She's a Machine and Muzieni. Number 8, Blowing in the Wind, Ant Mahulo. The favourite remains number 1, Happy Analia. That's showing up at 4:30. 9 minutes remain to race number 1 on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. And a very good morning and welcome to Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Absolutely perfect weather conditions for the race meeting. We've been blessed with that. Yesterday morning the rain was coming down till about 10 o'clock, but it's cleared beautifully. There's the aerial view of the poly track and the turf track. Races 1, 2 and 12 are on the poly. The rest of the program is on the turf. And as you can see from those flags, perfect conditions. The wind, there is no rain, sunny, 10 to 20 kilometer northeasterly headwind, but as you can tell there at the winning post of the Hollywood flags that there is hardly any wind. It will not affect the runners in any way. Last 24 hours 4 millimeters, last 7 days 4 millimeters of rain. Irrigation last 24 hours 0 on the turf, and the last 7 days 15 millimeters on the turf. The average penetrometer reading is 24 on the turf. The track condition on the turf is good to soft. On the poly it's standard, and the false rail on the turf races 3 to 6. It's 7.5 meter rail, and then races 7 to 11. It's a 2 meter spur. So the track that they're on now for the newcomers, this is the poly. Races 1, 2 and 12 will be on the poly. Fantastic days racing, the 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Have a fantastic day. And we started with a cracker as the weather's in our corner. Let's go down and join the team.
Thank you so much, Craig, and welcome back to the parade ring. 6 minutes away from the running of the first race. The tote favourite continues to be number 1, Happy Analia, from the Tinny Prince stable with Cabello Matsunyani aboard. There is interest in number 2, Summer Winter. Grant van Niekerk in town. He's picked up the ride of the reserve runner Litigation in the big race. He rides a couple today for Michael Azzi. You've had a look at the canter past, Rachel. I have to say it was a good-looking field of Class 4 fillies and mares that went down to the start.
It really was. You know, every time I saw a horse come past, I'd say, geez, that's going down better than the one I've just seen. But, you know, catching my eye was the 10-horse, Pour Some Sugar on Me. She went down unbelievably well. I know her very well. You know, she's one of my favorite horses to ride in a race, and she just looks on top of her game today.
So Pour Some Sugar on Me is one of the fancied runners in the race, and Rachel has fond memories of riding Pour Some Sugar on Me, and hopefully in the not-too-distant future, Rachel, when you're finally fully healed, you'll be reunited with Pour Some Sugar on Me. But we've also been joined by Alistair Cohen, and Alistair's had a good look at the form, and he's had a look at Canterpast, and he's come up with what?
Inclination, Graham, was that Pour Some Sugar on Me was a lively chance, and the way she looked in the parade ring, that's enhanced. And I believe that she represents some value at a mark of R5.10 a win and R1.90 a place. She looked an absolute picture. And I think the day could be set up for a nice one for Serena Moodley. I believe he's got some very good rides. I think this is the best chance of winning a Hollywoodbets Durban July yet, with Salukwe and obviously Zaitz a little bit later on, and Otanikwa, all horses they're talking about. I'd also believe a horse with a big chance is number 2, Summer Winter, who turned the corner at her last start when beating Hawksdale by 6.5 lengths, and Dee's Dynance on the parade ring with Adam Azzi.
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. Once we know it's about our equine stars, it's about entertainment, it's about having fun, it's also about fashion. And we know that in the Azzi household, who has set the bar, it's not other than Mike, who I'm sure is watching. Wow, my man, dressed to the nines.
Yeah, Deez, we try our best, but you never, you know, you always look better in the winner's box, but we are trying.
Okay, you got to run in the first, and then it's a long wait for you. Your thoughts with your runner in race 1?
So look, obviously the filly's coming off a 6-length victory over the 5 furlong. I think my biggest question mark is probably the 12, but she's got the good draw. So, you know, if she sees the 12 out, I think she's got every chance.
When it comes to the poly track, is it hit and miss when you travel these horses down, or you expect them to possibly go well?
Look, she's never run on the poly, so we don't know, but she's a good sand horse at home. So, you know, we'll talk after the race.
Okay, race number 1, and then it's a long wait for you, Adam. In the 10th race, you got a horse that could represent a lot of value in Claw.
I think he's huge value. I can't believe he's the price he is. With the draw, the way the race looks like it's going to be set out and run. You know, he's coming off 2 good victories with a lightweight, top jockey aboard. I think he's got a massive chance. I can't believe he's the price he is.
11th, Xantha.
Xantha's a tough horse. You know, he's a horse that you've got to try and get there just before the race is over, so he needs a lot to go his way, but he's got ability. And then in the last race, Deception Pass, you know, he's only been here once on the poly track, and he won in facile fashion, so from a good draw, I think he's a competitive runner.
Not going to let you off the hook. Your best on the day?
I'd probably say Claw.
Your selection for the Hollywoodbets Durban July?
I like, obviously everyone's going with 8 on 18, and he must be a massive runner, but if you're going to stray away from that, I think on the Met run, you've got to go with Oriental Charm.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Adam Azzi likes the card, Graham, but he likes Claw later on at a big price.
Thanks to Dees Dine and welcoming Adam Azzi into town. We're just a couple of minutes away now. We're going to head upstairs in a moment, but a horse that I think that we need to give some airtime to, Rachel, is the 3-year-old daughter of New Predator, number 9, She's a Machine. Muzieni rides for Stuart Ferry. It's a big day for Stuart Ferry. He's the former assistant to Dennis Dreyer, of course, for so many years. They won the July many years ago with Spanish Galliard. And today, Stuart Ferry saddles his first ever July runner. But that won't be foremost in his mind right now. He'll be keen to get on the board early with number 9, She's a Machine.
Yes, she's a lovely filly. Stepping back down to the 1200, I think, will suit her down to the ground. The last time I swung a leg over her, it was over 1400, and she overdid it a bit. So in this kind of a field, she's come down a little bit in the handicap mark. She's a type of filly who would actually have a squeak here.
And she's not without her supporters. She's a Machine currently showing at 860 the win, 280 the place. A reminder, of course, that today's feature race, the 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July, is a world pool race, so we're going to get massive pools on the July, but already we can see just how significant the pools are going to be throughout the day. With the one pool on the first race, we're just a minute or so away, in excess of 300,000. The quartet pool approaching 400,000, and of course race 1 is the first leg of Jackpot 1, and that pool is in excess of 500,000 rand. So we've got 3 jackpots. Races 1, 2, 3, and 4, they form the first jackpot. 5, 6, 7, 8, jackpot 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, jackpot 3, and a huge pick 6 carryover, which starts in race 4. That pool is already well beyond the 5 million rand mark. We're expecting it to reach beyond 15 million rand, and we also have a massive quartet carryover on the main race. So huge totalizator pools are going to be the order of the day. We're just about due to get them underway for the first of 12. So let's head upstairs to Craig Peters.
Thank you very much.
Ake sikubingelele sikwamukele embukeli we-Gallop TV. Usuku olukhulu kakhulu la sizobona khona umjaho omkhulukazi i-Afrika yonkana. I-Hollywoodbets Durban July ka-2025. Omkhulu kakhulu umjaho onemlando omkhulu kakhulu. Uzobugijima okokuthi 129. Shuthi ikhulu amashumi amabili nesishagalolunye wabakhona waqala ukuba khona ngo-1896. 129 years ke namhlanje asengenile lapha emshinini umjaho wokuqala phana Hollywoodbets Panthers Challenge class 4 1200 meters. Happy anala ukhona Summer Winter Avenue Kodesa Welly Bird Daphne's Daughter siyambona lapha Wings of Josephine angela lapha Ragalava Blowing in the Wind siyambona lapha She's a Machine angela lapha Fly Jumper lapha upho some sugar on me ukhona Ethereal Views or Emerald Green ake sibuke phambili ukuthi zenze njani ke lapha nje behlala phambili abantu Happy Analia abe khona ke futhi lapha Wings of Josephine duze wakhe Blowing in the Wind ukhona Emerald Green hamba ngaphandle She's a Machine Summer Winter Welly Bird Daphne's Daughter pour some sugar on me Ragalava bese Ethereal View lapha ekugcineni ziyohlela lapha 800 meters ke njengamanje kubanga nepha nalo bena Wings of Josephine Blowing in the Wind ihlele endaweni enhle kakhulu lapha endaweni yesine lapha ukhona Summer Winter bese kuthi ngamba phakathi nendawo khona Avenue Goddess kuthi ngaphandle ukhona lapha Emerald Green emva kwabo ke lapha khona Welly Bird kuba khona She's a Machine abe khona pour some sugar on me Daphne's Daughter nangu Ragalava Ethereal View zijike ibhendi ke manje ziya 400 meters azoke manje siyojomba imali yetheke njengamanje uyambona lapha khona Wings of Josephine ePianalia nangu Summer Winter Blowing in the Wind zakahle kakhulu lapha Avenue Goddess Emerald Green Welly Bird ake sibuyele phambili ke nangu Blowing in the Wind ezakahle kakhulu asiyaguda umgudlo nangu Avenue Goddess She's a Machine Ragalava ivulekile inkundla ake siboneke lapha nangu lapha Summer Ragalava lapha shaya lapha She's a Machine so Summer Winter Avenue Goddess Welly Bird
Avenue Goddess ran fourth in the opener.
But Ragalava
Durban July Day. We'll go back
but to Seanville but away you must second
from the back of the field.
But away you must second. Home with the Kakulu and Chaco. Ubekono sama winter hamba ngale. Uragalava again hamba la pet to the way to. Besangi to Katila Panu sama winter. Go to Ragalava la pana. Wasenze Kavango Gunya la pana. Yabona Kishone camera la pana. Italy la pana kusama winter. Kote wase Kamu Shonville what away you must second. Tini Prisley wa panu mkakeshi wale ni hashi. We wona gele ambala. We has got the Kakulu. Aga panu Shonville as a challenge now it's away you must second. Tini Prisley wa mkakeshi wa Kakulu pana. O Mr. Rakesh Singh. Umniga zwalo gele pana ihashi. Hemel Arstar hiwa mapre hashi. Shonville kivela gatle Kakulu. So bolile mjaku number 7. Eshia ina gele panu sfakashi to number 2. Usem fulile ina Shonville. Gitaupaleke phansi bese uyabheka khona into ezayo usuku olukhulu namhlanje uthe uShonville kodwa kuthina sibingelela wathi away you massacre bena uthini prisoner bayana uRakesh Singh asazike le mbala nje usiqalileke nje iwina manje useza ukeep step ke lapha yana emjakhweni wesihlanu asazike niyokwenza njani kodwa lapha yana nje asibakela uthini prisoner bamqeqeshi uRakesh Singh bese kuba uyena uShonville ethi away you massacre Hollywoodbets Panthers Child Class 4 iwina wena number 7 Uragalava okithola uShonville bese wena utheni Prisley shuthe wokuqala kumjako usakhona la iKZN iwine yahle khona impela bane Summerfield but number 7 Ragalava
and also Whirly Bird. As we look at it from this angle, the red cap on the left-hand side is Summer Winter. Happy Anali is the other one in your picture. Pour Some Sugar Me has got the white cap. Here's Whirly Bird, and that is already past the winning post. So that is the running of the first race. So the tote favourite, as I say, ended up number 4. They're returning to the winners' enclosure. We'll do the lead-in. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the winners' enclosure here at Hollywoodbets Greyville is in front of the grandstand for all 12 races. And here comes number 7, Ragalava, the What a Winter, Rakesh Singh. Bred by Himalayan artist stud Shonville and Tini Prinslu. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they return to the winners' enclosure at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Number 7, Ragalava, ended up paying 12 Rand a win and 3 Rand a place. And there's the smile of Shonville and Tini Prinslu, and of course the owner Rakesh Singh. Well done all round.
Well, a terrific start for Tini Prinslu. They've got Quick Step Gal in the same colours a little bit later on in the 2-year-old features. And Shonville, he registers the 105th win for the season. Shonville has never before, Rachel, ridden in excess of 100 wins. He gets Hollywoodbets Durban July Day off to a dream start for himself.
Yeah, really, that should give him a big confidence booster for the big race. You know, he's riding on top of his game as Shonville. It's fantastic to see him getting the support, doing so well for the Hollywood syndicate. So it's absolutely fantastic way to start the day.
Quite ironic that he rides for Tini Prinslu. The winner, number 7, Rugged Lover, of course, is very much stable jockey to Stuart Ferry, who ran second with She's a Machine. And Sean will team up with Stuart Ferry's runner, Gladiatorian, later on in the 5 million Rand Hollywoodbets Durban July. But there's no quarter given. No quarter asked. You've forgotten who your teammates are when the gates opened, and Sean will be delighted to have one on Rugged Lover for Tini Prinslu, even though it meant Stuart had her in second.
Yes, I'm sure there'll probably be a bit of driving just now, but you know, I'm sure Stuart Ferry will be very over the moon if he runs second here and wins the big one with Shonville. So I'm sure it's a good way for both of them to start the day.
Well, there we go. The winner, number 7, Rugged Lover. Second to number 9, She's a Machine. Third to number 2, Summer Winter. And fourth to number 3, Avernian Goddess. 7, 9, 2 and 3, the result of the first. Let's join MJ Bielefeld.
Muzieni rode She's a Machine. Muzi ran on very strongly.
Yes, beautiful run. I thought I got lucky from a drawn 9 and I was able to sit 4 lengths off them with cover. So it worked out beautifully. I thought I might have timed it well, but obviously the other was too much.
Happy with the surface?
Yes, very, very happy, and I can't thank Hollywood enough. Obviously, they're putting a showstopper show today, but the track is so good because now you can come from, like you saw, Seanville was out of his ground, and he's still able to run out. So obviously, the kick-up is not bad. So well done to Hollywood.
Moose, thanks very much for your time. Have a good day. That's Muzieni Road. She's a machine. We're going to go to Graham.
There we've got flashbacks of the first race with right on the outside of the poly track, number 7, Rugger Lover, under Seanville, getting up to win, going away. One has to say it was a convincing come-from-behind win.
Yes, it really was. Sweeping run to the outside, quickening up fantastically well past the field. I think Seanville timed it to perfection, and that was quite a convincing victory.
So there we go. We've just about wrapped up the first, 7, 9, 2 and 3 the result. The second is the first leg of bipod 1. There are 2 bipods today, but race 2 off at 12:25 is the first leg of the first bipod. But let's join Warren Lenferner on the celebration stage.
He's a trainer of 8 horses, ladies and gentlemen. He's got 8 horses in his stable, is Tini Prinsloo, of which 4 of them are being showcased here today on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. And he's opened the account. Race number 1, the Punters Challenge. Class 4 has gone the way of Rugger Lover for Tini Prinsloo. And, of course, his connections, who we'll talk to in a moment. Gives me great pleasure to welcome Vernon Philander, who is an ambassador, Hollywoodbets brand ambassador, former South African fast bowler. He's on stage with me. Vernon, you're most welcome. Lovely to have you here on stage doing the presentation with us. Thank you, Vernon. Let's talk about the groom of Rugger Lover. The groom's name is Tabiso Boro, and Tabiso gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Race Coast and Hollywoodbets. There's Tabiso. Congratulations, Rugger Lover looked good due to your hard work, and there's 2,000 Rand coming your way on behalf of Race Coast and Hollywoodbets. Seanville, the rider of Rugger Lover, he's set the standard for the day. Come through, Sean. Tini Prinsloo had 2 runners in the race, both with lively chances, and tell us about it, because he put in a lovely finish. She put in a lovely finish, Rugger Lover.
Yeah, you know, just well done to Tini and his owners, as Philly did run last week, and he assured me that she was doing well. And I'm just glad that I can put one on this glorious day. Look at the crowd, my God, I don't think I've ever seen Greyville look like this.
It's absolutely unbelievable, Sean, to have a look at the crowd. It's still early in the day, and I think we're set for a huge day. How's the mood in the Ferryville camp, with obviously the big one later on?
You know, Warren, if it's my day today, you know. I never put any pressure on myself. I know how good my horse is. I know he's got a magnificent turn of foot. We still got to beat 8 on 18, but all systems go. My horse as well. Stewie's a little bit nervous. I saw him earlier. But that's part of racing, you know, and just well done to Tini again and his team. And to obviously my sponsor, Sporting Post, thank you very much for the opportunity. And to Hollywood for this glorious day, you know. They're 100% behind me, and I'm just glad that I can start the meeting like this.
Well done, Sean, a fabulous ride. There's Vernon to do the presentation. He has a lovely hamper for you for winning race number 1. Let's get to Tini Prinsloo and Elsa. I think you should bring Elsa with you as well, Tini, because she's probably the best filly in your stable, is Elsa. And congratulations, because, as I said earlier on, a small stable, but my, oh my, the stats are high.
No, definitely, Warren. You know what? Once you look after these animals, they will prove to you, they will run. You know what? All I can say, thanks God. I know Biennale was the favorite. Rugger Lover ran on Sundays. She ran second over 1,600, put her back over 12, keep the blinkers off. And wow, Seanville, you know what? You're a biscuit, brother. I mean, every time you've been riding for me, it's only good results, yeah.
Quick Step, Girl, and the rest of the horses that are running today. Talk to us, Tini.
Yeah, no, Warren, you know what, maybe One Smart Cookie as well, you know. She also ran third on Sunday. She's looking well. Hope for a place chance there. And then the big girl, you know what, yeah, it's quite a competitive field. Let's see how they're going to go, yeah.
Last question before you get your prize and your hamper. Rakesh Singh, through thick and thin, he stuck by you stride for stride.
Yeah, no, definitely, Warren. Yeah, I was going to mention Rakesh. You know what? He stuck with me, and just you can see the results is paying off. And yeah, I can't be more grateful to have an owner like that in my stable. You know, it's just another level. You know what? He bought me, give me the green light on the sales on the 3rd, and. Yeah, you know what, everything is going so well, and I hope it can keep on going like that, you know, because he's a real gentleman. He always brings his dad here. His family is here today, so they're over the moon. And yeah, just the last thing, Hollywoodbets, my sponsors, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well done. There's Vernon. He's got a lovely hamper for you and Elsa on the big stage, ladies and gentlemen, on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Here is Tini Prinsloo and Elsa Prinsloo. They've drawn first blood. I look forward to speaking to Rakesh Singh, who is the owner of Rugger Lover and the owner of Quickstep Girl, who runs later on. Come through, Rakesh. Please come through, and we're going to talk to David Hepburn-Brown first. David knows how to breed a good horse, and you know the sales that you've been having, David, for Hemel and Ada have really been fantastic. The results have been good. Well done.
Thank you very much, and it's been a fantastic day on Thursday. Thank you very much to everybody, all the bidders, the underbidders, but great sale and a great way to start today.
Absolutely. There's Vernon. He's got a lovely prize for you as the winning breeder, Hemel and Ada stud. They certainly are performing.
I'd just like to say to Tini, very well done. You know, to run 6 days ago over a mile and to come back today, run second in the mile and come back today and win the 12. Well done. And to the owners, Rakesh, well done.
Well done. Lovely, lovely to have you here, David. Let's get the owners in once we've taken photographs, and great joy on the stage, first race. Come through, Rakesh. This is what you own racehorses for, to bring your family, to bring your friends, but to stand on the big stage. When you look out in front of you and you see the sea of happy faces, that's what you do it for. Well done.
Thanks, Warren. Thanks, yeah. I mean, look, she's been giving us a little bit of trouble running around the fourth, fifth. And then I think last week we took her a little bit of a distance and took the blinkers off. And then we decided to run her again without the blinkers. And I think that did the trick, you know, because she's been consistent, but she's been a very consistent filly, always being the ATM, you know, for us. But today she surprised us all. And to be honest, I never even had a bet.
Well, lovely that you've got your family and friends with you. The big one, the big girl runs later on. We wish you all the best. And as I say to all the owners, your support of horse racing is valued. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Warren. Thanks. Bye.
There's a presentation. I'm going to move out the way. And there's Vernon, who is a Hollywoodbets brand ambassador. He's a former South African fast bowler. He's on stage with the team that are related to Rugger Lover. That's race 1, run and done. And well done to the entire team at the Tini Prinsloo stable. Rugger Lover, Sean Veal, they've got their day off to a very, very good start.
Flag is up and away they go in the first of 12, and there's the roar. Happy Analia, one of the first out of the gate. Summer Winter's right there. Wings of Josephine is going up to be amongst the leading group. That's in the orange. They're followed by Vernian Goddess, blowing in the winds on the outside. Widest of all is Emerald Green. They're followed by She's a Machine, Whirly Bird on the inside. They're quite compact though. Further back in the runners, Daphne's Daughter. Then Pour Some Sugar on Me. Ethereal Views the trailer. And that's racing about 8 or 9 lengths off them. Rugger Lovers on the outside. They're homeward bound in the first, and it's Happy Analia just the leader. Wings of Josephine blowing in the wind. Down the inside, Summer Winter, Vernian Goddess. Then comes Whirly Bird. Coming
coming to the 300 Wings of Josephine. Happy Analia on the outside, blown in the window runner. On the inside, Summer Winter, 4 of them across the track. Running on from behind, Avernian Goddess, Pour Some Sugar on Me. Summer Winter hit the front. Here comes Rugger Lover with a big run. Rugger Lover's mowing them all down on the outside, and Rugger Lover won it. She's a machine second, Summer Winter third. Maybe Avernian Goddess ran fourth in the opener on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. We'll go back to that slow-mo replay, and it's Seanville on Rugger Lover who makes up the ground from the back of the field. Teeny Prinsloo, Seanville will creep into your picture at this stage. Number 2 is Summer Winter's the leader. Summer Winter's going for all Grand Finique grandstand for all 12 races. And here comes number 7, Rugger Lover, the Water Winter, Rakesh Singh. Bred by Himalayan artist stud Seanville and Tinny Prinsloo. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they return to the winner's enclosure at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Number 7, Rugger Lover, ended up paying 12 Rand a win and 3 Rand a place. And there's the smile of Seanville and Tinny Prinsloo, and of course the owner, Rakesh Singh. Well done all round.
Next up is race 2. This is the first leg of the bipod. It's the Tote Middle Stakes, fillies and mares, 1,200 metres. It's off at 12:25. As I mentioned earlier, we've got 2 bipods, and the first bipod starts right here in race 2. But breaking news behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen. So as they say in the classics, lend us your ears, because we've just been advised that no longer will the 7th race, i.e. the 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July, be a world pool race due to technical difficulties. We've had to abandon the idea of the Hollywoodbets Durban July being a world pool race. And as a consequence, the totalisator will now be run under South African rules, which allows for us to pay out 4 places. So it was previously advertised, Alistair, that the tote place bet on the Hollywoodbets Durban July would be run under Hong Kong Jockey Club rules, which caters for a top 3 payout. We're now back under South African rules as a result of what we've just heard. 4 places on the tote in the big race this afternoon, race 7, the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
It's pretty much a case of one man's trash is another man's treasure this, Graham, because obviously, sadly, from a mutual benefit of overall turnover through international money, South African racing does lose a little bit, or lose a fair chunk of that income, and also with eyes of the world watching Africa's greatest horse race. But with that said, some punters will be more than happy to run fourth all of a sudden, because obviously with the field of 18, the tote rules being 16 runners or more, 4 places are allowed, and under Whirlpool rules it was only 3. So someone's going to get the rub of the green a little bit later on from that perspective. But yeah, in this case, it's sad. The technical issues experienced obviously don't cater for the Hollywoodbets Durban July being a Whirlpool event, but there's still no doubt that the world will be watching the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
There's absolutely no doubt about that. We can only hope that everybody gets the message loud and clear. 4 tote places on the Hollywoodbets Durban July this afternoon, not 3 as previously advertised. So if your horse runs 4th, make sure that you go and stand. Even if you had placed your bet during the course of the week, make sure you go and stand in the payout queue. But let's focus on race 2, first leg of bipod 1. We're 19 minutes away from the running of race 2. And the early tote favourite here is number 10. And number 10 is Princess Hannah, who's got an impressive record on this track. Poly track, 6 starts, 5 wins. Doesn't come much better than that.
A poly specialist is Princess Hannah. Got Gavin Lorena on board, who takes her out for Paul Gadsby. They've teamed up with success quite a bit over the last 3 months, and this horse is part owned by one Jazzy D, who's standing by with D's Dynard.
You're 100% correct, Alistair, and DJ Jazzy D has just bought this filly. Wasn't his first run in his colours. and a man that promotes the game wherever he travels around South Africa and around the world. Jazzy, your love for the game, you wear your heart on the sleeve. I know your passion is for music, but no doubt horses come close to that as well.
Most definitely, Des. I think just the spirit of being next to a horse just change your whole demeanor. So I hope we get more youngsters involved in the game.
Starting off with maybe one horse or two horses, you've got a number of horses now in training and you're loving the game.
Loving it, will never go, and will stay here for a long time.
Okay, you just bought into this filly, you liked her form, you liked her profile. I had a chat with you about her not too long ago, and you got her at a reasonable price as well.
Yes, I think we got her at a good price, and I've been watching her probably in the last 3 starts. Spoke to Paul Gadsby about a while ago, and I'm just happy that we got to have her on our side right now.
You just mentioned to me off air that she's been back to favorite now. She is the specialist on the surface. What's the mood from the camp?
We are ready to go. The horse is ready. She's been taking over at home, and she's probably going to show up in the last 200 meters.
You've engaged the services of Lorena. That's a plus?
Most definitely. Gavin said he's not afraid to sing after the race, so hopefully he can get us into the winner's box.
All the best, Jazzy. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Some confidence coming through, guys. Lots of confidence from the Paul Gadsby camp.
Mark Dixon has come and joined me. Mark, you got the filly running here, Captain Christie. Good chance?
Yeah, I think she had today, MJ. Yeah, she hasn't quite produced her best for the last 2 or 3 runs, but loves this track. Travels really well. I think she'll love the Polly, rejuvenated Polly. I think she's a big runner today.
She looks well in the parade ring. Happy with that?
Yeah, I know she's buzzing. I'm very happy with her.
That's Mark Dixon, rather happy with Captain's Christie.
On screen now, it's number 4, Captain's Christie, Mark Dixon's runner. Thanks to MJ for chatting to Mark. Serena Moodley rides. Alistair, obviously, first leg of the bipod. It's a competitive middle stakes for fillies and mares, 1,200 meters. We are officially 17 minutes away from the race, and that bipod pool is currently approaching 600,000 rands. How would you play the opening leg of the bipod? How wide would you go?
I'm optimistic to see that number, Graham, because the target on that first bipod is 750,000 rand. We're on the cusp of 600,000 rand with 16 minutes still to play. How would I play the first leg of the bipod? Well, I'm of the opinion that number 6, Bevy's Delight, is the horse that they all need to beat. Although she's no sure thing, Warren Kennedy's first ride in South Africa in a few years, so he'll be hungry to show that he remembers every nook and cranny of Hollywoodbets Greyville. So I'm of the opinion that she is an automatic inclusion. If you like her, I believe the value about number 9, Convocation, strikes a chord with me at 11 Rand 50 a win and 2 Rand 40 a place. I think that she's going to be a big chance. She was outgunned in the Grade 1 at her penultimate start. And yeah, of the others, I think probably one more would be required in the first leg of the bipod. Maybe number 1, Call Me When You Need Me. She's got some good form lines to Grade 1 winners, which I think make a conversation with her. Speaking of conversations, Dees Dynans having one in the parade ring.
Is a Convocation that we're talking about. Garrett Van Zyl having a wonderful season. What a season you're having. Of course, the other day, we are going to remind every racegoer that's made their way to the track today or listening in, a brilliant 6-timer at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. Wow.
Thank you so much, Dees. Appreciate it.
That day, your highlight of your career thus far, along with a KZN championship, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's not a Group 1 winner. We're always striving to win Group 1 races, but to win 6, we'll treasure on a top shelf.
Convocation, yeah?
I wouldn't say have a winning strike, but definitely put her in quartets, swingers, exactors, a filly who's definitely alive here.
First leg of the pick 6 is important. It's going to reach a figure close to, or maybe even more than 15 million. You got the favorites in the race, King Pearls.
Dees, if he wasn't carrying top weight, I would give full confidence. That's my only concern. You know, the maths does tell us we've got to work it out, but there's improvement in him and he's super well. I'm very confident with the horse and the way he's come prepared to the course today.
And one more runner, Tamaris?
Don't leave her out again. We only got the 3 runners, but she's doing very well. She gets a 6 allowance there, dropping in trip, she'll love it, and big runner.
What's your pick for this year's Hollywoodbets Durban July?
I'll give a roughie for the quartets on my honor.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Garrett Van Zyl, he likes King Pearls, guys, but not a 5-star bet.
Peter Muscat trains Bevy's Delight, fancied filly. She looks pretty good.
Yeah, she's very well in herself. She's dropping down in class, probably a little bit outclassed at her last start under difficult weight terms. She's 1 for 1 on the track and trip. She's in very good order, and I expect her to be involved.
Brilliant to have Warren Kennedy riding her.
Oh, 100%. We go back a long way, as most people in South Africa do, with Warren, and it's great to have him back in the country.
Peter, thanks very much. I'm going to grab Warren Kennedy. Warren, sorry, but just come and join me, Warren. Brilliant to have you, and it's lekker for you to really come and give us some entertainment, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's great to be back. You know, Emmy, first of all, how are you doing, bud? It's been a long time. But look, yeah, it's great to be back, seeing familiar faces again. Nothing's really changed. Just back into the jock room, and everyone's friendly again, and it's like I never left. So it's great to be back. Hopefully I can show some of the skills that I've improved on, and we have a good day today.
Warren, a couple of changes here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Impressed?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a hell of a change. I'd like to see when the lights go down, when the light show comes on, what's actually going to happen, because I've heard great things about it. I've been following on Facebook, and I watch racing as much as I can. But yeah, it'll be nice here and to experience it, and just to experience the vibe of July. You know, this day never disappoints. Hollywood has done a great job. Obviously, the grandstands, everything out at Greyville has changed quite dramatically. So it's all looking fantastic.
Warren, thanks very much for your time. Hope you have a good day.
Cheers, thanks, Emmy.
That's Warren Kennedy.
Well, there on screen now is number 6, Bevy's Delight. Warren Kennedy, wonderful to have him back in the country. Former South African champion jockey, and of course now the New Zealand champion jockey. Wonderful to have him here at Hollywoodbets Greyville to participate in the 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And he rides here number 6, Bevy's Delight. We heard there from Peter Muscat. If you ignore the last run, this is a drop-in class from the Tibashina Stakes. She won her previous 2. She goes well over the track in the trip. And you mentioned, Alistair, that possibly top of your pecking order is number 6, Bevy's Delight.
I thought that she was a touch-out gun last time in the East Coast Radio Tibashina Stakes, but she still didn't disgrace herself, finishing 2.5 lengths behind Green Saf. And I thought her penultimate win over So Hot So What was a good gutsy win where she ground out the result, and she showed a lot of aptitude and fortitude to get the job done. Number 12 on the card, Pink Pigeon, deserves a mention. I think that she's upwardly mobile. She's got a lot to come. But here and now, I'm not too sure. The favourite is number 10 on the card. Let's get up for the canter pass for the first leg of Bipot number 1.
And the runners for the second race about to come out onto the track. It's the Tote Middle Stakes over 1,200 metres. And runners will be stepping up shortly. Current favourite is number 10, Princess Anna. That's at 340. There's 10 minutes remaining for the second race. Your Bipot pool is on 627,000 Rand as the runners about to come out onto the course. This is also on the poly, where your favourite is number 10, Princess Anna, at 340. And yeah, we're looking at number 4, Captains Christie and Serena Moodley, the first horse on track. Captains Christie's at 19 Rand. Here's number 2, Magical View and Tristan Garden. There's another look at Captains Christie and Serena Moodley. Number 5, Miss Lady Atrix and Muzieni. Here comes Bevy's Delight, number 6, Warren Kennedy. Welcome back, Warren. Red earmuffs will be removed at the start. Second race, TCO2 testing is clear. So here's another look at Bevy's Delight. The 7 horse, That's My Baby and Craig Zayaki. 9, Convocation, Simanga Kumalo. Here's number 8, Perillo, in the club blue. And it's Raymond Danielson, club blue with the black cap. Number 10, Princess Hannah and Gavin Lorena, that's your favourite. 11 is No Filter and JC Buertas. Here's number 12, Pink Pigeon, Richard Faree. Nice to see Richard back in the irons. Of course, he is riding the hot favourite in the Hollywoodbets Durban July 8 on 18. And here's number 1, Call Me When You Need Me, Damien Pillay. He claims the 4 kilos, and there's 8 minutes to race time. That bipod pool is at 640,000 Rand.
Just 7 minutes away from the running of the second race, the Tote Middle Stakes for fillies and mares, and it is over 1,200 metres, and it is the opening leg of Bipod 1. That pool now in excess of 650,000 rands as we rapidly approach race time. I've got Alistair Cohen in the hot seat next to me, very much a Bevy's Delight fan. I'm in the camp of the ruling Tote favourite, number 10, Princess Hannah, returning 360 and 180. She does have a bit of a wide draw to overcome, but she's absolutely brilliant on the poly. And we were chatting off air, of course, the sideshow to the 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July, the Chase for Jockeys Championship honours. And Gavin Lorena has now established quite a significant lead. Neither he nor Richard had a ride in the opener. Richard's only got a handful of rides today, of course, including 8 on 18, his big one. But Gavin Lorena's got some nice mounts. He could further extend his lead today.
So the state of play going into race number 2 here at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July shows Gavin Lorena 245, Richard Faree 239, and Craig Zaki 238. So there's 7 winners between the top 3. I'm led to believe that Craig's got a suspension that he's going to have to take before the end of the season. So that might sort of give him too much to do. But it has been wonderful for racing as far as having 3 world-class jockeys chasing the title like this. Neither of them, unlike Richard last season, unlike Lyle Hewitson a few seasons ago, have really said, I'm going for it. It's kind of just fallen in their lap. They're all riding with the top of their game with confidence, second to none. And I think that has added an extra dimension to what has been a wonderful season.
Yeah, and Gavin Lorena, of course, a previous winner of the South African Jockeys Championship. Richard Faree, the South African record holder. It's still up for grabs. The season closes out on the 31st of July. So, Alistair, there's still much to play for. Many race meetings, local race meetings still be held before the end of July.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be a big role player out of season will be Fairview for the next few weeks, and also potentially what happens on Gauteng, because Richard's exceptionally strong in the Eastern Cape and Gavin's exceptionally strong in the Halfveld, and I think they're both very strong in the other venues, being KZN and Western Cape. So I think that those 2 venues, obviously the Halfveld out of season at the moment, is going to be attracting quite a few eyes. Very, very exciting indeed. But Dees, Vicky and MJ are in the parade ring. They've got a few extra comments leading up to the first leg of the first bipod, which is currently at 700,000 Rand. Graham, just before we cross to them, can that touch $1 million?
I think it could possibly touch $1 million with the last few moments rush as they get their bipods on. Bipod 1 closes out with race 2, but let's head to the team.
I don't mind answering that question, Alistair. We will definitely get to $1 million. 700,000 with a few minutes to go. Guys, you know, it's a curveball, but down in the Western Cape, you guys rest on the turf. Yes, you got Hollywoodbets Durbanville and Hollywoodbets Kenilworth. But here in KZN, we got the 2 surfaces. Now, it does become complicated when you got horses that are debuting on the surfaces, unknown on the surfaces. What do? Do we just take it, you know, on what we see in black and white and just assess the form rather than the surface?
I think that you need to do that, Dees, but the other thing about specifically Pink Pigeon, the fact that she's always been quite fancied every time she's come to the course and run, so I think the fact that she's probably been doing good sand work, and horses that put in good sand work do respond very well to the poly track, so I think that's very positive. However, I thought that Bevy's Delight was outstanding on parade, so for me, I'm concerned about her, but she is my first choice, Bevy's Delight.
Is there a different action that you look for on the poly track than the turf, MJ?
This tricky one. Yeah, I think it's more like Vicky said, it's about the work at home. Difficult for the punters, obviously, we don't see that in the race card. But yeah, the action, if you've got a little bit of a climbing action, probably better, but it's tricky. You're going to get some horses that just tow along a track and they really enjoy the surface. So hard, you'll have to listen to the trainers, they give their comments in the jockeys, but for form doesn't always lie, and it's very seldom that a horse does not like the surface. They normally just go.
Do you know what it is, Dees? The difference in the surface is a horse on the poly track, a little bit of a choppier action is better suited, because when they land, they extend a little bit more. So if they already have a really elastic action and reach, they almost overextend, and their stride timing is a little bit slower. So the short choppier action, their recall is faster, and that's why it's better suited to those horses that are sort of quick, fast, and nippy.
Okay, the exposed form on the surface is no doubt Princess Hannah, who arrived here from Quebec, and she's just turned her career around on the surface, unbelievably. So when it comes to, you know, the surface, and of course the guys have been talking about Gavin Arena and what a run is on, she's no doubt the horse that sets the standard on the surface, MJ?
On what we can see, as you say, these on the surface, definitely. She's done really well, looked great in the parade ring. Gavin's riding well, so yeah, purely on that, I think she's definitely got a chance. We've got to respect, as Vicky said, on looks. Bevy's Delight. She looked fantastic. Justin's filly, obviously Pink Pigeon. You run second to Rockapina. Rockapina is rather, I mean, she's Group 1 material, and I don't think she'll have a problem with a 1200 tricky draw. But in saying that, this track, the surface seems to be fantastic now that they've redone it. Draw shouldn't be a problem.
So, in summarizing, is it Bevy's Delight for both MJ Bielefeld and Vicky Mann?
Yeah, I think Bevy's Delight's going to put her best foot forward, but I have respect for Pink Pigeon. And also, Dees, you can't, I have to listen to you. This is your home turf.
It's Princess Hannah, all the way. Princess Hannah, I know that she may reach a mark where, you know, she'll become vulnerable with the weight that she carries, but I still feel there's more to come from her on the surface.
Yeah, definitely, Dees. I got a bit of a sneaker here. Number 11, No Filter. The last two starts, ignore, completely, I think, outclassed. But the previous three, you can see, is pretty decent form. So I wouldn't claim 4. JC Bottas, Roswell, it's got to have a chance.
Guys, you heard it. It is going to be Princess Hannah from yours truly, and MJ Bielefeld and Vicky. They both like this horse called Bevy's Delight.
Right, the second race is the Tote Middle Stakes, and this is over 1,200 metres. They'll start the loading process shortly. The current buy pot is standing at 723,000 Rand. The favourite is number 10, Princess Hannah, and that's at 350. And they'll start the loading process shortly. It's on the poly, and it's over 1,200 metres. It's now race time. They're starting to step up. Captain's Chrissy coming in. Duana. Call Me When You Need Me is in. Miss Lady Atrix. Perilla, the club blue with the black cap. That's in 8. That's the grey. That's My Baby's in. Bevy's Delight coming forward. Princess Hannah. No Filter, Pink Pigeon, Convocation, 1,200 metres, Magical Viewers come in, racing away from the 1,200 metre marker, and one of the trailers early on, Princess Hannah, didn't get the best of breaks as they settled down to race. And it's Convocation, one of the first out of the gate. Call Me When You Need Me's right there. On the outside is No Filter. Captain's Christie's in the pink. Magical Views on the inside in the orange. Then comes That's My Baby. Diana's further back in the run. Miss Lady Atrix is further back in the field. Perilla's the grey. Then Bevy's Delight. Pink Pigeons on the outside and Princess Anna's on the inside, giving them 8-9 length start as they homeward bound. Convocation brings them in, No Filter a second. Call Me When You Need Me's going in. Captain's Christie's in the pink. Magical View goes right in with Tuana. They're followed by Miss Lady Atrix towards the outside. That's My Baby. Princess Anna still got 4 or 5 lengths to make up. They come from everywhere at the 300. Convocation still leads it though. That's My Baby. Magical View's running on towards the outside. That's My Baby's trying hard now. That's My Baby and Convocation, and That's My Baby won it. Convocation second, maybe Magical View third. Call Me When You Need Me ran fourth. That's the running of the second race. And it goes to number 7. That's My Baby. That's My Baby. Craig Zaki comes through towards the outside and wins it. The Master of My Faith from Mr. Harvard. Sean Terry, Craig Zaki, number 7 on the tote, 10.80 and 3.30. Second, number 9, Convocation, beaten about a length and a quarter. We run it across for that third position, which will creep in now. We went with the horse on the inside, and that is Magical View. And then came number 1, Call Me When You Need Me. The tote favourite was number 10, Princess Anna. So the winner races fourth the right-hand side, and this one is bred by Limestone Trust. And That's My Baby is now 4 wins from 16 and comes home courageously. Convocation led them just to the last couple of strides, and That's My Baby then took over to win going away. I was also in touch just talking about the judges. Warren Isley, who had his first July in 1967 when there was the dead heat between Sea Cottage and Jollify. As we look at this side angle, he had many close finishes. I think Warren is known as the judge. He had 52 years in the judge's box, and he tells me he'll be very interested today is Hollywoodbets Durban July. But here it is. Number 7 from the side angle as we look at them from the break. Gate number 7, that is your winner with the blue and orange colours and the white noseband, the white blaze, and that is amongst the leading group at that stage, and it comes home powerfully. Convocation is nearest us with the grey sleeves at the rail. Call Me When You Need Me, the pink colours of Captain's Christie, and further back is Magical View. So when we look at it from this angle, look at that. Convocation's in front. The winner is second by a half length now, and That's My Baby starts to close it in. Far side, the black cap will get third, and then we look at this head-on again, which we've seen. But here comes the winner into the winner's enclosure, and that's number 7. That's My Baby. 3 or 4 off the right-hand side under Craig Zaki, one of the 3 who can win the National Jockeys log with just over 3 weeks to go. And yes, That's My Baby. So returning to the winner's enclosure now in picture is number 7, That's My Baby. The 4-year-old filly by Master of My Fate for Mr. Harvard, bred by Limestone Trust. It's Sean Terry. This is one now 4 from 16. Craig Zaki, and number 7, That's My Baby, shows up 10.80 and 3.30. Tote favourite was number 10, Princess Anna. So let's bring into the winner's enclosure number 7, That's My Baby. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they enter the winner's enclosure in front of the main grandstand. There's a close-up view of Craig Zaki, and That's My Baby.
Sean Terry on a big day. I know that this is not necessarily the race or the races that he's targeting, but it potentially sets the tone. We're talking about the jockey chase, one up for Craig Zaki. And this filly just grows an extra leg of the coast, doesn't she, Graham? When she comes to Durban, she's a few levels above what she generally shows.
Absolutely turns it on when she races here on the coast at Hollywoodbets Greyville. What a copy and paste result of the first race. The first 3 home in race 1, 7, 9 and 2. First 3 home in race 2, 7, 9 and 2. I'm not sure that that's, I think it's a remarkable coincidence just to get 2 races consecutively for the top 3 order to be the same numbers. From a bipod perspective, you'd have needed numbers 7 or 9 to qualify through the first leg of the bipart. 7-9-2 and 1. The tote favourite was number 10, Princess Hannah, which ran into all kinds of traffic problems. Scratched with the 2 reserve runners, 13 and 14.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a 7-9-2 is going to be repeated all day. Means the July trifecta is going to be Rainbow Lorikeet from My Best Shots in Madison Valley. You'll be the only winning trifecta ticket if you caught that. There's a version of the head on That's My Baby was handy enough. I went to go fetch Convocation, who got first run, tried to steal the race, but That's My Baby chased her down. Let's go to MJ.
Cheers, Ali. I've got Tristan Godden with me, and a crucial thing about races depends. Tristan came out a bit awkward.
Yeah, look, she doesn't stand long, and she was a bit fractious up in there. Sort of cost her the race, you know. I still end up in a good spot throughout the race, and she just feels like she's taking that little bit longer towards the finish, and maybe 1400 would suit her better.
One for the Black Book?
Yeah, definitely.
Tristan, thank you very much. Tristan Godden's Road, Magic of View, definitely one to follow.
All right, so there we have it. That's My Baby, who's come through to win the first leg of the bipart 1 year at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. She certainly comes well at this time of the year. Well done, of course, to the winning groom who will come and join us for That's My Baby. Sanele Sadoko will come past. And just before we obviously introduce and do the handover to Sanele, big thank you to Jerry Sikosana, who's come to join us, the legendary Orlando Pirates striker. He's known for his explosive pace and, of course, the memorable goal that he scored in the 1995 CAF Champions League final. So thank you very much to Jerry for being on stage for race number 2 this afternoon. And a big well done to Sanele Sadoko. He'll be getting the 2,000 Rand. And of course, you'll be getting 1,000 Rand extra for being the winning groom of race number 2. And that'll be a big thank you to the Tota as well. Well done, Sanele. Lovely to have you here. All right, and then we'll move along. Let's go to Craig Zaki, who's the winning jockey. These, of course, times that you want to be alive, be a racing purist, a man that's doing a lot of traveling at the moment. Well done, Craigie. Good to see you. I thought you gave her an exceptional ride last time out. You made mention she comes well at this time of the year. Good to see Polly. She can handle that as well, and she quickened up well.
She did, Brandon. You basically said it all. You know, we are pretty optimistic. Her sand work back at home's top notch, you know, and even though the Polly's not the same surface, she takes, I think, to any kind of surface. So we are optimistic. We are expecting a big run from her, and she's duly obliged.
Now take us through the rest of you. I'm not going to ask you for all your rides, Craig. I know that you guys have been busy. You've been hard at work up at Summerveld as well. If there's anything for the punters going forward that so they can add into the exotic bets coming up, big pools.
Yeah, Brandon, I thought I had good chances all around. It's hard to pinpoint one out. You know, it's big fields. There's about 4 or 5 horses in each race that are looking to win. So I wouldn't leave me out anyway, but I'm hoping for a good day ahead. It started off great, so long may it continue.
And nerves, body, feeling good for today? Rest of the card?
Yeah, good. Fit, feeling good. Everything's on target.
Well, Craig, I know you'll have your supporters out there. All the best for the rest of the day. Jerry's going to give you a prize, and again, well done over here.
Thank you, Brandon. Just well done to Mr. Terry, to his family and his team. Great training feet. The horse has travelled really, really well, and he knows how to bring them best on days like this. So just big thanks to Mr. Terry. Well done to Mr. Harvard, the owner. Great winner. This filly's taken a big liking here in KZN this season. Well done to my sponsors, Moritz Fontaine, Shift, and to Hollywood. This turnout's incredible. This is what horse racing's about. Thank you.
Amazing. Well said. Craig, there we go. Go and join Jerry. Get your prize, and we'll be following this man. He's riding exceptionally well. He's well travelled, as we know, of course, a man that gets around the country, and he's booted home. That's My Baby in race number 2. Mr. Terry, Sean Terry, lovely to be chatting to Mr. Terry on the big stage. This is when you come alive. Good to see you, Mr. Terry, and I was chatting to Craig. She certainly enjoys this time of the year, this filly.
Yeah, I think it's the course that she enjoys. Greyville's 1200 really suits.
You know, the jury was out on the poly, but she works well enough at home for us to have had a fair amount of confidence today that she would run really well. I must just say thank you to Gary Harvard. He's been an absolute gentleman. He's had to be patient and wait for this filly to come back to form, but she's come back with in no uncertain terms. So great to be here. Lovely day, obviously. Hollywood doing a fantastic job, and nice to get one on the boards.
Mr. Terry, just quickly, I know you've been on many panel discussions for the entire week. If there's anything, guys that are watching now live, that they can include from your stable for the rest of the day?
Listen, we don't bring them here for the sea breeze. At the end of the day, I've got a lot of horses that I'm hoping to be competitive. I think the two juvenile races I should go really well, and Riskova is certainly not out of it.
Good to see you as always. Well done, Mr. Terry.
Thank you.
You're going to get your prize as well. Good to see Jason here. Daniel, they going to have a word? Yeah. Daniel will do the talking. Sean Terry, a man that you can never leave out on these big days. That's my baby. Has won the first leg of Bipod 1. Daniel, come and have a chat to us. Well done, thanks to Jason as well. We'll chat to him a bit later on. You'll be doing the talking for, hopefully, the first of many winners throughout the day. Good to see you. Well done to Mr. Harvard. Well done to the breeders as well. You must be very happy.
Yeah. Couldn't be more happy. The filly went out of form for a bit, but, you know, my daddy always gets them back in top shape. And, yeah, after her run last time, I don't think you could have left her out this time. Well done to Craig. He rode a really good race. And, yeah, thank you to all the fans for coming out today. It's already getting full. Lovely to see the race course like this. And a big thank you to our sponsors for supporting us this season. Hopefully we can get their name out a few more times today. But thank you, Betway.
Thank you very much. Well done, Daniel. You're going to have to take both trophies, if you don't mind, on behalf of the breeder and, of course, the owner. That's Daniel who will be doing the talking on behalf of the breeder and the owner. Thanks to Daniel Terry. All right, so have you got, we'll catch the other one a bit later on. We'll chat a bit later. That's how we open up leg one of the bar pot. Remember, we've got massive pools on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. The place accumulator starts in the next race number 3. Get those bets on early to avoid disappointments.
Has come in, racing away from the 1200 meter marker, and one of the trailers early on, Princess Hannah, didn't get the best of breaks as they settled down to race. And it's Convocation, one of the first out of the gate. Call Me When You Need Me's right there. On the outside is No Filter. Captain's Christie's in the pink. Magical Views on the inside in the orange. Then comes That's My Baby. Diana's further back in the run. Miss Lady Atrix is further back in the field. Perilla's the grey. Then Bevy's Delight. Pink Pigeons on the outside and Princess Anna's on the inside, giving them 8-9 lane start as they homeward bound. Convocation brings them in, No Filter a second. Call Me When You Need Me's going in. Captain's Christie's in the pink. Magical View goes right in with Tuana. They're followed by Miss Lady Atrix towards the outside. That's My Baby. Princess Anna still got 4 or 5 lengths to make up. They come from everywhere at the 300. Convocation still leads it though. That's My Baby. Magical View's running on towards the outside. That's My Baby's trying hard now. That's My Baby and Convocation, and That's My Baby won it. Convocation second, maybe Magical View third. Call Me When You Need Me ran fourth. That's the running of the second race. And it goes to number 7. That's My Baby. That's My Baby. Craig Zaki comes through towards the outside and wins it. The master of my faith for Mr. Harvard. Sean Terry, Craig Zaki, number 7 on the toe, 10.80 and 3.30. Second, number 9, Convocation, beaten about a length and a quarter. If we run it across for that third position, which will creep in now, we went with horse on the inside, and that is Magical View. And then came number 1, Call Me When You Need Me. The tote favourite was number 10, Princess Anna. So the winner races fourth the right-hand side, and this one is bred by Limestone Trust. And That's My Baby is now 4 wins from 16 and comes home courageously. Convocation led them just to the last couple of strides, and That's My Baby then took over to win going away. I was also in touch just talking about the judges. Warren Isley, who had his first July in 1967 when there was the dead heat between Sea Cottage and Jollify. As we look at this side angle, he had many close finishes. I think Warren 3 or 4 off the right-hand side under Craig Zaki, one of the 3 who can win the National Jockeys log with just over 3 weeks to go. And yes, That's My Baby. So returning to the winner's enclosure, now in picture is number 7, That's My Baby. The 4-year-old filly by Master of My Fate for Mr. Harvard, bred by Limestone Trust. It's Sean Terry. This was one now 4 from 16. Craig Zaki, and number 7, That's My Baby, shows up 10.80 and 3.30. Tote favourite was number 10, Princess Anna. So let's bring into the winner's enclosure number 7, That's My Baby. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they enter the winner's enclosure in front of the main grandstand. There's a close-up view of Craig Zaki and That's My Baby.
The Hollywoodbets July does so much for KZN, for Durban, for the country as well. But more than that, let's find out exactly what it does. I'm joined by Reverend Musa Zondi, who of course is the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs for KwaZulu-Natal. And Reverend Zondi, thank you so much. First and foremost, before we get to the nitty-gritty, what do you think of Hollywoodbets Greyville today? It looks spectacular, doesn't it?
It is exhilarating, very spectacular, and the weather is doing its positive game on us.
What's winter in Durban? Nothing, eh?
Nothing. It's
Now, why is the Hollywoodbets Durban July such an important event for KZN?
Well, it's one biggest event that on the calendar of every South African you cannot go without noticing. But for the city of Durban, I think it is the most landmark occasion that this city has managed to keep going for years and years.
As far as the impact that the Durban July has on the tourism and hospitality industry, I mean, I'd imagine every hotel room is full. There's no space in KZN at the moment.
We were told as from Monday already that the hotels were full chock-a-blocks and the airlines had their prices upped, and therefore it's an indicator that our hotels and hospitality industry are getting the spin-off. And not only them, the SMMEs as well, they are getting a spin-off from this race.
And then for all of those watching at home, wherever they might be in the world, if you want to come to KZN, what can people expect for the next few weeks and months in KZN?
Well, the first prize is that they should be here so that they can feel the vibe themselves here. But as a second alternative, then they can watch from home. But the best thing is for them to be here so that they can be part of this glorious occasion which is going on here.
Reverend Zondi, I know that it's teamwork between yourself, Race Coast, Hollywoodbets, and everyone that makes this melting pot come together. Thanks for doing what you do for days like this, for racing in KZN, and may you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let everybody enjoy themselves. It's a big day.
It's all about all the numbers that come together, the people, the positivity around the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And that was Reverend Musa Zondi to tell us a little bit more about how KZN buzzes today and year-round. Let's go to Graham and Dees.
Thank you, Alistair, and thanks to the Reverend. Yes, it's another wonderful, wonderful celebration of the Hollywoodbets Durban July right here in Durban. The hotels, the restaurants, as MJ Dees was saying earlier, wherever you go, whatever restaurant, it's all about racing.
Yeah, it is. You know, this place really comes alive. The east coast of Africa. It is a premier day when it comes to the South African racing calendar. Graham, I'm just having a look at the betting here for race number 3, just to give the racing fans a guide. Horses that have been backed. Number 3 has been backed from long odds, Royal Edition, 66-1 into 40-1. The favorite, number 4, the Equator, who we don't know much about, priced up at 16-10. The shortest price was 12-10, but now drifting out badly, 28-10. Number 5, Blackberry Malt, is at 12-1. Horse number 7, Navajo Nation, has drifted right out to 33-1. There's money, Graham, for number 8, Johnny the Thief. Look at that, 16-1, now 6-1. Horse number 9, Field Marshal, from 10-1 into 5-1 race time. 10, Magic Verse, is trading firm at around 4-1. Ditch Touch 11-2 earlier on today. Number 11, Otalukan, at 10-1. And I like the money that's coming for one horse. Number 13, Count Hutiku, from 25-1. 10-1 now. Brett Crawford's other runner in the race, of course, we know he saddles number 11, Otalukan.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the first of our feature races. It's the Magical Zulu Kingdom 2200 Grade 3. It is, in effect, the consolation race for those horses that didn't quite make it into the final field of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And on that score, from this race, number 6, Litigation, is a scratching. That was initially posted as Reserve 1 for the big race this afternoon. And following the withdrawal of See It Again, Litigation has now made it into the final field for the Hollywoodbets Durban July as saddlecloth number 19. And as a result, Litigation is scratched here. But you mentioned the fact that the Equator is drifting. Warren Kennedy teams up with the Tony Peters stable. He's a 4-year-old son of Galileo. He's bred on world-class standards. He hasn't raced since the 24th of August 2024. He's never before raced in South Africa, but he's racing, or has been racing, amongst some very, very good horses in the Northern Hemisphere. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Equator make his presence felt here.
You know, the fact that the stable entered him in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and then he had a hiccup when he was favorite and a heavily punted favorite to win the Jubilee. This was the only other chance that they had to show his ability, because I'm certain that he must be a superb horse back home, because in that Jubilee where he hit a speed bump and was unfortunately taken out, that day the talk was so big that he will be a very hard horse to beat. As I mentioned, Graham, you know, for me, he's just an unknown in the race. It's the first time I get to have a look at him in the parade ring as well. You mentioned his outstanding pedigree. Well, just having a look at him pass by as we look at the equator, wow, Graham, he does grab your attention, doesn't he?
He certainly fills the eye. He's certainly a standout in the parade ring. Alistair Cohen is standing with Frank Robertson, who saddles Field Marshal. You mentioned there's been some money around for number 9 Field Marshal. He comes into the race with good, consistent, solid form.
Thanks so much, Graham. Thanks, Dee. He's got Frank Robinson here, who might have a date with destiny later on. Let's start with Field Marshal here. Frank, are you happy with the shape he's in?
Yeah, he's in very good shape. Obviously, that poor Pidos, we don't know how good he is, but we'll set up Candy, because I think he'll be in front. So we'll place him up there, and I think he'll run well. He's in a good space.
How's the big boy doing, Madison Valley? A lot of people have talked me into his corner of don't leave him out.
Yeah, look, he's better than his form, and he hasn't put a foot wrong, so we're in a good space.
And Shoot the Rapids, 12 months on from what was a great season, but near misses in those stayers races. Can he go one better?
Yeah, I think so. He's been gelded, so he's improved a bit, and he hasn't done much wrong. So I think he's a massive runner.
Thanks so much. Have a good day, Frank.
Pleasure.
Just want to have a quick word to Chauvet just before we go to MJ. Chauvet, how are the nerves with your father's first Hollywoodbets Durban July runner?
Very nervous, Alistair, but also very excited.
Good. Are you looking for? You're just embracing the moment?
Yeah, I have to. I mean, I like all my runners today, so hopefully they all run well.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Ali.
Let's go to MJ. He's hanging around in the corner of the parade ring.
JP van der Merwe has come and joined me. JP is retained by Gina Goldsmith and Greg Borch. They got 2 runners in the race, Magic Verse and Otto Lucan. You obviously had the pick, JP.
100%, Emmy. I just felt Otto Lucan's a little bit inconsistent, and there's just something about Magic Verse that I really love. It's a proper boykie. I just feel he maybe just needed his last couple of starts, his last 2 starts, and I do feel he's going to be spot on today. Obviously, the draw's not going to be easy, but we're out here fighting.
JP, a big day. You look rather relaxed today, I must be honest. Body language is very good to see.
Thank you, Emmy. Yeah, don't get too worked up, but I know what the plans are. Plan A, Plan B is there, so whatever happens, happens.
Have you got a lekker feeling about yourself?
I'm feeling good, Emmy.
Brilliant. JP van der Merwe is riding Magic Verse here. Obviously had the pick between Magic Verse and Otto Lucan.
Welcome back to the parade ring as we have a look at number 10, Magic Verse. We just heard a moment ago from JP van der Merwe. Recently floated up to Durban from Cape Town, raced in Cape Town on the 12th of June. And Otto Lucan last raced in Cape Town on the 25th of May. Otto Lucan has certainly turned his recent form around, managed to put 2 very good runs together behind Garrick's. But Magic Verse, he's going to the point that JP van der Merwe made, is that he's definitely a more genuine, maybe a more consistent type and slightly more predictable.
Yeah, he's a horse that's in superb form, and I did have a long chat with owner Greg Borch yesterday at the Hollywoodbets Media International launch, which was a wonderful function, Graham, hosted by you. And they were quietly confident that this horse is a massive runner in the race, number 10, Magic Verse. And I can see why, because he's got all the big names in his form lines. The one that really stands out is Garrick's and 8 on 18. But we'll see how it goes. I think Alistair has found the right man to try and tell us a bit more about the international pedigree, the horse that's Northern Hemisphere bred and debuting in South Africa, the Equator.
Yeah, couldn't be more key than chatting to Tony Peter about the Equator. Tony, so much has been said, but this is the first time we've seen him in the flesh. Just a beautiful, striking horse. First question, how long has he been in? How long has it taken you to get him to the level that you're happy to run him?
Yeah, he hasn't been all that long with us, but he's such a professional workman-like horse. I'm loving the way he's handling himself. There's a big crowd and he's just unfazed. But the big thing is that he hasn't had a prep. He's coming into this race over 2-2 with absolutely no prep. We've done what we can at home, but it's hard for any horse to step up over 2-2 without having a run after over a year's layoff. So we're a bit nervous, not really sure what to expect, but his homework's been very good. So please God, that layoff and no prep run doesn't take too much out of him and he can be competitive.
Is it one of those, if he won it wouldn't surprise, if he ran just out the money it wouldn't surprise you?
Exactly that. He's got the ability to definitely win a race like this, but like I say, he hasn't had the cobwebs blown out, so only the race is going to tell.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks.
Yep, thanks so much to Tony. Thanks so much to all the connections who chat to us here on any race day, but more so today. There's a little bit of help. They're coming out onto the track for the 2200, the Magical Kingdom Constellation, the first leg of the Place Accumulator.
And the field for the third race about to come out onto the track. It's the Grade 3 Magical Zulu Kingdom over 2200 meters, and there's 8 minutes to race time. The current favorite is number 4, the Equator, that's showing up at R4. And then number 9, Field Marshal, showing up at R5.50. The Place Accumulator is on just about R2 million, and there's 8 minutes remaining. The runners about to come out onto the course. They will parade and then head off to the 2200 meter marker. And in picture is Hotter Ruby and Callan Murray, and behind a Tunny Player with the blinkers on in the blue and yellow colors. Reminder, next up race 4, the start of the pick 6, race 5, start of the first jackpot. And here we look at number 1, Hotter Ruby, Callan Murray. We now go to the turf racing. They are parading on the poly. But from here until the 11th race, we're on the turf. And here's number 1, Hotter Ruby and Callan Murray at R24. Number 2, Tunny Player, Sereno Moodley. Here's number 3, Royal Edition and Jason Gates. It's now 7 minutes to race time. Here's number 5, Blackberry Moles. Smanga Kumala is the rider. A look at number 1, Hotter Ruby. Number 2, Tunny Player. The 7 horse, Navajo Nation, Kobeli de Harbour. Number 8, Johnny the Thief, has dislodged the rider, but it is under control as we look at number 5, Blackberry Moles. Just needs a leg up, does Marco van Rensburg. As we look at 5, Blackberry Moles, then the grey, number 12, Miss Platina. Horses were passed for the TCO2 test, but Johnny the Thief went for a second test and then passed. Here's number 13, Count Hutiku, and it's Ant Mahudla. As we look at number 11, Otter Luke and Louis MacArthur, is wearing the white cap. 9 is Field Marshal, Kabela Matsunyani. And Marco van Rensburg is back in the irons on Johnny the Thief. Count Hatiku is now on the way to the 2200, and then number 10, Magic Verse. Magic Verse like a rocking horse, and that's JP Vanamova. And here comes number 4, the current favorite, the Equator, and Warren Kennedy. There's now 5 minutes remaining. So here's a look at the Equator. Number 4, the Equator, passing by.
Just 4 minutes away from the running of the third race, which is the first leg of today's place accumulator. That pool rapidly approaching the 2 million rand mark. First leg of the place accumulator, the Magical Zulu Kingdom, 2200, grade 3. This contest with the scratching of number 6 litigation. Quite an active betting market, D's, quite a few horses fancied. I have to say, going back to number 4, the Equator, as we heard there from trainer Tony Peter, hasn't been seen this calendar year, has never been seen in South Africa. Very much an unknown quantity, but I liked what I saw in the parade ring, and I certainly liked what I saw on the way down to the start.
I think it's a really good moment for the stable that he's now debuting. It's long overdue. They've given him his time. And it's understandable that Tony Peter is erring on the side of caution. I think it's more the occasion and what the horse represents and what he could represent if he delivers as a racehorse. So whatever the results here, they'll be hoping for the best, and hopefully it's a number 1 box, because the pressure is on here, Graham, with this horse number 4, the Equator. The betting market suggests that there's no action for him. He's drifted right out. And personally, I think it's because punters are just, in the dark with what to expect from him. But he looked well, and he was presented well. He went down well to the start. They've engaged the services of our ex-champion jockey, now a champion in New Zealand. He ticks a lot of boxes when it comes to the way he was presented. But I think he's got a race on his hands here, and a big race at that.
Yeah, he does have a race on his hands. I want to ask you a question. Are you a Tunny player?
I am a Tunny player, but not in this race. And I like number 13, Count Hutiku. 542 kgs of horse flesh. I've got a line of form that jumps off the page, and it's a maiden form line behind a certain immediate edge. Level weights with him, 2.5 lengths, then worn. Not going to read anything to his run in the South African Derby, and his form lines down in the Western Cape have stood out. Hawkbill has since worn, Claw has since worn. If you go to the Ultimate King, that has since worn twice. 52 kgs, all he needs a bit of luck from the draw. I personally think at 25-1, he represented all the value in the race. If you're an immediate edge follower in this year's Hollywoodbets Durban July, you should have a bet on this horse.
Alistair's joined us here in the parade ring as the minutes tick down towards the first leg of the place accumulator, over 2,200 meters, the exact track and trip of this afternoon's 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Now, Alistair has seen a lot of Magic Verse and a lot of Otto Lucan up close and personal in recent months. Which of the two would you prefer?
Otto Lucan, without a shadow of doubt, Graham. I think that he's added an extra dimension to his game since the cheap pieces went off and the blinkers went on. I always pigeonholed him as a horse that was looking for a trip, but he's dropped back down to that middle distance range, and like I said, with the blinkers replacing the cheap pieces, he's definitely added an extra chink to his armor. One horse completely left field that I think represents some quartet value is number 7, Navajo Nation. James De Harbour takes her out for Wayo Mowing. He matched it with some weight for age horses on the half out. He was never a weight for age horse, but he kept that company, and since coming to Calmer Waters, he's shown a little bit of a bit more promise. Whether he reaches the trip, that remains a query for me, but he does move up with quite a lot in hand. So if James De Harbour can just sit quietly on him, when he starts to build up and counts a little bit longer, he could be a horse that stays on for the back end of trifectas and quartets. But the key horse here is undoubtedly number 4, the Equator. He'd never be a banker for me, only because we're unsure of what he's going to produce. It could be a monumental effort, or it could be one where he's out the money.
Yeah, indeed, what adds so much interest to the Hollywoodbets Durban July race day, the entire meeting, and Alistair alluded to there. You know, we've got horses from the Western Cape, we've got horses from the Highveld, we've got horses from the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, not just competing in the main race, but throughout the day, bringing different form lines into the equation. And that is what makes it such an intriguing day, such a competitive day, and not necessarily an easy day to work it all out. And a bet like the place accumulator on a day like today is a hugely popular bet.
I'd just like to add to that, it's not only the KZN champion season. For me, the last 3 months of the season is champion season. This is where our Equus stars are crowned, and we level up the form, as you mentioned, from the different jurisdictions. Place accumulator, all depends on 2 runners. 8 on 18, double Grand Slam. If they miss the PAs today, it's worth a fortune. But if the fancied runners have to arrive, I'm not going to say it's going to be paying purely just because of the size of the pools that we have, But there will be players out there that will be playing it hard, going with the form runners, and others that will be playing against the grain. In this race, I think you do well to get through with the minimum spend.
Yeah, there are a number of runners in this race. The opening leg of the place accumulator, as I said, that pool just about to top the 2 million rand mark. There are quite a few runners in here that have a bright chance of earning a top 3 placing. And of course, as far as the place accumulator is concerned, to qualify, to go through from leg 1 into leg 2, 1 or more of your selections have to run in the top 3 positions. Final preparations being made with the runners, but they're about to start loading, so let's head upstairs to Craig Peters.
Thanks, Graham. It's the Grade 3 Magical Zulu Kingdom over 2,200 metres, the consolation to the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Of course, that's the same distance as the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 2,200 metres. They're loading up. Field Marshal has gone in. Couple to load. Otto Lucan comes up the white cap. Magic Verse, Field Marshal and Johnny the Thief. Navajo Nation, Blackberry Malt, the Equator going in, that's the favourite. 2,200 metres, Tunny players in. Set, there's the flag they sent on their way from the 2,200 metre marker. And the grey Miss Platina is one of the trailers early on as they jostle for position. The Equator's right there in the early stages. Otter Ruby has a good position. Navajo Nation, Field Marshals on the outside. Johnny the Thief is also well positioned. They are followed then by Tunny Player, who's now racing about 3 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then comes Royal Edition. Further back in the run is Otter Lucan, that's got the white cap. Further back is Magic Verse. Blackberry Malt, that's in the yellow back, third to last. And then comes the grey, that's Miss Platina. And Count Huteku is the trailer, and it's about 12 or 13 lengths off the leader, and they're not going quick. Johnny the Thief has the speed. In second is Field Marshal, and Navajo Nation waits at the rail. On the inside, Hotter Ruby with the black sleeves, and on the outside is the Equator. That's back in 5th place, but only 3.5 lengths off the leader. Then Tunny Player, the outside of that, Royal Edition. They are followed further back by Archer Lucan's got the white cap. Then comes Magic Verse. Blackberry Malt is near the rail, yellow sleeves and cap. Then the grey Miss Platina, and on the outside of that, Count Huteku, and that's racing still 12-13 lengths off the leader. Johnny the Thief continues to control the pace now as they move towards that 800-metre region. In second position is Field Marshal. At the rail is Navajo Nation. The Equator is 4th. Archer Lucan continues to move around them with the white cap. Then comes Hotter Ruby. Further back is Royal Edition, Tunny Player. Counter Tuku's now trying to get around them. Blackberry Malt is further back in the run. Then Magic Verse, and Miss Platina continues to trail. They are homeward bound, just over 500 metres to go, and Johnny the Thief continues to lead it. On the inside, Navajo Nation. Then comes Field Marshal. On the outside, Archer Lucan. Tunny Player goes in for a run. Blackberry Malt is also trying to run on as they come to the 200, and Archer Lucan's a big runner, but it's got to get to Navajo Nation, and it's Navajo Nation just the leader. Behind that one there is Archer Lucan as they come down to the line. Archer Lucan has won it. Navajo Nation second, Magic first, third. Mayberry, Blackberry Malt ran into that 4th position. So that's the running of the 3rd, and a thrilling finish. Going to go to number 11, Otter Lucan. And this one is Louis Makotwa. James Crawford started passing them at about the 900-metre marker. Number 11, the Flower Alley. Well done, Greg Bortz and Gina Goldsmith. And bred by Vogelbush Drift and Maritz Fontaine. Navajo Nation moved up. Number 7 only gets beaten in the neck. Third, number 10, Magic Verse. Blackberry Malt and Johnny the Thief involved for 4th. Then came Count Huteku. So as we look at this, and the winner, 2 off the right-hand side with the sort of red blinkers and the white white cap, and that is Otter Lucan. Now 5-time winner from 27. Louis McCarter, the Flower Alley, produces it. Navajo Nation is in the green towards the left-hand side, and there's only about a neck in it at the line. So nearest us is number 11, Otter Lucan, and on the inside of that, Navajo Nation. Number 11 on the tote, 13 Rand 10, 13.10 and 3.30. And second position, number 7, which pays up 20 Rand a win and 5.90 a place. And then those placings get tight, but the tote favourite ended up number 4, the Equator. So the Equator was the tote favourite. Place accumulator got just short of 2 million Rand as we look at the start here, and the winner will come out of gate number 11 with the white cap, so that's 2 or 3 off the right hand side, and that's Otter Lucan. And the horse that runs second came out of gate number 7, the grey and green colours, as the race towards the 2,000 metre marker. Of course, it's the same start as Hollywoodbets Durban July. And at this stage, you'll see Louis McCarter. Well, there we look at the head-on, and Otter Lucan comes home with those red headgear and wins it for Louis McCarter, James Crawford, Greg Bortz and Gina Goldsmith from number 7, Navajo Nation. That was the first leg of the place accumulator, and another view of it here as Otter Lucan, the rider, gets up in the irons, and they win it by about a long head to a neck at the business end of race number 3. And if you look at it from this side again, as we did earlier, and that's Otter Lucan. 2 off the right-hand side, Navajo Nations with the green and grey, between them Johnny the Thief, Magic Verse, but down to the line, the victory is for number 11, which will return to the winner's enclosure here in front of the main grandstand, and will be met by owners Greg Bortz, Gina Goldsmith, and of course trainer James Crawford. Winning rider Louis McCarter under that 61 kilos. Started off from gate number 11 of the 13 as we look at this from the hind view, and returning to the winner's enclosure. This is Otter Lucan. Couple of meters away from the winner's enclosure, there's the salute from Louis McCarter as we receive this horse into the winner's enclosure. The Flower Alley, 5-time winner now from 27, bred by Vogelbush Drift and Maritzfontein. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Otter Lucan and Louis McCarter.
We'll get to MJ in just a moment, but the winner is number 11, Otter Lucan. Didn't get the best of trips round, was trapped out deep. Louis McCarter was come all the way here for 2 rides, and out of draw 11 over 2,200 meters, like 8 on 18, Otter Lucan has arrived. Big run in second from Navajo Nation. Graham, PA pulled just short of 2 million Rand there.
Yeah, well done to you. Kudos to you. Picked out Navajo Nation as a runner at a bit of value. Did about everything but win. Was a live contender all the way to the line, but Otter Lucan just a little too strong. And you even suggested that Otter Lucan was the better of the pair when compared with Magic Verse, who didn't disgrace himself back in third. So good race for Greg Bortz.
Yeah, absolutely. So those numbers 11, 7, 10 and 8. Magic Verse running into third, and Johnny the Thief burgling that 4th position. MJ Bailiff standing by to the jockey subway, and he's got a word.
James Leabers come and join me in Navajo Nation. It's got close at the finish.
Yes, I ran a very great race. We didn't think we'll run so close today, but I'm really appreciate that it shows us we've got the ability. So we're hoping to see more from head. I'm really happy.
And how did the race work out for you? Happy with the rest, except for getting beat, but the rest of the race?
Yes, the pace was a little bit fun, but it pulled back before we come by the 1,000, came back a little bit. My horse is a big striding horse, so he likes to use his stride. So I think it's how it caught himself, because before we turned home, the pace kicks again. So that's why they caught my horse flat-footed.
Lovely ride, James. It's James Leaber, apprentice, nearly won on Navajo Nation.
The magical Zulu Kingdom 2200, a grade 3 event for 300,000 Rand, has gone the way of Otto Lucan, who's trained by James Crawford, owned by Greg and Gina, and bred, of course, by Wilgeborstrift and Maritzfontein. It gives me great pleasure to introduce on stage Reverend Musa Zondi, who is the MEC for the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. Welcome to you, Reverend Musa. Lovely to have you on stage with us. And of course, he's joined by the one of the Hollywoodbets ambassadors, Pepsi Buthelezi, Hollywoodbets Sharks and Springbok player. Pepsi, you're most welcome. Lovely to be on stage with you as well to do the presentation. Otto Lucan, the winner, and he's groomed. Otto Lucan's groomed by Younger Dlamini, and Younger is going to come and join us on stage. And the groom is going to receive 2,000 Rand on behalf of Race Coast, and of course Hollywoodbets, and an extra 1,000 Rand from the tourism and film of KZN. Congratulations to you, Younger. Well done. All the very best. Thank you so much. The pleasure's absolutely ours, Younger. Well done. 2,000 Rand from Race Coast and 1,000 Rand from tourism and film. Where is Louis? Come through, Louis. I was just saying to Brandon Bailey a moment ago, unless there's been any changes, you've only got 2 rides today.
Yep.
Well, you've capitalized here in this grade 3. Tell us about the race.
Listen, obviously this is a big horse, you know, he's a horse that luxury races up handy. Had a bit of a bad draw today, so I came out positive to be handy. And there was a lot of pace on the inside, so I couldn't get there. I found myself 3 wide. I was going to use him to go a little bit forward again, but then I realized the pace was a bit sedate. I said, okay, it was fine. I'm not doing twice as much as anybody else. I'm doing exactly what they're doing. And he was relaxed. He was in a nice rhythm, in a nice demeanor in himself. And just before turn for home, I just tightened him up, and he was ready for that. And when he saw the other horse quicken up on the inside, he just found more. And the race was over.
The stable of James Crawford, before Brett Crawford, in a family that you know well, and a family and a stable that you've done well for.
Yeah, listen, it's a very nice family to work with. You know, they're very humble people. You know exactly where you stand with them. There's no beating around the bush. You do something wrong, you get reprimanded for it. If they do something wrong, and I tell them I think this was a bad idea, we go back to the drawing board. We work it out together. Long may it last.
Now, on your left is Reverend Musa Zondi, and of course Pepsi Buthelezi, who's of course part of the Sharks and part of the Springboks. They're doing the presentation for this grade 3 event. Well done to you, Louis. Hearty congratulations. Sterling ride. There's Louis Otwa, who's piloted Otto Lucan to victory. You're going to go to our right, Louis? Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let's get James Crawford in, who is responsible for the well-being of Otto Lucan. He was also responsible for the well-being of Count Hitiku. Good effort from this horse. Yeah, and I thought a sterling effort from the saddle from Louis as well.
Yeah, you know, Warren, I was a little bit concerned when Louis was going 3 wide, but, you know, he had him settled in a good rhythm and he switched off. And, you know, Louis and this horse just get along so well. It's like fluid in motion, to say the least. So I thought, you know, when Louis moved up and made his run, the horse quickened with him, and he's such a fighter. He fought on game to the line, and, you know, he won a very gutsy race carrying that weight on his back. So, yeah, I must just say a great ride to Louis. Big well done to Greg and Gina, to Wilgeborstrift and Maritzfontein, and to my whole team, and obviously to Hollywoodbets, our sponsor.
You've taken over the reins from Dad, who's no doubt going to do us proud overseas. And well done to you, because you're running 2 stables with your team, you know, in Cape Town and of course on the Highveld. And you're standing here on the big stage on one of the greatest days around the world, in my opinion. You must be proud. Well done.
No, thank you so much, Warren. It's nice to get the first feature off the back. And yeah, I must just say, obviously, to everyone who's stuck in the yard and continue to support me, a big thank you.
Yeah. And of course the big chap later on, all under control.
Yeah, no, he's very well, Warren. I'm very happy. I couldn't actually be happier with him heading into the race. You know, I don't think he's going to have it easy by any means. It's a very tough July this year, but we're very confident, and I think he'll run a big race.
Well done. There's Musa and Pepsi on your left. They've got some wonderful trophies for you to take home and add to your collection, your already bulging collection of trophies, and that's James Crawford, who is responsible for the conditioning of Otto Lucan. Well done to you, James. Congratulations. Let's get Mr. Greg Bortz and Gina Goldsmith onto the stage here in the winners area. Greg, before we talk about this win and your result in this race. To stand on the stage here and have a look at the sea of people, you can't help but get goosebumps.
It's absolutely fantastic to have a winner on Hollywoodbets' big day with the job that they put on, both for racing in the city and for the province. Is just a pleasure and a privilege. Amazing.
Now, a wonderful race, first and third for you, but Otto Luken's the one we're talking about. Good effort, lovely race.
Fantastic. You know, if you looked at the horses that ran first and third, they both had high enough mirror ratings to qualify for the main race today. We made a calculated decision for both of them to run in this race. I think it was the right call. And, you know, with first and third, we are absolutely thrilled. But, you know, enormous kudos to James. What a remarkable training feat. Took the horse from Cape Town up to Joburg, prepped it, came down in terrific condition. And to Louis, who rode such a confident ride. He didn't want to know from losing. And you saw it in the way that he finished the race.
Greg, you've done it before. You've been on the big stage. You've got it all. You've done it. But here we go again, and copy and paste, hopefully.
Hopefully. I mean, this race is referred to colloquially as the Consolation July, and it doesn't feel like a consolation winning it. It feels absolutely amazing. But unfortunately for Gina and myself, is we've experienced the biggest win of all, and it's addictive. And so, we can't stop there. We would love to have an opportunity to see if that feeling can repeat itself.
Well done. There's the team from the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs, Musa, and of course to Pepsi. He's doing the presentation with Greg Bortz and Gina, who's, I'm sure, not too far away. So well done to the entire team connected to Otto Luken, and of course the chairman of Race Coast on stage, Mr. Greg Bortz, receiving the trophy. Well done to Wilkeborgsdrift and Maritzfontein. They've bred Otto Luken. They're having a wonderful time of Wilkeborgsdrift and Maritzfontein. And thank you, Greg. Absolutely wonderful. And I don't know if there's anyone here from Wilkeborgsdrift and Maritzfontein, but nevertheless, they will get their trophies and all that they need to get. They're absolutely breeding up a storm, is Wilkeborgsdrift and Maritzfontein. So well done to Jess and Stevie and the whole team at the farm up in Kimberley. That's a wrap. The Magical Zulu Kingdom 2200 Grade 3 belongs to the son of Flower Alley, Otto Luken.
Meters, Tunny players in. Set, there's the flag they sent on their way from the 2200 meter marker, and the grey Miss Platina is one of the trailers early on as they jostle for position. The Equator's right there in the early stages. Otter Ruby has a good position. Navo Nation, Field Marshals on the outside. Johnny the Thief is also well positioned. They're followed then by Tunny Player, who's now racing about 3 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then comes Royal Edition. Further back in the run is Otto Luken, that's got the white cap. Further back is Magic Verse. Blackberry Malt, that's in the yellow back, third to last. And then comes the grey, that's Miss Platina. And Count Huteku is the trailer, and it's about 12 or 13 lengths off the leader, and they're not going quick. Johnny the Thief has the speed. In second is Field Marshal, and Navo Nation waits at the rail. On the inside, Hotter Ruby with the black sleeves, and on the outside is the Equator. That's back in 5th place, but only 3.5 lengths off the leader. Then Tunny Player, the outside of that, Royal Edition. They're followed further back by Otto Luken's got the white cap. Then comes Magic Verse. Blackberry Malt is near the rail, yellow sleeves and cap. Then the grey Miss Platina, and on the outside of that, Count Huteku, and that's racing still 12-13 lengths off the leader. Johnny the Thief continues to control the pace now as they move towards that 800 meter region. In second position is Field Marshal. At the rail is Navo Nation. The Equator is fourth. Otto Luken continues to move around them with the white cap. Then comes Hotter Ruby. Further back is Royal Edition, Tunny Player. Counter Tuku's now trying to get around them. Blackberry Malt is further back in the run. Then Magic Verse, and Miss Platina continues to trail. They are homeward bound just over 500 500 meters to go. And Johnny the Thief continues to lead it. On the inside, Navajo Nation. Then comes Field Marshal. On the outside, Archer Lucan. Tunny Player goes in for a run. Blackberry Malt is also trying to run on as they come to the 200. And Archer Lucan's a big runner, but it's got to get to Navajo Nation. And it's Navajo Nation just the leader. Behind that one there is Archer Lucan as they come down to the line. Archer Lucan has won it. Navajo Nation second. Magic first, third. Mayberry, Blackberry Malt ran into that fourth position. So that's the running of the third and a thrilling finish. Going to go to number 11, Otter Lucan. And this one is Louis McCartwell. James Crawford started passing them at about the 900 meter marker. Number 11, the Flower Alley. Well done, Greg Bortz and Gina Goldsmith. And bred by Vogelbush Drift and Maritz Fontaine. Navajo Nation moved up. Number 7 only gets beaten in the neck. Third, number 10, Magic Verse. Blackberry Malt and Johnny the Thief involved for fourth. Then came Count Hutiku. So as we look at this, and the winner, 2 off the right-hand side with the sort of red blinkers and the white cap, and that is Archer Lucan. Now 5-time winner from 27. Lou McCartwell, the Flower Alley, produces it. Navajo Nation is in the green towards the left-hand side, and there's only about a neck in it at the line. So nearest us is number 11, Archer Lucan, and on the inside of that, Navajo Nation. Number 11 on the tote, 13 Rand 10, 13.10 and 3.30. And second position, number 7, which pays up 20 Rand a win and 5.90 a place. And then those placings get tight, but the tote favourite ended up number 4 and returning to the winner's enclosure. This is Archer Lucan. Couple of meters away from the winner's enclosure, there's the salute from Louis McCartwell as we receive this horse.
Welcome back. It's pick 6 time here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. We're already under pressure time-wise. The fourth race, the first leg of the pick 6, is due off in just 12 minutes. But the 3,000 meter starting stalls are very close to the grandstand. This is the Durban Gold Vase over 3,000 meters, leading us into the Hong Kong Jockey Club Whirlpool Gold Cup at the end of the month. And your favourite is number 3, King Palace, from the Gareth Van Sale stable with Samanga Kamala aboard. And Dees, this is a team that have been in tremendous form. They nearly won earlier with Convocation.
Brilliant. Just the way Gareth is going about his business, of course, trying to win a KZN championship as a trainer. And when it comes to owners, Lucky Vest 12, Ravi Padiachi owns this with Dave McLean, Gary Player, and Mr. Parmanand. Ravi's having a wonderful run. In June, I think he had 6 winners, and he's already started the month of July on a bang. This horse hasn't stopped finding betting support, Graham, since the day the market opened at around 9-2. The horse shortest price was 5-2, but race time, we know things are going to ease out, and now trading at 3-1. Just having a look at the market with the other runners, Graham. The race time money is for number 5, Shoot the Rapids, from 4-1 into 22-10. Number 7, Ahead of the Facts, from 12-1 has attracted significant betting support into 11-2. Future Swing, on the other hand, has drifted right out. From 7-2, you can now get 7-1, and Holding Thumbs is the other that's drifted right out. 7-2, now 6-1. So it's an active betting market. Some of the fancied runners not finding any betting support, but the runners, if you want to follow the fixed odds front, Ahead of the Facts, King Pelez, and Field Marshal.
So Field Marshal getting the race time money for the opening leg of the pick 6 as that pool climbs towards the 10 million rand mark. But King Pelez, of course, we've been waiting, Dees, for him to go over 3,000 meters. He is the Derby winner. He's got a pedigree that suggests he'll stay all day. But let's cross over to Rahil and let's find out who he's chatting to.
Martin is with me. He's got number 13 Holding Thumbs. Lucky for some, unlucky for others?
Absolutely. Yeah, we try to qualify him for the July to get the guys into the big race, but we're delighted that this race is available. We also had him the consolation. He stays all day, he's exceptionally well. To me, there's 3 horses in the race. The King Pellez has beaten him twice, and we've beaten him once. And I think that a horse like Nebraska, which is on the way down, he's dropping in the weight. It's a very good stayer. And probably the third horse that you would look at is Shoot the Rapids. Those are the 3 I think they're going to fight it out. I think our horse is going to love the trip. Chad knows him very well. He's been riding him for 2 seasons now. And it's nice to get an opportunity to ride him in the feature.
Glenn, how was he saddling? Was he his usual self?
Well, I think if you look at him in the ring, if he's not the pick of the ring, if there's the best turned out, it would be him, in my opinion. Not that I'm biased.
Glenn, go well, all the best.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Glenn Cotton. Back to studio.
Eight minutes away from the running of the first leg of the pick 6, that pool above the 10 million rand mark, as we have a look at number 2, Coffee Berry, who's walking around behind number 1, Moment, as the runners are starting to prepare to leave the parade ring. Before they go out, D's, and before we hand up to the commentary box, your quick final thoughts about what you saw in the parade ring?
Yeah, you know, I'm going with the form horses here, Graham. The horse that's had no stamina doubts. But the one runner that's an unknown, and the fact that he's finding betting support, is this young 3-year-old called Head of the Facts, who is plus a half kg with Muziani up. Goes the distance for the first time, and I fancy on pedigree and what I've seen of him in the Western Cape, he is going to relish the extra distance. But horses are making their way onto the track. You don't have much time. It is going to be a massive pool that you're going to be playing into for the big one, the pick 6.
Runners passing by for the 4th race, the Grade 3 Durban Gold Vase, 3,000 metres. We look at number 9, Nebraska, and Craig Zaki. Balance of the field now stepping onto the track. We look at number 1, Moment, and Jeffrey Saister. The 3 horses, King Pearls, but here's Moment. King Pearls is number 3. Smanga Kamalo. Number 2, Coffee Berry, the mare, Philisandem Corley. Look at number 5 in the blue, Shoot the Rapids, Gavin Arena. This is 7, Ahead of the Facts, Muziani. Number 5, Shoot the Rapids, Gavin Arena. Number 10, Arvoni King, Nicholas Patel. 8 is Barsi Rockford, Matthew Thackeray. 4, To the Rescue, and Ant Mahudla. 13 is Holding Thumbs, Chad Little. Number 12 is Future Swing, Cabela Matsanyani with a companion. And there's 5 minutes to race time. They come past the grandstand on 2 occasions. And your favourite is number 3, King Pearls. That's at 3:30.
Yes, 3,000 meters, and you can see horses on the straight. It is plus the entire circumference of Hollywoodbets Greyville. You got a vantage point. You'll watch them pass the finishing line twice. It is the Durban Gold Vase, a Group 3 over 3,000 meters, and stamina, tactics are the two keys in winning this race. And possibly the horse that sets the standard is no doubt number 3, King Pearls, for Garrett Van Zyl and Samanga Kumalo. Fresh off a victory at Hollywoodbets Scottsville the other day, beating Holding Thumbs. Graham, that victory was most impressive.
It was impressive, and I've been waiting for him to go beyond even the middle distances of the Derby-type trips. He's got a stout pedigree. He's a brother to 2 other Derby winners, and I think he's going to love this 3,000 meters.
When we look at betting support, one of the horses that's attracting the race time money is number 5, Shoot the Rapids. And we saw him in this race last year where he was just beaten by his stable companion. Can he go one better?
There's no doubt he loves the track and trip, so there are no question marks about number 5, Shoot the Rapids. He was gelded a little while back. He's found his form in his last start with a close-up third behind Field Marshal, who, to be fair, didn't do very much to frank the form in its last start in the previous race. Field Marshal, he was a bit disappointing, having every chance, but running out of gas in the closing stages. But clearly, Shoot the Rapids, he loves the course and distance. He's been second, and it's not a course and distance that we often race over. 3,000 meters here at Hollywoodbets Greyville is something that is quite rare. It's confined.
Well, there's our drone footage. Magnificent. Look at the celebrations, and that's what it is. When you come racing, you're going to have a glorious time, and hopefully you're going to shout home a winner and have a little bit of hospitality and fashion to enjoy. And that's what it is all about. There's the village, and of course the track itself currently has the horses on it, because we have the field for the 4th race, the Durban Gold Vase, grade 3 over 3,000 meters. Horses are behaving pretty well. Now, what's fascinating about this race is that they jump from right in front of the grandstand. It's the only race of the day where there's a full lap, as it were, of the Greyville track. So you will definitely get a huge roar door as the gates open for the Durban Gold Vase, a Grade 3 event. Let's have a quick look at the field. We'll break away if they are going to start loading, but there's number 1 Moment, who only has 50 kilograms. So those top 2 50 kilograms are actually under sufferance in the race, but King Pellers is certainly a big runner, and there is Manga Kamalo for the Van Sale Yard, 60 kilograms. Scratch Bombers in the sky. Quick look at the second page because they're going to load, because most of the fancied runners, well, certainly some of them are there. Number 12 Future Swing and 13 Whole Thumb as big runners. Let's get down to our commentary for Durban Gold Vase. It's Sheldon Peters.
It's on their way from the 3,000 meter marker. Along the inside, Moment, Shoot the Rapids there. Holding Thumbs is in the black, and that's now moved up into second position. They'll follow it further back on the outside to the rescue. Racing up along the inside, Cofferberry, that's in the black and white, and races about 5 lengths off the leader. Ahead of the Facts between runners, King Pills is in the pink near the rail. Then further back in the runners are Vernie King, and that's giving them about 7 or 8 lengths start at this stage as they swing towards the 2,400 meter marker. And Moment has now opened up and leads it by about 3 or 4 lengths. Holding Thumbs has raced up into second position, and to the rescues on the outside. Shoot the Rapid is at the rail, racing about 6 lengths off the leader. Then comes ahead of the Facts. King Pills is further back in the running. Vernie King is in the white, that's near the rail. Then Cofferberry, that's racing about 7 or 8 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then comes Future Swing and Brass, and at the back is Barcy Rockfort, and that's racing about 12 or 13 lengths off the leader. As they go to the 1,700, and Moment continues to lead it. To the rescue is second, and Holding Thumbs at the rail third. Ahead of the Facts and Shoot the Rapids. They're about 5 or 6 lengths off the leader. Then comes King Pearls. Along the inside of that one is Cofferberry. Then comes Future Swing. Vernie King is in the white. Then Barcy Rockfort. And Nebras is still in the back seat, and that's racing about 12 or 13 lengths off the leader. 1,200 metres to go. Moment controls the pace. To the rescue has now raced up a half length second as we switch over to the drone. Holding Thumbs is back in third. Ahead of the Facts in the blue fourth, and Shoot the Rapids near the rail is fifth. King Pills in the pink on the outside. Cofferberry's near the rail, black and white. Then comes Future Swing with about 9 or 10 to go. Vernie King is in the white silks. Barcy Rockfort is second to last, and the trailer Nebras 12-13 lengths top to tail. A race towards the 800 metre mark, and Moment has controlled the pace. To the rescues back in second, then Holding Thumbs. On the outside of that, ahead of the Facts, and then comes Shoot the Rapids. King Pearls is on the outside in the pink. Then Cofferberry about 7 or 8 off them with Future Swing. Nebras is now on the move of Vernie King and Barcy Rockfort. They are homeward bound, and Moment is continuing to lead it. To the rescues now being asked to run. Holding Thumbs goes through in the black at the rail. Ahead of the Facts, and King Pearls makes an early move. Here comes King Pearls. Future Swing needs some running room. Shoot the Rapids on the inside and Nebras. Well, it's King Pearls who's gone clear over the 200, and King Pearls by 2 or 3. Holding Thumbs, Shoot the Rapids, but they're going to struggle to get to King Pearls, and this won't get caught. King Pearls has won by about 3 lengths. Holding Thumbs ahead of the Facts, and then came Shoot the Rapids. Behind that, Future Swing. So number 3, King Pearls is victorious. And this one is Smanga Kamala and Gareth Van Zyl, and you see the stickers down. And Smango's taken nice and cozy at the end as the Duke of Marmalade for Drakenstein stud. Smanga Kamala, number 3. Tote favourite 370 is victorious, wins by 3.5. Second, number 13, Holding Thumbs. 7 ahead of the Facts is third. Shoot the Rapids is fourth. And further back, Future Swing, and then Nebras. And here comes King Pearls. Lucky Vest 12cc, Ravi Pariachi, McLean Player, and Paramount. And they end up winning it. Win number 6 from 21, the 4-year-old. And as I say, tote favourite 370, and wins very convincingly at the business end of the 3,000 metres. And obviously there's only one way to go, and that's for the Gold Cup at the end of the month as King Pearls gets east down at the line and wins very convincingly. That is the running of the fourth race. Pick 6 pool shows up here as 13,553,211, and the tote favourite is home in race number 4. Sheldon will take you through the next couple of races. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Craig Peters. Well, that was an absolute doddle, a walk in the park for Smanga Kamala. Outstayed the opposition, sprinted away from them. Rachel, super impressive because it looked like a competitive race, but there was no race.
Oh, it was very competitive field on paper, but King Pelle's made it look absolutely easy. You know, fantastic for Smanga Kamala, made it easy groundwork. And, you know, this is the marathon trip, and he's proved he's an ultimate star.
Raheel, the market spoke. He's gone off tote favourite, so he will be a popular winner for sure. And I think we all thought that he could win and would be in the mix. But to smash them like that was super impressive.
Yeah, he certainly put his hand up as the leading contender for the race at the end of the month, the Gold Cup, and a proper performance today. And they finished how they did last time out in the Derby with King Pearls beating Holding Thumbs. That's the 1-2 past the line, and this horse he's just proven himself over these staying trips. The stamina has really kicked in as he's gone on as a 4-year-old, and yeah, I think a very smart performance from the son of Duke of Marmalade today. Smanga Kamala was aboard last time out. I thought he gave him a peach of a ride last time out, and today it was pretty much copy and paste. He brought him towards the stand side running rail, and he was able to deliver the goods. I mean, turning foam, Smanga just sort of peeled off the back of ahead of the facts, and this horse was a home and horse. I think he made up 2 lengths in a matter of 2 strides there, and I thought that's where the race was won. But yeah, a nice performance, 6-time winner now, and well done to all those involved here. King Pearls, a very dominant performance.
I think the punters enjoyed the race. If there's one person who enjoyed it more than anybody else, it's Gary Player, because the great Gary Player has a share in the winner, and his second horse he owns is actually in his colours. So if you see Gary on course today, just ask him for a couple of push-ups, because he'll be prepared to do them, having run first and second in the Gold Vase. Brilliant stuff, but what a triumph for the trainer as well. So a little bit of a form result, certainly for the first leg of the pick 6, because if you did have the scratching in, remember the litigation was due to run, Bombers in the Sky was due to run, so you will come through. Well, it's actually Bombers in the Sky that will bring it through. So if you had that number, which was number 6, then you will effectively double up in the pick 6. Popular result. We're off to a brief break. We're getting warmer, it's getting hotter, it's getting closer to the 129th running of the Durban July. We're here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Don't go too far away.
Thank you so much, Hollywood Foundation. Are you ready to meet our rising stars? We join all of them joining us right here. The future of fashion is about to take center stage right here at the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July. I'm going to call them by name, and then they'll join me here on stage. Show them some. First up, representing the brand Yulu, it is Yolanda Perez.
nothing better than a winner when you come to the races. But what about having won on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day? Look at the enthusiasm and the excitement. There's Gareth van Zyl, and there's Smunger. I've got a sneaky suspicion we might see Smunger again today. He's got a nice book of rides. Here's the official result. Number 3, King Pellis, wins the race and absolutely dominates for the owners, including Gary Player, who also owns, as I say, number 13, Holding Thumbs, first and second for him, ahead of the Facts. Nice run, staying on to go past Shoot the Rapids. The disappointment of the race was certainly Future Swing, who has let his supporters down a couple of times in recent weeks and months. That's your official result. It'll be a popular one for Pick 6 punters for sure. Well, it's time for us now to talk a little bit about this location, because of course Greyville has been here for many, many years, but it probably needed a little bit of an upgrade, and boy did it get it, because since the big boys came to town, there's been money, there's been passion invested, and Greyville Racecourse, now Hollywoodbets Greyville Racecourse, is an event area transformed.
This year, as of 1st of May, we now own Gold Circle. We've taken over the ownership of Gold Circle, and we've brought Gold Circle and Cape Racing under the banner of Race Coast. So it's a start of a new era. We've invested a lot of money into infrastructure, refurbishment, everything. The race course has had huge changes to it. You can see behind me in the parade ring, the big screens on the tote board here as well. The refurbishments here on the track, redoing the poly track, the grandstands, of course the LED lighting, probably the most exciting part of it, where we now are able to do light shows, and we're looking forward to showing that off on Hollywoodbets Durban July evening.
The project in itself is a massive scale project. We've focused on infrastructure investment, so it's not purely just an aesthetics, we're really focusing on the core infrastructure of the stadium, where we're focusing on the track lighting, backup generator power, new sound for the stadium, toilet facilities, grandstand seating, the parade ring. If you think about parade rings around the world, they are a real big focus on a race course, and we really wanted to put ourselves up there with the best in the world. We first started with horse safety, so the rubber walkways were in a bad state. We completely renovated those, adding in a new topping layer, not only just around the parade ring, but right down to the track, or the walkways leading down to the track. We have undertaken new fencing, new paving, new landscaping, an awesome new entrance arch. And then we brought in a brand new LED screen, and it's a massive 3 times size of the old screen. So a lot of core investments in them, but also an aesthetic upgrade for the facility. And we really then focused on how do we change these lights out to LEDs, which is the newer technology. LED comes with many different positive effects. Consumption, we lower nearly 50% of our electrical bills. The lux level and lighting levels are much brighter and better for racing quality at night, and it just gives us another layer to our events and what we can hold moving forward for night racing, Hollywoodbets Durban July, Gold Challenge. It was very, very exciting. So when we came in, we wanted to have a quick response to the racing community, show them that we've heard them with horse safety, jockey safety, and have a quick response on how we rejuvenate this track that everyone would be happy to race on the track. We've put our heads down for the last 4 or 5 months, day and night, 7 days a week to make it happen, and to have that feedback is great.
Well, kudos to Devon, Paul and the whole Hollywoodbets team, because talk about next level. This was a paradigm shift, and somebody who's here regularly, Rachel, would have seen those changes. I mean, you've got to pinch yourself, actually, because it's almost like a whole new event place.
It really is. It's quite magnificent. Unfortunately, I had my injury just as they'd started it, but it's quite cool because I had a bit of a sabbatical and came back to... It's like walking into Hollywood, excuse the pun.
Yes.
I mean, it's absolutely outstanding, and I'm so excited to come back to this brand new, magnificent racecourse. Seeing the LED lights reminded me so much the first time I saw them of my trip to Saudi Arabia. I was lucky enough to ride a winner there, and it's really uplifted us outstandingly.
you've summed it up perfectly. So exciting times for horse racing going forward. The investment has been made, and the day-to-day appreciation. I can imagine people are actually thinking, if you're in Durban, they're saying already from what we've seen, why aren't we here? It's a good question. You should be here. There's still time to come down.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's something to look forward to after racing as well, because there's going to be a light show as well, so you're going to be able to see all of these LED lights in action, and it's been terrific. I mean, there's obviously got a lot of thought, a lot of injection has gone into it, and it seems like it's been very positive. There's lots of good feedback about it. I mean, there was obviously a lot of talk about the poly track needing to be refurbished and all that, but we've got good feedback from about that, Neil. So yeah, I mean, it's a project that just continues to get better each day, and there's still plenty more to come once the season has been completed.
Absolutely, and you've already alluded to the fact that Rachel and I heard you. There's the 13th race, which you're going to be interested in. So, yeah, you're still involved in that?
We'll see. We'll see what's the results like after race number 12.
Well, we'll put up some betting on that race a little bit later if time allows. Wonderful stuff, because if you're going to have the best racing, which we do have, the South African horse racing product, you've been saying, Rachel, you took our brand to Saudi Arabia. We've had so much success over the years, whether it be Michael Roberts, who you know so well, before him, of course, the likes of Felix Coetzee, Dougie White. Well, actually, they came afterwards. But we've had so much success that back home, we need to be very proud of our product. And now I think we can certainly stand tall with what we're delivering.
Absolutely. You know, we've got every reason to be proud of our racing. We're recognised all over the world. We produce some of the best jockeys, the best trainers, top-class horses. And now we can really boast ourselves. You know, it's spectacular. If you haven't seen it, you've got to come see it for yourself.
Absolutely, no better day to do that. And of course, there will be other features during the Natal winter season, the KwaZulu-Natal winter season. But right now, it is about the 129th running of the Durban July. Again, Rachel, to you, do you ever think about that? I mean, your day-to-day job, of course, is to ride, but you are in a sport that has such a rich tapestry, so much history. And to ride in these big races and just be part of the atmosphere is part of history.
Exactly. You know, I think about it quite frequently. You are a part in the cog. 129 years we've had the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Of course, it hasn't always been the Hollywoodbets, but to look back and to have seen the people who've ridden in it, won it, the horses, every day there's a little piece of history we make, and you know, I'm just grateful every day to be a part of it.
I must tell you that I was talking to Stephen Kroetis the other day, and Stephen Kroetis said to me, Neil, were you at the first one? I think he was being a bit cheeky, saying 129 years. I haven't. But there's been some people who have been here for a long, long time. I was talking to someone during the week, actually, somebody who horse racing will know very well, Selwyn Nathan, and he was telling me, no, he was around when Sea Cottage got shot. So I said, really? And, you know, you've got all of those great stories that come out of racing. Of course, the modern era is creating new stories to tell, and this is all part of what we will expect today. Nobody knows exactly who's going to win the big race.
Absolutely. I mean, we've all got our thoughts and inklings as to who we believe could be the potential winner, but we'll never know. I mean, we'll know after 4 p.m. this afternoon, but yeah, it's always interesting whenever it's July time, everyone getting together, speaking about the race and going back years when you pull out the honor roll and you have a look at the great names and the great horses that have been able to win this prestigious race. I mean, it sort of gives you goosebumps. I mean, you touched on Alec Laird and the family going back to Sid Laird and those days. I mean, it's days that I wasn't even around for, and Rachel probably as well. And it's just so fascinating to see the horses that won the race. And I think the great thing about social media nowadays is that if you haven't watched the race, just pull up the name and have a look at it. I mean, the horses that we had back then compared to what we've got now, it's obviously totally different, and technology has improved a lot of things. But I mean, horse racing, it just continues to get better, and the history of the sport is incredible.
Well, your age, you two, lead me in perfectly to talk about young designers. And of course, we've got some footage coming off the stage right now. And of course, some people come for the racing. Obviously, some people come for the hospitality. But it's very much about showing your colours, literally. And we've got this whole designer award because people come and they want to be, as I said a little bit earlier on, a little bit flash. Some people like to go classy, and some people like to shock a little bit. But I find it fascinating, and again, it's one of those calendar dates you ring, because if you've got a new outfit, this is the place you want to show it off, Rach.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you come to the July, you think about it the day before, and you think, geez, I hope I'm going to look as good as everyone else. And I absolutely love the fashion. I'm not a very fashionable person myself, but you know, watching these people walk down the catwalk, oh, gives me goosebumps.
Well, we're all equipped. I must say that my wife gave me this Fabiani cravat today. She said, dump the tie, Neil. Go for a Fabiani cravat. You'll look magnificent. And Rachel did give me the thumbs up earlier on. So I'm maybe not quite as out there as this fella. But I think I'll just stick with my cravat, right? Because some of them, of course, are wonderful. And hours, dare I say, months, Raheel goes into developing. Hello. This is Shaka Lembe's coming out on the stage. He's trying to make a point, I think, with a spear over there. Yeah, so we've got more of that coming up, of course, and we'll continue to track that. Some great designers here. The young designers will be standing by for us. Now, let me put my two guests on the spot. First selection for both of you. Well, give me the horse that you think will win the Hollywoodbets Durban July and its main danger. Let's start with Raheel. Let's put him under pressure first.
Well, I mean, we made such a great point about Selukwe a bit early on, so I'm going to go with Selukwe as I don't want to be boring and say 8 on 18, so I'm going to go with the 6-horse Selukwe. There's a bit of value there for the guys that want to get involved on him, and he's currently priced up at around 10 to 1. He has found market support, so 10 to 1 Selukwe. I think he's going to be a big runner. The interesting horse in the race for me is a 3-year-old from the Mike de Kock yard, Immediate Edge, at 10 to 1, because I believe that he's the second best 3-year-old in the race, and I think at 10 to 1, we haven't seen a lot from him. He's already a 4-time winner. He's the unknown horse in the race for me, and I think that today he could make a serious statement.
And to Rachel's point, he gets 4 kilograms, although they're both 3-year-olds. So because of the reputation and the ability that 8 on 18 has shown Rachel, he has to carry 57. Immediate Edge only 53. You already pointed out with that quick maths we did that that's significant. So frequently they say with the Hollywoodbets Durban July over the years, it's not necessarily the best horse that wins the race because they might be handicapped out of it. So Immediate Edge has to have a chance.
Yes, he must do. I mean, that takes us back to the year Said Again ran second. You know, he should have been a certainty.
Yes.
Possibly could have won, but, you know, the weight stops trains. Yes. 53 kilos came and grabbed him on the line. And I have a feeling this is what we're going to face today. But in saying that, my selection is Gladiatorian. You know, I ride his full sister, and I know the class of this family. I know they can stay. They're all saying there's question marks whether he'll see out the distance. I think he will. And to me, that's my horse I'll be backing.
Okay, there you go. So Rachel has her own opinions. You're not allowed to bet on jockeys, hey?
No, I'm not.
No, so
we run our little family in-house betting, so that's my selection.
Yeah.
And we
I'm just saying, keeping it honest, Raheel's the man who's spending all the money, but take notes of what Rachel likes, please. For me, I think you're spot on because it's an interesting race for sure. At the value, I'm also going to try and beat the favourite. But anyway, let's get on to our Young Designer Awards, and that means Stacey Norman is going to be taking us through exactly what's happening on the stage as we head towards the 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Here's Stacey.
Award is to assist students to kickstart their careers and businesses within the fashion industry.
So the Young Designer Awards are important for the students because it gives them a platform to actually showcase their garments, but also to just show the world what they are capable of producing as students.
It's really one of the last platforms left for young designers to really get involved, get themselves recognized, use this platform to really springboard their careers off of.
The unprecedented numbers this year. A large part of that has to do with our partners coming to the party with the different prizes that are on offer.
Where we're contributing 150,000 rand, so they'll be competing for a share of the bursary that will go towards their studies.
The fact that you are here, it means you're already a winner. Those that will win, we will walk with you in terms.
Please welcome to the stage our celebrity MC, Stacey Norman.
How's that for an introduction? It's the celebrity MC part for me. Hello, Hollywoodbets Durban July 2025. How are you? Oh, guys, we're going to have to make a little bit more noise than that. We're into the fashion segment. Welcome to the Young Designer Award presented by Durban Fashion Fair. Had the privilege of getting to meet some of these designers and see their work last week at the Designer Preview, and wow, There is so much talent in this province. There is so much talent backstage, and you're about to get a front row seat to see exactly who you'll be wearing to the Hollywoodbets Durban July come this time next year. Now, this particular competition is not just about fashion at the root of it. It's a launch pad for the next generation of South African design talent. Future icons, future stars. It's held annually in KZN, and it's part of the prestigious Hollywoodbets Durban July. The Young Designer Award, commonly known as the YDA, celebrates creativity, vision, and emerging excellence in fashion. Now, these beautiful designers worked incredibly hard. They submit all of their design work via their institutions in a bid to win some very nice things. By way of example, our first prize winner will receive a fashion travel package to Johannesburg for an exclusive fashion situation, SA Fashion Week vibe, Spring-Summer 2025, courtesy of Racecourse and SA Fashion Week, plus a 70,000 Rand bursary from the Hollywood Foundation to support tuition or settle outstanding loans, 10,000 Rands in cash, courtesy of Racecourse and Schweppes, and a 5,000 Rand gift card, courtesy of Gateway Theatre of Shopping. Our second prize winner walks away with 50,000 Rand bursary from the Hollywood Foundation, 3,000 Rands in cash, courtesy of Racecourse and Schweppes, and a 2,000 Rand gift card, courtesy of Gateway. And lastly, our third prize winner, a 30,000 Rand bursary towards their studies, 2,000 Rands in cash from Racecourse and Schweppes, and a 1,000 Rand gift card, courtesy of Gateway. Now, each of our 10 finalists will receive 2,000 Rands in cash, on top of that, courtesy of Racecourse and Schweppes, and the winning college, a beautiful 30,000 Rand grant from Racecourse. Now, over the years, we know that our YDA finalists have gone on to achieve magical things. This year, we don't doubt it will be any different. From runways in South Africa to all over the country. The Hollywoodbets Durban July Young Designer Award, where passion meets possibility and talent gets the spotlight it deserves. Are we ready to see some fashion? Hollywoodbets Durban July. Please welcome on stage our first designers. Look, are we ready? Put your hands together. Where's the clapping at? Let's clap our hands, clap our hands. Stick it, come fast. Rally.
Light it up. This is the part where we live it up. So we gone, so long. I'm in Berlin with the crew like a high fashion show, and it's so surreal. I'm in Berlin with the crew like a high fashion show, and it's so surreal. I'm in Berlin with the crew like a high fashion show, and it's so surreal. I'm in Berlin with the crew like a high fashion show, and it's so surreal. Berlin. I fell in love with Berlin. I'm coming back. This time I'm bringing my friends.
Notile Makungo.
I fell in love with Berlin. I'm coming back. This time I'm bringing my friends. Cups and new kicks, rolling like we're new kids. Gold bricks, pull up in a cool whip. One hit, I'm high like a spaceship. Keep it low key, you can't take it.
Andile Mele.
All I wanna do is black out. Cold as the winter in the Alps, like a snowy Christmas mascot. So loud.
Manqoba Nguni. Setu Siswebu.
I got issues in my head, no, I can't let them spread, so I'm hopping in my car.
Neliswa Wabaza. Irene Price. Queenson Njweni. Ketsa Tango. How incredible. Please put your hands together for our top 10 Young Designer Award finalists for 2025 at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Word on the street is this was a very, very, very tough call. Over 150 entrants this year that ultimately had to be whittled down to what you see before you today, our Gorgina top 10. The designers along with all of their models. Cheer them on, guys, cheer them on. Gorgeous. This is fashion. This is the future. Look at KZN doing the things that need to be done. Glorious. Now each of the 10 finalists will be receiving 2,000 rands in cash courtesy of Racecourse and Schweppes. I'm not joined just here by gorgeous people in wonderful outfits. I'm joined by Hollywoodbets royalty, right? The Hollywoodbets Foundation do so much good work in the community, here in KZN, around the country, and the Hollywoodbets Foundation, the Hollywood Foundation, is contributing 150,000 rand in total to 3 of these amazing designers to ensure that their bursaries are taken care of, that their studies are done, that their student loans are sorted. So I'd like to welcome to the stage PR Officer of the Hollywood Foundation, Vuyisile Ngobese. Join me please, my love. Our top 10 are each getting 2,000 rands courtesy of Racecourse. Are we ready for our top 3 announcement? Are you ready? In third place, Mpilo Sitole from the University, Durban University of Technology. Congratulations! Congratulations, Mpilo, well done. In second place, Mangoba Nguni from Ingora Incubator. Well done, baby! Yay! I know that's right. I know that's right. And our winner is Andile Mele from Undudrobo Tibet College. Well done! Congratulations to all of our finalists, putting KZN fashion on the map. Hollywoodbets Durban July continue. I hope you win some money. My name's Stacey Norman. Continue to be fashionable and fabulous. Love you. Bye.
Thank you, Stacey. Congratulations, and a delighted winner there, and why not? A real career launcher. Well, this was earlier on, the horses cantering down to the start. Rachel, I'm going to bring you straight in here because we've got a situation, of course, where these are babies, as we call them. They're just 2-year-olds. Yes, they're about to turn 3, but they're the younger, I guess, kind of teenagers.
Yeah, they really are. And you know, the most difficult thing to judge with them is the improvements. Some improve between run to run. You'll see a different 2-year-old come through who you thought, you know, needed to improve or didn't. And these are my favorites. I love watching the babies.
So we know a lot about these horses. They do improve. Rachel summed it up, Raheel, but the one that catches all of our eyes is number 9, Another Dance for Me, which is a lovely name for a start. But Another Dance for Me comes from the Eastern Cape and is unbeaten. And from what we've seen, is a future great.
Yeah, she's always been considered to be the best one of the 3 from the Alan Creef yard. When we have a look at the likes of Direct Hit, Grade 1 winner winning Alan Robertson, and then Golden Palm, who went up to the Highveld and did a bit of damage there. So she's been the one that they've said has sort of set the standard, and she's unbeaten. She's 4 from 4. It's going to be interesting to see how she goes around the turn for the first time, going over 1,400 meters. On pedigree, there should be no issue with the distance. She's when it comes to the draw, it's very hard to sort of assess because they're all drawn next to one another, which I think is going to make for an interesting race, and it will come down to luck in running at the end of the day. But I think between 8, 9, 10, I think our winner is likely to come from one of those. If I'm going to be biased, I'm going to say number 8, Quickstep Gal. I want to see Tini Prinsloo, a trainer with a small string as opposed to Alan Creef, who's got a massive string out in PE, and then Sean Tarry. We all know that the numbers that Sean Tarry has been able to produce, and it would be good for Tini Prinsloo to be able to win with his daughter Vercingetrix. She romped home to victory last time out. Good looking filly as well, and
they've had a winner today already.
Correct. They this same ownership.
Yes.
Winning with the first race.
And Lightning Strike Trice, so we shall see. But Another Dance for Me is for me, but there is a second page I want to quickly show you, because number 13 is scratched. Rachel Wall is out, and so is 16 and 17, the reserve runners. But Kukenhoff is from the Canamere yard. I think she'll be a nice filly going forward. She ran behind Direct Hit, and Sean Veal was the one that rode that Prinsloo winner earlier on, and Sean could have a good day. He rides Gladiatorian in the big one. Jordash, the 12 horse, and then 14 Tina Lovelace and 15 Princess Kiera, both from the Sean Tarry yard. Warren Kennedy, by the way, has picked up the ride, as you see there, on 15 Princess Kiera. Well, we've got 2 minutes or so before the race, so let's have a look at the betting, and I'm going to throw it back to Raheel because he's been observing where the money has come for. I'll be surprised if there isn't money for 9, Another Dance for Me, because as we got close to the race, punters have got to make their mind up, and it looks to me as though she's going to go off a pretty confident first selection.
Yeah, Neil, it's often very important to follow the market as we get closer to race time, but this filly has just continued to find support ever since the markets were priced up. She's now trading at 16 to 10. I see Green Diamonds at 5 to 2 on the fixed odds front, 5.40 for a win on the tote, and then Quickstep Galwell, she's been around that mark of 7 to 2. The drift in the race has been number 10, Green Diamond. She opened up as the favorite. She went as big as 7 to 2, now trading at 5 to 2. So that's what the market looks like for those 3, and then you can pretty much write your own price about the balance. It's 14 to 1 and bet about the rest, with Educator being a 14 to 1 shot. She's the only other horse in single figures at 9.70. But I think when you have a look at trifectas, quartets, if you like a couple of these outsiders, they could be worth including into those trifectas and quartets.
It's amazing the differential in prices there. So look at number 10, Green Diamond. Did drift from the day the betting opened. Maybe you could argue the price wasn't right to begin with, but drifted, but now come back into 5 to 2, and yet the tote is pretty much friendless with regards to her, so it's paying R5.20, which is the equivalent of 4 to 1. So, you know, you pay your money, you take your price, and you see where you can get the value. But certainly from the exotics point of view, and this is the first leg of the jackpot, there'll be a popular choice. The thing is, on July Day, Rachel, these 2-year-olds, now we've got the fillies one here, and then of course coming up will be the Colts race, which is the Golden Horseshoe, the Grade 2, in the next race. But you hit the nail on the head. Some horses are precocious, come out and show their best form very early, don't train on. Generally speaking, though, by definition, your champions will start to blossom into their frame as they head towards being 3 and hit the classic years.
Yes, 100%. So, you know, as I see with the Quickstep Girl, Another Dance for Me, Green for Diamond, they all start, you know, looking like they are blossoming into champions. But I must add as well, for the 2-year-olds on July Day, what's particularly difficult is something they won't have experienced, which is the massive crowds and activity. And that's something you got to watch out, you know, check that their temperaments seem to be managing it. You know, those top 3 I've mentioned seem to have handled it 100%. but it's very tough for them.
Yeah, that's part of the right. I mean, I don't know if that is sweating up a little, but it's a hot day here, so I don't want to be over dramatic, but he looked like he was sweating up a bit. But it is about temperament. But it's time for us now to cross up for the first time today to Craig's son Sheldon, who'll be taking over duty. So let's join him for the commentary of race 5.
Educator in the full set of silks, Limitless Sky. Quick Step Girl to 8. 9, Another Dance for Me, unbeaten, 4 from 4. Kirkenhoff. Green Diamond, 1400 meters. Runners fired away from the 1400 meter marker, and if anything, Tina Lovelace maybe a step or two slow into stride, or maybe by design to tuck in at the end of the field. And pressing forward early on is number 8, Quick Step Gal and Kabela Matsanyani, past the 1200 a length and a quarter. Captain's Envy's right there with Clarewood Rose second and third. Captain's Envy mouth open for a second or two as we get the drone shot. Red cap of Green Diamond on the outside in 4th position, 1 out and back. Educators in the full set of silks got about 6 lengths to make up. Another Dance for Me, 4 from 4, looking to go 5 from 5 and has 5 lengths to make up. Limitless Sky further back in the running, Hataru. Kirkenhoff's got 10, 11, 12 lengths to make up with Wild Wild Green. Homeward Bound in the splash out Golden Slipper, just on 400 to go. Quick Step Gal, a length and a quarter. Green Diamond, the red cap now, going for a split to the inside. Captain's Envy looking to run on. Another Dance for Me's warming up all the while. 200 to go, and another Dance for Me hanging in violently, but has them all shook up. Another Dance for Me, strutting her stuff, and I'll have another. Quick Step Gal second, maybe Green Diamond for the minor positions, and Limitless Sky, but another Dance for Me has strutted her stuff in no uncertain terms. Well done to Alan Griff, Mr. Moore. Vosfontein Stud Bred, there you'll see running right away from the crowd to the inside, but 5 from 5, unbeaten, and delivers a powerful winning performance. Quick Step Gal, cracking performance back in that second position, beaten a length and a half. Red cap of Green Diamond, or Limitless Sky, maybe number 6, Limitless Sky. Green Diamond, Kirkenhoff. 300 meters to go, and when Another Dance for Me was hooked out, there you can see drifts violently towards the inside for a stride or two, and then 1 or 2 horses towards the inside just shifting around. But this is power, class and elegance from Port Elizabeth to KwaZulu-Natal to the winner's box. Let's go back and look at this last 50 meters. There you can see the powerful urgings of Richard Faree. He's not Richard Faree for nothing. He knows how to get the best out of these equine athletes. And this horse, 5 from 5. Chatting to Alan Creef yesterday, they were hoping for a big performance. They got the full Monty.
Well, that was unbelievable. And I just was saying to Rachel, you know, here in South Africa, we've got some terrific trainers, but none more so than Alan Creef. This is a tremendous job he's done with this horse. Kept her on the boil, brought her to the big race day of the year with all of these crowds here, and she's delivered. Yes, she did spook a bit. And just on that subject, Rachel, fascinating the close-up there, how Richard is shifting his weight to try and keep the filly straight. Tell us about that, because you deal with these wonderful thoroughbreds.
Yeah, you know, it's quite an art to try and keep them straight, especially, you know, it's probably a first time seeing so many people. I'm sure that will have given her a big fright, but you know, it's very difficult, and you're the one that balances the horse, and Richard will have done his best to try and, you know, knock horse interference to other runners and keep her on a straight course. And I see the saddle must have shifted a bit, because straight off the line he pushed his weight the other way to correct it, and you know, that's just masterful horsemanship, and that's one thing I have to say for Richard Faree. He's a proper horseman, a true jockey, and it's fantastic to see that kind of spectacular ability from the saddle from him.
Well, there she is, Rachel, tucked in 5th and going for a split. well, actually comes up the outside, doesn't she? And then hangs out. Why would that do? Why would a filly do that? Is it just inexperience? Because I'm thinking, right, if she learns to run straight, she's going to be even quicker and more impressive. So, which is a frightening thought.
Oh, it really is. You know, that's almost what you want to see. That she hasn't quite grasped what she's doing, and it's a lot to see. You'd imagine if you go stand at the 400 and you look at the building, it's very nerve-wracking for a horse. So to see her not quite knowing what she's doing, when she puts it together in her mind, I think this is a spectacular horse for the future.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more, and she has delivered for the punters. There was a lot of money for her. Here's the result for you, and it's going to be a popular one again. You know, this pick 6, everybody was saying, oh, it's impossible to catch. Well, so far we've gotten favourite. Very impressive. Worthwhile mentioning her pedigree. I've said already, trained by Alan Greif for Peter Moore, who of course is a Zimbabwean, and well done to you, Peter, because you got a champion here. Daughter of Master of My Fate out of a What a Winter Mare, Destiny Dancer, and bred by Team Varsfontein, and what a purchase she's proving to be. And it's a win for the Quebecer guys, all of the family down in PE. I don't know whether Neil Pretorius and Nadine are watching, but this is a delightful result for them, and thoroughly deserved. 9, 8, 6 and 10, that's the result as we head on. It is getting bigger and better and closer. The 129th running of the Durban July. We're here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, and the action continues. Will the favourites keep driving? They certainly have so far. Stay with us. We'll be back on Supersport and SABC after this. Well, that grandstand is getting busier and busier, the village likewise, and I would imagine that it's going to be pretty festive down there, because that's another favourite to arrive, and they have backed them and they have arrived. There's Richard. He'll be delighted with this, because I think he knows that the story is only just beginning for this filly. But again, coming back to that Alan Greif comment I made, what a top horseman he is. He could train winners wherever he was on the planet. Doesn't matter that he's come up from Quebec to Durban. If he was in Joburg, indeed if he was in America, Europe or England, he would train winners. Well done, Alan Greif. Well, of course, we've shown you a bit of fashion, but what about the rich and famous? And I'm not talking just about Raheel and Rachel, they're here with me, but the other rich and famous, young, good-looking people of the world. Well, they're on the red carpet, of course, and catching up with them a little bit earlier on was our special red carpet reporter. So Zanele is going to come in. Zanele Patelwe is the lady who is chatting to all of the important people, the real important people here today.
Oh, Zansi, I can't believe this day is finally here. For over 100 years, this specific event has been setting South Africa alight from right here at Tekwini. And this time around, 2025, Hollywoodbets Durban July is bigger, better, and the biggest scale on top of being just the premium event throughout the entertainment year. My friend, I tell you this, because yes, we know we have the side of getting into our horse racing, but you got to have the lifestyle too, right? Which is why, as Zanele Potelwa, aka the People's Champion, I'm reporting for duty as your queen of lifestyle alongside King Cat. And from music to fashion to everything that is the big spectacle that is the Hollywoodbets Durban July, honey, we got it all. And particularly talking about fashion, we know it's always trending on social media, and I've got an entire list of some of your favorite celebrities that are going to be right here at the Hollywoodbets Greyville racecourse, and I cannot wait to show you right here on the screen what they're wearing and what inspired it. It's all going to be happening, and we can't wait to be with you all the way until 6 p.m., but you got to make sure that you stay tuned, because baby, it's about to be a time. Now, something that we absolutely love about being South African is the fact that siyaqhenya in terms of who we are. And Sam, baby, namhlanje uzithi, hi, I'm a Zulu girl, huh?
Yes, definitely.
I love that. Sanwa Sam, why specifically this outfit namhlanje? What made you feel like you wanted to go in this direction?
So this is what I wore for my Zulu wedding, umembeso. So this is what inspired this look today.
That is so beautiful. And talk to me, umembeso, because I feel like it's such a beautiful thing that happens, but a lot of people don't actually know about it. In terms of what makes it so special, babe?
I love that you get to wear this big hat. Yeah, it shows that now you're a wife to be and you're ready to get into womanhood. So that's what I love about it.
That is so beautiful. And Sam, why do you feel like you always come out to eat Durban July? Why is the Hollywoodbets Durban July so important?
It's a good way to mingle with great people. There's always good entertainment, great food. This is what I love about it.
Sam, girl, you're an ambassador now, okay? You just sold it 100%. Stanwa Sam, I need to ask you very quickly before I let you go, what are you most looking forward to namhlanje?
Hopefully I win something. So I'm definitely betting.
Come on! And do you have any horses that you were looking at?
Yes, I do.
Ooh, tell me. Oh, you don't want to tell me because you want to win alone?
Yeah.
Sam, babe, we're supposed to be in this together. I thought girls stood together.
Yeah, I know. I'm keeping this to myself.
Sam, it's fine. I will allow it because it is a big winning day. And babe, thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Listen, Mzansi, she didn't want to tell me because you are here. So I'm going to continue with Sam and I'm going to try and get her to tell me. But oh man, we're still having such a good time here at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Sam, come on. We're having such a beautiful time at the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and it is also just because our eyes are feasting. Every now and again, you come across a designer with her muse, and today, Anthem, baby girl, how are you feeling as one of the designers here today?
I'm really excited. This is my first time, and I'm really and I'm really surprised about what I did, and I'm really excited to be here.
Oh, babe, first time and you killed it. Well done. But I do need to ask you what inspired this golden look. I mean, I think I know, but in terms of just all the shapes and the silhouette even, why did you go in this direction?
I was inspired by the City of Gold, the Ijozi. Yes, and the hat is representing the light, and the shwe is representing from the people from rural areas who come to Joburg looking for opportunities and all of that, yeah.
That is amazing. I definitely think that, not a lot of people always go into storytelling when they get into fashion, so that's amazing. So the question is today, is anyone getting married? Because the flower girls have arrived. Mbali, why do you look so stunning?
Oh, why do you look stunning? I love what you're wearing. Thank you. Oh, man.
I love what you're wearing. And I have to ask, Marvels of Mzansi, what was the entire inspiration?
The inspiration is Namakwaland. I wanted to look like all the wildflowers down the western and northern Cape of South Africa. And as Mbali, where must we come from? We must come from Bali.
Oh, my word. It is theme inception, Betuna. We are dealing with a smart woman here. Mbali, I know that the Durban July, particularly with Hollywoodbets, it is always just a spectacle. But why did you have to come here this year?
I had to come because we always have to see the fashion, we always have to see the people, and of course we have to see the horses, guys. We're here to support sports, and also we want to have a good time. We've gone through so much as a country. We have to have these moments where we just laugh and just, relax and just breathe.
I love that. Yeah. And Mama, you yourself, you're a marvel of Mzansi.
Thank you.
Of course, which is why I then need to ask you, in terms of marvels of Mzansi for you, what makes you the most proud to be a South African?
Ooh, So many things. We are the most talented people, including myself.
That's my girl, clock it. Yeah.
We are the most culturally diverse people, as well as myself. There's just so many things that we have that we can offer to the world. We've got our metals, we've got our food, we've got our plants, we've got our animals, we've got our gold. Like, there's so much to offer. And I feel if we can actually take ownership of what we have, people would be more proud to be South African, to be honest.
Oh, I'm voting for her for president.
Yes.
In how many years' time? 12 years' time.
Now. Let me take over.
Vali, we love you. Thank you so much,
Thank
my
you
babe.
so much. Have a good one.
You have an amazing one. And Mzansi, you know that we are having an amazing one. Make sure you do not go anywhere. The greatness is greatnessing. And more than anything else, we're having a good time with you. Balza, thank you. Babe, still have so much to do today.
Enjoy.
Thank you, baby. You look at
Well, we love the energy coming from the people's champion there. If you heard a few trumpets going off, that wasn't you. We've had an objection here. We'll see if we can find out the details thereof. The favourite won pretty well. Yes, did move. Whether it made a difference to the result, we shall see. But that's where the trumpets are gone. Anyway, thanks very much to the people's champion. And King Cat will be up in a couple of moments because we've got to talk about the most exceptional hat. And there have been plenty of great hats to report on here. So let's go take you to what that is all about. And on a day like this, you have to be wearing a hat. I hope it's exceptional.
All right, you guys, it is time for one of the most highly anticipated categories today here at the fashion stage. It is the most exceptional hat category. So we're going to see which hat is going to be taking it home. We've been seeing them all day. Let's see who wins big in this category.
Our judges have decided that on our third place is...
Drum roll, please.
Number 9.
Number 9. Number 9. Come on, go forward and just celebrate quickly. This is our third place, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause. And now,
thank you so much.
There are 2 left. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, who is taking the top spot? Is it number 7 or is it number 5? Can I see hands on air? Hands in the air. Is it 5 or a 7? 5 or a 7?
Ladies and gentlemen, on our second place is number 5.
Well done, number 5. Champion. And obviously, obvious. And our champion, looking amazing in her pearly white. Please give it up for number 7. Champion.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Brilliant stuff coming through. Well, we used to have a great jockey called Glenn Hat. He was an exceptional hat. But these hats are even better, I can tell you that much. So well done to all concerned. Okay, let's quickly clarify a bit of drama here. What is live television without drama? We've had an objection, the second horse against the winner, on the grounds of interference over the closing stages. Now, there's no doubt that there were grounds. The question, of course, that the stipendiary stewards, Rachel, will have to make up their mind, was there enough to suggest that the second horse would have beaten the first horse? I would use the word optimistic from Cabello's point of view, but having said that, he's well within his rights. So let me point out quickly, the horse with the red sleeves, right up the middle, with the green cap, the red sleeves, is the horse that has run second. Quick Step Gal with Cabello on board. Now here you can see on his left-hand side, our right as you look at, with the sheepskin noseband and the white cap, comes the winner. And there is movement, considerable movement. You can see Richard trying to move his weight, Rachel. There's no doubt that there are grounds, because it's quite clear, we can all see that the winner has moved over and taken up Quick Step Gal's running room. However, we would probably all say in racing, it's the manner in which the winner won that would probably negate that.
Yes, of course. You know what the second horse, Cabello Matsinyane, would have to prove is that without the interference, would he have finished in front of Richard Vree's horse? And, you know, just looking at the manner in which he finished, in my opinion,
Yes.
I don't think so. But of course, there is grounds for the objection.
100%, Raheel. So Cabello will probably be not too popular with some punters, but he is well within his rights because there was interference. He's quite right about that. It's just a question that the winner went past, blew the second one away, in my opinion too. Yours?
Yeah, it's all open to interpretation, and everyone's going to have their say on it. And yeah, I agree with you guys. I think the winner won with a lot more in hand than what the winning margin does suggest. And yes, Fouris Philly did come across, but I think at that point the race was done. I think the race was over going through the 150 or whether it was the 200-meter mark. I think the race was over, and I don't think that the objection is going to be upheld. I think.
Well, we'll see.
I think that the result.
If we were the stipendary board, it wouldn't be, but we're not the stipendary board, and that's what they are. They are experienced people. They know racing, and they will judge it. And also, as a different narrative, it's always fascinated me. We actually see now from Royal Ascot and Goodwood, when we take international racing, and indeed from America, we have cameras in the stipendary board, and we can actually hear. And it always interests me, Rachel, because this is where a jockey's intelligence can come shining through. How you actually make your claim, how you deliver it and say, well, you know, I was really badly interfered with, and the defending jockey has to make excuse for why the horse moved. So I find it very fascinating. But that's a key element which we never see, not yet. Maybe one day we'll get into the stipendary boards.
I really hope one day we do see it in this country. You know, I think it's a good key, and it really, you are quite correct. You need your evidence and your facts, and you need to back them up with what you're seeing on the camera. Yeah. And I know I've been told a couple of times in an objection that it's very clear that I'm the child of two lawyers. So it's very interesting, and I would absolutely love to see what's happening in that boardroom and hear the arguments from both sides.
Do you have any stats on your winning in the? I know your stats are very good when you're riding horses. What are your stats like in objections? Probably even better.
I think I've only lost one so far.
There you go. Brilliant. Okay, well, for favourite backers, thank heaven Rachel isn't riding the second horse, although Cabello himself is actually very eloquent, as we've seen. So he'll be making his case. And to repeat, Raheel, we saw it there. I mean, he does have a case. So sometimes in these situations, the stipendary stewards can say that was a frivolous objection, and your deposit, you have to make a deposit in order to delay proceedings to make an objection. I would think that would be refunded, because clearly the winner didn't stay straight.
Yeah, no, there is certainly grounds for that objection, which you alluded to, and we'll have to wait and see what the outcome is. But I agree with you. I think his deposit will be refunded. I mean, he's got a case, and there's definitely there's something to speak about there. But it's just the margin of victory that you've got to take a look at, and you've got to think to yourself that was probably big enough.
And also, the very point that Rachel said is that these are babies. So this is a filly who's never been to Greyville. She spent her life in Quebec winning races. Now she's up here, big grandstand noise, and that's where she veered away initially from probably the size of the grandstand and the noise. So that has to be factored in too, that yes, she was guilty of not staying on a straight course, but there were mitigating circumstances.
Absolutely, and you know, Richard Fourie tried his utmost. You could see, you know, he changed his hold on the reins, he shifted his weight, he changed his whip. There's not much else you can do to keep a 500-kilo animal straight when you only weigh 53 kilos.
We're going to delay the canter down to race 6, because I would imagine, let's quickly check, I'm sure Richard Fourie has a ride in this race, and probably does Cabello as well. So that was race 5. Both of those are going to be delayed. So Richard Fourie is riding one of the fancy runners, number 6 Malmesbury Missile here, and Cabello has also got a ride. He's riding another fancy runner, number 13 Charming Cheetah. I wonder if they'll be close together during this race. Anyway, it's time for us to go to Zanele, the People's Champion. Oh, Zanele, you're doing such a good job. Keep that passion coming through. Who else, VIP-wise, is in the house?
Betuna niyayiqonda imfashino nansi apha eThekwini. Thank you very much. Ladies, you look stunning. What inspired this?
Marvels of Mzansi, so we definitely thought gold, but also the woven basket speaks to Abomama Ekaya, so it's just like inspiration to say we are marvels of Mzansi.
And Sana, you are marvels indeed, my gorgeous. Yes, you are marvelous in fact. And babies, I need you to speak to us about the detail, because yes, the woven basket and everything, but even the hair.
Yes. So with the hair, what we wanted a hairstyle that's going to speak to the garment. As as you can see, it's all woven into each other. So the rings also are doing that. So I think just to speak to exactly what she said, South Africa is rich in gold. So just say it's never ending. Listen.
It's like a ring, never end. Why ni poetic? Why ni poetic?
We actually used to be poets, eh?
Yes. But ladies, I also know that when we talk about, style with twins particularly, why did you have to look exactly the same? I mean, you could have gone for something like a little bit different, if that makes sense.
It's slightly different.
Oh, sorry. School me, yes.
So what we normally do, Ne, I think to speak to the relationship that we have, we'll always try to make our outfits speak to each other. So it's not necessarily the same, but it speaks to each other to say, I'm one half of Zama twins, she's the other half. And together we make one. Guys, 1 + 1. Listen.
Equals 1 if you did not know. Thank you. But ladies, one last thing I need to ask you. How did you get into the car today?
We're literally standing. I think we're going to stand the whole day.
We were literally standing. Well, ladies, I wish you all of the best because honestly, it is worth it. You have given us a spectacle. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Anything for beauty. Listen, we suffer.
Exactly.
We just want to look good.
But you've done your country duty and we appreciate you. Mzansi, the goodness is all about the marvels of Mzansi. And we've come out in our numbers to show that, yes, we can indeed be proud as South Africans. But the goodness continues. And of course, don't forget to use the hashtag HDJ2025 as you tell us what you think about these spectacles. And of course, hashtag marvels of Mzansi. Ladies, I love this.
I love you.
People's champion rocking it. King Cat, thanks for the exceptional hat. I will keep you up to date on the developing action down there where the fashion is. There's not much developing action there. That's the parade ring. And there is a delay, which is because of this objection. As soon as we hear an outcome, whether it be upheld or overruled, we'll let you know. Here's the field for the next one. Now, I said earlier on, that was the fillies race 5, the fillies 2-year-old feature. Now we move on to the turn of the boys, the colts. So this is the Golden Horseshoe, the Amoda Golden Horseshoe, a grade 2. Same distance, and some interesting horses here. Number 1, Yippee Ki-Yay. Bruce Willis fans will be, what was that, Die Hard, in the movie Die Hard, he kept shouting Yippee Ki-Yay. Well, if you back it and it wins, you'll be shouting Yippee Ki-Yay because you're getting good odds. The last time I looked, he was 16 to 1. Number 2 is worthwhile just spending a second on because she's a filly, actually, taking on the colts. And probably not impossible that they knew how good the Krief runner was in the previous race, and they thought, well, let's take on the colts. And there has been some success in doing that. And although she's a filly, she gets her weight allowance, and I suspect she will certainly make them run. That's number 2, Elegantrix, who is only carrying 58.5 because, as I said, it is a filly. Then we got number 3, Chronicle King, one of the outsiders in the race, but well-bred, of son of Vercingetorix, trained by Candace Dawson. 4's an interesting horse from the Dean Canamere yard for Field Spring Racing and Dr. Amy Watchorn, because Craig Zaki rides from a good draw. Could be anything. Won very impressively on debut. 5, Military Command, trained by Peter Muscat. Warren Kennedy rides. Here's number 6, Malmesbury Missile, who was so impressive in winning the Gate Crasher last time. Richard Ferree rides, and this is the money horse. Opened 9 to 2 in the week, now 5 to 2. We'll check on the latest betting shortly. 7, Tenjuka is trained by Alec Laird, was well beaten by Malmesbury Missile, but there was money for him on that day. 8, Intensity is Marco van Rensburg, and quite highly rated actually on the basis of the good performance in the gold medallion. MJ Udendal trains that. Then number 9, I'm a Fireball, also well-bred, son of Vercingetorix, out of the well-performed mare Gibraltar Blue. And Hollywood Racing, of course, raced that. Anthony Delpesh is the nominee of that group, and he will be our guest, actually. So he popped in to say, is it okay, Neil, if I go to the parade ring and saddle my horse? And, of course, we said, absolutely, Anthony, you can come back later. Sean Veal rides this, blinkers on first time. 10, Tin Pan Alley. Money for the Shrudy. Smunga Kamalo rides. Sean Tarry. Smunga's had a winner already, of course. Let's turn over the page, shall we, to a very interesting name, number 11, Porridge Boy. If you had your jungle oats this morning, you'll be backing Porridge Boy. Pierre Stradham. Wow, what a master in the irons. Porridge Boy will be ridden by Pierre. Jockeys can't make horses run faster, but if anybody could, it would be Pierre Stradham. 12 is Count of Rouen. 13 is Charming Cheetah. That's Cabello's ride. He'll be looking a bit grumpy because I've just heard that the result of the objection has come through. Number 14, Soldier Boy, is ridden by Tristan Godden and trained by Mike Miller. So, scratched, obviously, 15, 16, 17. I alluded to it. Let me confirm that the result stands. The objection has been overruled. The only surprise about that, which I think, my own little 2 cents worth, is that apparently they forfeited the money. Maybe it's because they've delayed the racing and they feel they need to punish him, but it's a bit harsh, perhaps. Although, having said that, she was never going to win the other objection.
No, exactly. You know, I'm surprised, but I'm impressed as well that they'd forfeited the deposits, and you know, that just shows the Stipes know what they're doing, and they would have objected beforehand, called the race for
Yes, that is interesting. So I suppose when you do object, you're second-guessing the Stipes. Anyway, they've wrapped them over the knuckles for that. Here are these lovely 2-year-olds. Folks out there, if you've never owned a racehorse, look what you're missing. These are incredible animals. They truly are. And as we said earlier on, Rachel confirmed it, Raheel, these are sort of babies. They're still growing. They're improving all the time. And they're new to racing. Here's a lovely-looking son of Buffalo Bill Cody. That's number 1, Yippee-Ki-Yay, out of a Silvano mare. So many beautiful pedigrees, Raheel. But still very early days for all of them in their career.
Yeah, absolutely. The horse that catches the eye when it comes to size is the favorite, number 6, Malmesbury Missile, because he weighs in excess of 500 kilograms and he's quite a strapping son of Give Me the Green Light. And there he is behind number 4, Aristocratic. And I'll be keeping a very close eye on this horse moving down to the start. There's no doubt that his last win was out the top draw, the manner in which he was able to quicken up, and he was just in need of that run as well. That run would have brought him on a lot. He'll no doubt strip a much fitter horse for this assignment. He's drawn in gate number 6 as he was last time out. It is a bigger field, but he's certainly going to be a big runner. This horse, number 4, Aristocratic.
Well, he could be anything, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could be anything. I'm interested to get your thoughts and Rachel's thoughts on him from the Dean Caname yard, because he was super impressive on debut. He still seems like quite a laid-back son of the non-platina. There's number 6 going down. He's floating. I thought he would look nice. And then there's a 4. Rachel, your thoughts here?
This number 4 horse, Aristocratic, he does look lovely and calm here, but he is quite a temperamental son of Dana Platina. I know his first start, he was scratched for refusing to load into the starting gate, and you know, he's quite a tricky individual, but he has endless amounts of talent. However, in this lineup, there's a horse here that catches me called Charming Cheetah, number 13. I haven't seen him come by yet. Now, I won this horse's first start. Oh, has he been down already?
Yep.
Oh, no, I'm very disappointed because I absolutely...
We'll find it. We'll see if we can... We've got an expert in the van called Wesley who's probably backed it. So if he can find number 13, Charming Cheetah, especially for Rachel. Because Rachel, you, as you were just about to say, you rode it on debut. Lovely horse.
He won an outstanding race. I haven't felt a 2-year-old. We ran into so much trouble. There was a wall of horses in front of us, and it was like putting my foot down in a Ferrari. He found the gap, he took it, and I came home, no use of the whip, easy. And I said to Robin Klaassen, this is a top horse. Last starts in the gold medallion, the Group 1. He just about should have won. He ran into a bit of trouble as well, and he just got beat on the line. And in this type of lineup, if he was drawn in the first 5, I'd say he's a certainty. But here, drawn 13, bit of caution to the whip. But this is a race.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I've never seen anybody try to get a bet on live on television until Raheel heard what Rachel said and is now reaching for his phone. High praise indeed. But yes, different track and so forth. But certainly a horse with a lot of future, as you heard Rachel telling you. Right, let's move on, because we've got, of course, our story of the invited designers, and there's in sort of sections, a little bit actually like the horses running later on are established, and then we have the 2-year-olds running now. Well, it's the same with designers, because there are rising stars that have been identified in the fashion area, and our man King Cat, as we now refer to him, is keeping an eye on that. So let's look forward to where are the great designers coming from in the next couple of years. Here they are. Here are the stellar ones of tomorrow.
Joining me now is Sandile, one of the invited designers. So how are you doing?
Good, thanks, and you?
I'm fantastic. So I was speaking to you a little bit earlier about the work that you do with the DFF. Tell me a little bit more about that.
I'm the one of DFF alumni. I started as a young designer. Now I'm an invited designer for this year's HTJ showcase. Yeah.
Tell me about the designs that you created for the showcase and what inspired your collection.
Our inspiration was drawn from the Drakensberg Mountains. So we're basically looking at the layers and we interpreted into our collection, looking at the layers, the landscape, and just the richness of the area, Umnambisi as a whole. And then we took this and then we created our beautiful collection.
Why do you think the Durban July is such a great platform for emerging designers and local designers all around?
Like for anything that's without a development stage, there's no future. So basically, it's a very great platform for the young designers because development stage is a very critical stage. If you start right, then you are more likely to succeed.
Absolutely. Now, the theme this year is Marvels of Mzansi. What's your interpretation of that?
Yeah, my interpretation basically was the mountain. I was just looking at our beautiful landscape. So I took the landscape roots and then infused it with bit of culture because I like doing the upcycling of saris so that our collection becomes sustainable because we're also pushing the sustainability movement as well.
Sandile, thank you so much for chatting to me. All the best for the future, right?
Thank you so much for having me.
More action right here at the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Thanks, Kat. Look at this. This is the Durban view as we see it. There's Moses Mabhida, the home of some great football, rugby, of course, over the years. Not too far from there is the Durban Country Club for some great golf has been played. And right in front of us now is the home of the Durban July for what has been 128 years today, the 129th running. And we mentioned now taken over by the sponsor, Hollywoodbets. And boy, what a job they are doing, as we've seen, transforming the track and all of the facilities here. Very exciting. It's the first one where we have actually raced after all of the changes. And remember, we've got 12 races here, so we head into the evening and we are being promised a light spectacular. Well, we've seen some spectacular drama. Just to confirm, in case you missed, objection in the previous race, second against first, but it was overruled. My panel of experts on the left-hand side and right-hand side here all said it would be, and it was. And unfortunately, for those that made the objection, their deposit has been forfeited. But that is past and finished, and most punters will be happy because the tote favourite won. Coming back to Malmesbury Missile, I suppose we heard about Namakwa-land earlier on. We should be saying Malmesbury, you know, with the Malmesbury Bray. People coming from Malmesbury wouldn't be calling it Malmesbury Bray, they'll be saying Malmesbury Bray. So Malmesbury Missile, he looked like a big unit. I just wonder on that side of things, Rachel, whether the Greyville track is quite tight, isn't it? I mean, and he's a big striding horse. He won here last time, but if you look at his pedigree, he probably in time to come might want a mile, maybe even further.
Yes, he definitely appears to be that type of horse, and you know, last time he did have to get going a bit early. You know, Richard Free rode him.
Busy with him, yeah.
Yeah, pulled him out top of the straight, coming up that hill, and yeah, it was, I think, it was a smaller field than we have now, and he'll definitely need a bit of luck in his corner today.
Yeah, I think that's well something in some respects a little similar, I suppose, to 8 on 18. Same story. When he won the Daily News, Raheel, he won his race at the top of the straight. There were 6 horses in that race. He looped them as Richard Faree does. I'll tell you one thing about Richard Faree, he never dies wondering. Hit the front early and the race was over, but you can't be doing that in an 18-horse field. So similar here for Malmesbury Missile, who ran in a 10-horse field. A few more to negotiate here. Would he be your first choice, Malmesbury Missile, or would you look to beat him?
Yeah, he's going to be my first choice, Neil. I was just impressed by the way he was able to get the victory last time out. He just could continue to find all the way to the line, and going on the yard mentioning that he's going to strip a much fitter horse today, and he would have needed that run as well. I think there's plenty of positives about the son of Give Me the Green Light, and I think he's only going to get better as a 3-year-old. He's still a baby, as Rachel has touched on with these horses. All improve at different intervals, but I think he's starting to hit his straps now, and he could be an exciting 3-year-old to follow.
Well, earlier today when Rachel arrived with her very snazzy waistcoat on, I'm afraid, Raheel, she blew you and I, as much as we tried, out of the water. I wonder if her filly can't get the better of the colts again here, because I do respect this Elegantrix a lot. I've seen her in Johannesburg, and she is excellent. And we all know in racing, if there's one yard that are prolific with their 2-year-olds, it's Cornet Spies. His father, Turpie Spies, was the same. They're known for it. Gavin Lorena rides. record is exceptional, drawn well at 2. So I'm saying your colt might beat my filly, but I think whatever beats Elegantrix will probably win the race.
I agree. You know, she gets a 1.5 fillies allowance, and I think she is a big runner here. But in that, I failed to mention another horse that caught my eye last time. I didn't mention Intensity, number 8.
Okay.
He was flying at the finish, crying out for 1400.
Okay, well, Intensity is the last one, but we've got Intensity aplenty. Sheldon is calling them in. This is race 6, the Golden Horseshoe, Grade 2. Come in, Sheldon.
Intensity's an 8. Tin Pan Alley to step in. Soldier Boy. Looking to the inside, the filly Elegantrix. Counterbrowen, 1400 meters. Aristocratic. Hoods on. Box 4. Yellow 4. We're waiting on Aristocratic, who's paying 10 Rand 60 a win. Flags up. Here they come from the 1400 meter marker. Aristocratic just seemed to take a slightly awkward beginning there, second to last for the time being, as Soldier Boy drops out to trail, and Charming Cheetah, one of the back markers. Yippee Kaye and Elegantrix, the first two to respond, with the filly Elegantrix getting a clean break, going on a length and a half. Yippee Kaye's hard against the steel in second. Alongside Military Command, the blue cap and white sheepskin noseband. Tin Pan Alley had to be taken out for a stride or two. Then we have Chronicle King further back in the running in about 5th position. Malmesbury Missile is scraping paint at the rail, 5 lengths off the leaders. Intensity Counterbrowen's further back in the running. Tenjuku, they got their 9-10 lengths to make up. Aristocratic to win from there will be a marvelous performance. Top of the lane now. Elegantrix by a neck, but Military Command quickly moves in. Now Tin Pan Alley's trying to run on. Chronicle King, they come together. Malmesbury Missiles burning towards the inside. Malmesbury Missiles coming at Military Command the last 100. Chronicle King still right there. Tin Pan Alley. Chronicle King though digs down deep and he's reaching for the stars. From in second, Malmesbury Missile as they go past the line. Chronicle King, Malmesbury Missile, Tin Pan Alley and Aristocratic recovered to run a cracking 4th, but it's going to be Chronicle King to take home the Grade 2. And Chronicle King got into a little bit of a bumpy match coming to the 200 meter marker, and that probably gave him the momentum to shoot away. He ricocheted away from them. And this individual certainly got the ability for the Candace Dawson stable, the Vercingetorix, now a 2-time winner. There you'll see they come together. It's in front now. Tin Pan Alley and Chronicle King bump each other. Elegantrix gets taken totally out of the race, so quite a lot of argy-bargy. But the John Finlayson colours for Candace Dawson, the Narrow Creek stud, the Vercingetorix. Chronicle King's his name, and he will be the king today. That's number 3, Muzieni, the winning pilot. What does number 3 pay up? 21 Rand 50 and 5 Rand 10 a spot. As we look at Chronicle King coming down to the line. Green and yellow silks. Got urged on at about the 200 meter marker, and then shot away from the field coming to the last 100 meters. Look at gate 4. Aristocratic, probably a step or two slow to go. Chronicle King's alongside, and they jump together. Aristocratic's taken back. Chronicle King, the winner's 3 off the inside. And just looking for a perfect position. Elegantrix got totally taken out that last 200 meters in a messy run race. But as they come to the line, Muzieni salutes. He kisses to the crowd. And Chronicle King crowns it today over the last 150 meters. Well done to the Candace Dawson team. There you can see just waiting in about 5th position at the rail. Yippee Kaye was strong, 1 or 2 others. Also a little bit strong in the running. Malmesbury Missile, he was towards the inside. He started to fire up. But there you can see Tin Pan Alley and Chronicle King come together in a stirring duel, and as soon as they brush one another, Chronicle King says, "Not for me today. I'm going to shoot on by and straight to the winner's box." So winner's box bound, number 3, Chronicle King. The Vercingetorix from the Candace Dawson stable, bred by the Narrow Creek stud. Muzieni is the winning pilot, and they're about to return to the winner's enclosure, and they're going to take home the lion's share. And that first prize, let's have a look at that first prize, which is 445,312 rand. Well done to all concerned. His name is Chronicle King, and winning's his game today.
What a performance from Chronicle King, because he was probably interfered more than anybody else. The initial movement from Tin Pan Alley came right across him, but Muzi didn't panic. He stayed in his lane. Then he moved back again, which unfortunately looked a bit like bumper cars, didn't it? Because then the filly got the worst of it, although to be fair, I think maybe she was already starting to tire. But this horse showed some real resolve to put the interference behind him and win well.
Yeah, that was very brave. You know, that's kind of where you would like a jockey like Muzieni in the irons here. He's brave as they come, he takes it, he probably grabbed that horse and said, "Come, let's go," and it said, "Absolutely, into war we are." And, you know, what a spectacular victory. So fantastic for Candace Dawson and John Finlayson, the owner.
Absolutely, well done. A shout out to the breeders, Narrow Creek stud. They bred a beautiful son of Vercingetorix here. No surprise on a pedigree point of view, Raheel, because the mother's a daughter of Western Winter, and had form, you know, in Johannesburg. Whispering Death is very highly rated. Whispering Death named, of course, after the great fast bowler, the West Indian fast bowler, Michael Holding, quite right, my producer, who's obviously there to watch all those test matches, I suspect. But yes, Chronicle King has gone a step up. I mean, right here, Raheel, he's actually cruising, and he's coming through. Now look at that. I think one has to say that it's Smunga looking for racing room. Yeah. And what was odd, because when he found it, then he didn't quicken. But taking nothing away from Chronicle King, who then showed real guts, as Rachel said, to rally back.
Yeah, as a 2-year-old, I mean, to show that much of fight and that much of tenacity, to be able to overcome those sort of interferences, just shows about the horse, and he's got plenty of character. And I mean, he had the Malmesbury Missile comfortably back in second position, so I think it's a win full of merit. I think he looks set for the Premier Stakes on at the end of the month. 1600 meters will suit him down to the ground. He was a maiden winner over the distance, so a very, very nice performance. A hard-fought victory here, but he's shown plenty of heart, and I think this win, the yard would have seen that he's got something about him, because no horse with no heart or no sort of courage does that. Yeah. And he's been able to, as I mentioned, overcome a few obstacles in the run-in to be able to win, and still win with a bit in hand. So in terms of the exotics, it is a blowout in terms of the pick six. He was a big outsider at around 33-1. He's turned around the 7 lengths behind Tin Pan Alley, and he's actually made it about 8-9 lengths in the end that he's turned around. So a nice result if you included number 3, Chronicle King. Well done to Candace Dawson and Muzieni, and he's now a 2-time winner. A very good performance.
Yeah, we're going to go to a brief break now. We're about 50 minutes, 51, 52 minutes away from the main race. So that's up next, the big one, the 129th running of the Durban July, right here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. I just want to say one last thing. I wouldn't rule out Malmesbury Missile altogether. He ran almost like a horse we said needs a mile or 1800. The other horse, Chronicle King, caught it quickened away from him, but far from disgraced.
Absolutely, you know, that was a good run, gallant effort in the second. And I'm sure we'll have a different story over a mile when he sees it.
Absolutely, because he's a big, strong, strapping horse for sure. Right, time for us to go to a brief break. And we continue with our countdown to the big one. It's the next one, the 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July. You know I'm going to say it. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we're live on SuperSport and SABC, and the action is just getting hotter and hotter. I'm loving these drone pictures, so clear on a beautiful day. I'm still looking, I can't see one single cloud in the sky. And there'll be no clouds in the sky for Muzieni. He'll be on cloud 9 as he boots home number 3. There he is, one of the most likable fellows you could ever come across. Well done, Muzi, terrific. They say that dynamite comes in small packages. Well, in the jockey's room, there is no smaller package than Muzieni, but both him and Horse did a terrific job there of keeping their calm and booting home. Quick shout out as well to Candace Dawson, the trainer. She is a lady trainer who looks after her horses and given the opportunity delivers, and they have done so today. So well done to John Finlayson as well, the owner. Well, it's time for us to get back onto the red carpet because the people's champion is down there, and she's been telling us that the VIPs are still arriving because they are now coming in for the big one, the main race of the day, the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Let's get down to the red carpet again.
Now, Zanzi, one thing you should know about the Hollywoodbets Durban July is the fact that whenever it makes a promise, oh, honey, it's going to deliver. Hello! Do you see what I mean? We had to go and find you because one of the best dressed in my eyes.
Oh, my God, really?
Yes, really. Oh, please, it's acting
so shy. So it's like, I'd like to thank everyone in South Africa.
Fufo, you are literally someone who is just blazing a trail internationally. When you thought marvels of Mzansi as a celebrity stylist, why did you see this for yourself?
So I thought, obviously, my outfit is inspired by the greatest marvel to ever come out of South Africa. Yes. Actually, not one, but two, which is Gold and myself.
Oh, honey, yes.
And the idea I had, obviously, Gold is the foundation of what our modern economy is built on. But also, I wanted to honor the miners who actually are the backbone of what our economy is born of.
Oh, wow.
And also, my great-grandfather was actually a miner, so...
Popo, you're giving us storytelling, you're giving us symbolism, you're giving us so much. Is this why you are the greatest marvel to come out of Africa?
Exactly.
Exactly
that.
Popo, I have to ask you, especially because I have your expertise right here with us.
Okay.
Who is the best dressed outside of you today at the Hollywoodbets Durban July?
Oh, damn, that's so hard. But you know what? I saw Sarah Langa in Balmain,
yes,
styled by myself,
yes,
as Kotane.
Wow.
And for me, it's like, you know, so many people will take it literally to what a marvel is. And I thought to myself, well, like subcultures are as important as mainstream or traditional cultures in a country. It's what unites us, and there's no subculture that had a hold over South Africa more than this Kotane era.
Come on, I love that. And more than anything else, it's something that's unique to South Africa.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
We don't have that anywhere else.
I love that, honey. And Pupo, I love the fact that you indeed were someone who took this specific theme and you didn't just take it literally, but you also made it a story, just like South Africa always is.
Thank you so much.
Of course. One last thing I need to know in terms of Durban July and everything else. What's your favorite part about it?
The fashion.
Darling.
I love seeing what everyone else is wearing and seeing it in real life and judging it in real life.
Judging? I'll take it.
4K.
In 4K. Fufu, we love you. We love your work. Thank you so much. And honey, you absolutely killed it.
Thank you for featuring me.
Anytime, Zanzi. You gotta stay exactly where you are because the goodness continues. And my Pupo, I love this. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Killed it.
Zanele absolutely having lots of fun with our VIP guest down there. Well, I can't help but think that maybe once upon a time, Zanele, the people's champion, was the protege of the lady who joins me, because at the end of the day, Carol, you're the first lady of sport, and it's great to have you here. Anthony and I are going to give you a round of applause for arriving. You should have been in the exceptional hat category.
Oh, okay. You like it? You like?
I love it. I love it. We actually it's so big, we're picking up a signal from other... It's beautiful. We're probably going to get Hong Kong racing coming over here.
Look at you.
But anyway, listen, you're here because you have a role to play. You're a Hollywoodbets ambassador for a start.
Yep.
But you're no stranger to this race. I mean, you presented, you were at the draw, so you love coming racing.
I love it. I really, really, really love it. But what I'm loving even more is how we've seen the focus really being on the racing on the day. Not so much, look, it is a social event, but more of the focus now through the years is on what it is that we actually are here for, and that is the racing.
Absolutely, well said. Well, Anthony over there is a working, actually. So first of all, Anthony, thank you for spending some time with us, because you said you had 8 runners today?
Yeah, we got 9. There was a
9.
scratching and one got in. So
which one? Oh, Tobacconist has got in.
Tobacconist got in, yeah. So
okay.
He's a bit of a dark horse.
Now, for those that don't know, I mean, horse racing fans watching will know Anthony straight away, because he's a man who's ridden with success, obviously, here in South Africa, but also in Hong Kong, Vengeance of Rain, all over the world. And he has won this race 4 times. So I said I had to introduce him by finding some footage of one of those wins. He's won the race so many times, we'll spend an hour here if we showed you all of them. But the one I chose was Igugu, because it was such a special performance. Anthony will tell us a little bit about it when we look. But here's Anthony Delpesh in action in his heyday, riding the winner of this race, the Durban July, on Igugu.
Castlethorpe, homeward bound, happy landing, Igugu and Emerald Cove, Bravura's on the outside, Big City Life, Pierre Jordan, 300 to go, Igugu strikes the front, Emerald Cove down the center, Bravura, English Gardens running on, Big City Life between them comes home, Igugu, Big City Life, Pierre Jordan, English Garden, Emerald Cove, it's Igugu and Pierre Jordan, English Gardens flying, Igugu, flash of fire blaze through the field to beat Pierre Jordan, English Garden, the Apaches between them.
Well, we love it. We love it. Here's the close-up event. You're waving at the crowd. And take us through. I mean, we'd love to know. You know, we sit here and we watch racing, but we don't ride these wonderful thoroughbreds. The emotion. Take me through the emotions. I'm sure you'll remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's a feeling that every time we go, as much as I've done it before, but every time we go past that winning post first, winning the Durban July, it's something that you can't explain to people. You've got to be done it to understand it. The goosebumps, I mean, she was a superstar, and obviously I was really confident in her chance of winning. And the race really ran well for me. I was in perfect position, strike at the right time, and she was top class. This race brings goosebumps. I had goosebumps when just watching the race. I mean, it's a race all jockeys want to win, and I've been privileged to have won it 4 times.
You took the words out of my mouth, because we watched them turning for home, and you had that perfect position on the rail and quickened. And kudos to you for getting that position and winning the race. But I think you'll agree with me, it's a tough race. If you're in the wrong position and horses are dropping back on you, it can be a nightmare.
Yeah, it can, especially with her. She's a filly that likes to gallop, and actually me and my trainer was in 2 minds. Must we lead or must... It's too hard to lead the whole way, so just let something lead you, because she's tough. She could grind them out. Yeah, you know, if you don't have the right horse and you're stuck on the fence and the horse in front of you comes back, that's your chance is gone. And I'm lucky that horse managed to carry me through to the top of the straight. At the top of the straight, I got on my bicycle and I was gone.
Listen, I must sing your praises, because we've shown you Igugu winning, but it happened 3 other times. Bold Silvano in the same colours, right?
Bold Silvano in the same colours, and Gray's in, and also Gray's in, Classic Flag, and Igugu. Yeah, those are the 4.
Wonderful stuff. Which was your favourite?
I think Igugu was my favourite. She was my favourite filly. She was a girl. I won a triple tiara on her.
Yes.
She gone on to win the J&B Met afterwards. So she was always my favourite, and she was probably the best filly I've ever ridden.
Wonderful. So Carol and I are in awe of you. We've established that. But now, Carol and I want to take Anthony and you to have a look at the favourite for this year's event. So much talk about 8 on 18. No doubt about his ability. He's a champion 3-year-old. He's already won Group 1s, but of course he's been asked to carry 57 as a 3-year-old. It's a tough task, but he's trained by a champion trainer, and he's ridden by Richard Fourie, the man who broke Anthony's record. We'll talk about that after we have a look at the race favourite for the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 8 on 18.
8 on 18, still got 5 to make up. Atticus Finch and See It Again. Oriental Charm hard up on the outside. Red Palace, Montian, 8 on 18. Then comes Rascallion and See It Again. 150 left to run. Montian running the race of his life. Red Palace and 8 on 18. Oriental Charm, Rascallion, 8 on 18. Ace, 8 on 18 has won it.
Very hard to make him look bad. He doesn't need any photoshopping in his when he's out there. He's just that beautiful and that athletic. He's got it all. He's got the pedigree, and he's just he's like the alpha male when he comes out here. So they all going to have a bit of trouble dealing with him, I can assure you.
I think the favourite cracked the top draw 11. He's got left and right. He can go either way. He can watch them fighting and get over, and he can position himself where he wants to be. And he knows he's got a hell of a kick, and he knows there's going to be pace in the race.
I do think that we have enough horse that if maybe something doesn't go quite his way, he's got enough talent to overcome that and still be the horse to beat here. So I think we've got a little bit of play. I've pushed him to a limit at the moment that I've never really done, because he's very young and he's at that age now where I can actually say, right, let's do some more. So he's coming into the race, which I think is the best that I've ever had him.
Well, bold talk there from Justin Snaith. He's a man, great horseman, passionate and almost a perfectionist. And, well, if he says the horse is as best as he can be, you can take it that that is the truth. I want to bring Carol in here because you were at the draw, and there's always an interesting thing there because the draw is so important. And you were right there, and you can hear the groans and moans of those that draw 16 and upwards, but also the excitement and relief of those that drew well. What was it like?
Really, really exciting. Obviously, all eyes were on, you know, Justin Snaith to see where he would draw, having the favourite. He wasn't very happy.
Wasn't
he? Number. No, he wasn't.
Okay.
He wasn't. He didn't look very happy at all. I think he wanted to be further up the field.
Yeah. But 11's not the worst. In fact, there's an argument, Anthony, and you've ridden this race to victory 4 times. There's an argument that draw 1 and 2 is not that clever because they come over you, don't they?
Yeah, if you don't have the speed, and they're going to come over you. And 8 of 18 is a horse that likes to be given a chance. So I would think draw 11 is pretty good draw. I don't think Richard wants to be caught on the fence.
Yeah.
He'll be kicking himself one off the fence, so he's got an option to come out for a run. I mean, with his turn of foot, he doesn't want to be stuck behind.
No, I agree with you. I think it would be giving you options. But that's Justin as a trainer. I think Richard himself. I want to just spend a brief moment talking about Richard, who's the race rider, champion jockey. This time last year, Anthony and I were in the parade ring, and you'll remember I had both Anthony and Richard because I wanted to speak to him because that was where the baton was handed over. Now, this man here rode an unbelievable 334 winners in the season of 98-99. I don't think anybody on the planet thought, including yourself, that would ever be broken. But Richard did it last year with a 378. Incredible. No one can put that into context but you.
Yeah, I actually thought I'd take it to my grave.
So did we.
I never thought someone would break it. I mean, I really, after that season, it took me like 2 months to recover from traveling and doing it. So I take my hat off to Richard for what he achieved. He actually smashed it more than just broke it. So listen, it's a fantastic achievement. He's riding at the moment is unbelievable. He's the right jockey on the favourite.
He is indeed, but it is incredible, and I'm glad you said it took a lot out of you, because for people that don't know, you're not riding in one venue, you're travelling all over the country. Well, what were your Voyager miles like when you did that?
It was very good. Those days there was Voyager miles with SAA. So,
okay.
So yeah, it was very good. Yeah, listen, I only had 1 day off, was a Monday, and every other day was a race day. So it is tiring. It takes out a lot on your body. Had injuries through it, but rode through with painkillers. Yeah. If you want to achieve something like that, you've just got to sacrifice.
It's a remarkable effort, remarkable, and he's still in form this year. Just as you can see, we've got scrolling at the bottom. If you've just joined us, a reminder that we've got there in the white block, those are the fixed odds that the bookmaker will offer you. So probably Hollywoodbets odds there, 16-1. There's Salukwe at 10-1, Rainbow Lorikeet at 33-1. But next to it is the totalisator return. So if you're looking at Pomodoro's Jet now, returning 33-1 on the bookmakers, but only 21 rand 40 on the tote. So quietly fancied on the tote. There's My Best Shot, who is a sensation. They've had a winner from Port Elizabeth, Carol. There might be another one now. So we are going to go to the presentation. Graham Hawkins is standing by with the jockey role for this year.
Please welcome JP van der Merwe, looking to go back-to-back on Oriental Charm. He wears the sash from last year. Now we bring out the rest of the riders in number order. They'll take up their positions on the podium, and we'll introduce them to you as they get onto the podium. They're led out by number 2, Madison Valley's rider Gavin Larena. who won it, of course, a couple of years back on Comedy Dung, and is currently the champion jockey. The leading jockey in South Africa is on 245. He rides Madison Value. Here comes Samanga Kamalo, twice a winner. He won it with Heavy Metal and Sparkling Water. Samanga Kamalo rides On My Honor. Calvin Habib in the predominantly black colours with the yellow cap. He rides Atticus Finch. He rode Atticus Finch to victory in the Betway Summer Cup. Calvin, 77 winners this season. Say hi to the crowd. They look forward to seeing you. Give them a nice wave. There's Calvin Habib. Number 5, Championship Tracing. Craig Zaki, the real prince. He's had 239 winners this season already, has Craig Zaki, and the real prince is hoping for his first ever victory in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. A popular figure amongst the locals here, so let's hear it. Let's give it up for Sereno Moodley, who rides number 6, Salukwe, for the Andre Nell stable. He's on 65 winners for the season. He, of course, won the World Sports Bet in Greyville 1900. Riding number 7 is Diego de Gavea. Number 7 is Rainbow Lorikeet, Candice Bass Robinson. Diego has had a quiet season thus far. He's in the fluorescent pink colours with a bright yellow chevron. Say hi to the crowd, Diego. Have you said hi to the crowd, Diego? He's not hearing me. Number 8, Pomodoro's Jet, Atandiwe Mgutwa. Where's the black cap? He's been placed in this race before. He rides Pomodoro's Jet, who hasn't been seen since March. He's been placed in the race before. Number 9 is My Best Shot. Let's give it up for Chase Morjan. Alan Krief, what a season he's had. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Alan Krief and all that he's achieved throughout the country. And Chase Morjan rides the East Cape Derby winner, My Best Shot. Number 10, we welcome back to South Africa, Callan Murray, 18 winners already, including 2 Grade 1s. He rides number 10, Immediate Edge for the De Kock team. Callan Murray, welcome back to South Africa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, already a 3-times winner of the July, looking for his 4th victory in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, riding the favourite in the Nick Johnson colours on behalf of Nick and Mr. Johan Rupert. Please welcome our current defending champion jockey, Richard Fourie. Riding number 12, Purple Pitcher. He won the race 2 years ago in Winchester Mansion. Cabello Matsunyani wearing the Stinky Pooey colours. There's Cabello. Riding number 13, Okavango, also in the Nick Johnson colours, but wearing the green cap with 37 winners already under his belt after his remarkable comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Andrew Fortune. Number 14 is Confederate, South Africa's champion jockey, now New Zealand's champion jockey. Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Greyville. He's been placed in the July before. Can he win it on number 14, Confederate? A big round of applause for Warren Kennedy. Now a man who's grown in stature throughout the season. He's ridden 105 winners this term, never before, plus 100. Number 16 is Gladiatorian. Sean Veal rides for Stuart Ferry. Sean Veal. 17 is Royal Victory. Moosey's just had a winner. He's looking to get another. He's ridden 140 for the season. He was 3rd last year on Royal Victory. He looks to go better this time around. Moosey on 17, Royal Victory. Tristan Godden, the local lad, rides number 18, Native Ruler from the West Draw of all. And Native Ruler carries the colours of Mr. Greg Bortz. Of course, they are the defending champion colours. They've been seen in the winners' enclosure today. Let's hear it for Tristan Godden. And last but by no means least, he gets into the race riding number 19, Litigation. He came oh so close to winning the July on Smungy Mungy all those years ago. Let's give it up for Grant Vernickirk, who rides the Verner's Coast. Number 19, Litigation, who's by, of course, the former July winner, grays in for the Sean Terry stable. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for the 18 Warriors, who will go down to the 2,200-metre start. They'll jump away at 4 o'clock. Here they are, the class of 2025.
Thanks very much, Graham. The roll call for the class of 2025. Who will take home the big result? Well, we will find out after we go to a brief break. When you come back, I'll get Anthony's thoughts and also What has Carol got her money on? Well, the crowds have been pouring in all day, particularly when we opened up this morning and looked through the curtains and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. These were the lads coming out. There's Gavin Lorena, who's on the verge of taking Richard Ferree's title. It's going to be close. And, well, they all look good-humoured here, but they won't be in a couple of moments. When those gates open, it's every man and every horse for themselves, because the competition is relentless. You can only be one winner, as they said in the Highlander. There can only be one winner of the Durban July, the Hollywoodbets Durban July for 2025. Who will it be? Which jockey will it be? Which trainer? We shall find out. Right now, though, let's get back to the red carpet. You saw from that drone, people are still pouring in. And if they're pouring in, that means so are the celebrities. Here are the rich and famous, still arriving on the red carpet.
Now, Zanzi, when we said we were going to be having a good time, we did not know it was going to be this much. Make sure you're hitting us up, hashtag HDJ2025, as we not only get into the horse racing, but also get into the fashion. Becky, how are you, honey?
Hey, Zanila, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I saw you from the corner of my eye, and I'm like, who is this light?
It's this golden African king.
Come on, Becky, talk to us a little bit. What exactly inspired you with this specific look for Marvels of Mzansi?
Cool. So in South Africa, we've got one of the best suns. So this is me, Ray of Sunshine. And this print, I think it's a leopard print, I don't know, but it's kind of representing Big Five. Yes. And I've got a bit of gold because of the mines in South Africa. So, Dungumzansi, literally.
Honey,
yeah.
you are the melting pot of Africa.
Literally, yeah.
I'm so obsessed with that. And more than anything else, when people see you, they might think gold, but you said, no, I will confuse the enemy.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be the sun.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
Becky, I also know that when it comes to you and the Durban July, I saw all over social media, you said it's your first one.
I'm excited.
Yes.
I think this for me is a dream come true. I'm very much excited.
Why is it a dream come true?
I love fashion. I've always wanted to attend such events. So I think being here today, right now with you, it's amazing. Yeah.
And of course, I mean, it is premium because it's a Hollywoodbets Durban July. But then talk to me about perception versus reality. What for you absolutely stood out the most and you got here and you were like, Haibo, it's actually like this and it's this amazing?
I think for me, it's the VIP experience I've been experiencing at the Hollywoodbets Marquee. So I think the bottomless strings, the fun, the people. And I think I've already gotten some outfit ideas for the after party.
Oh, come on. Yeah. And that's the thing about the Hollywoodbets Durban July. The party never stops.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And I want to ask you, because this is something I haven't asked anyone, particularly in terms of fashion and the horses. Are you a betting man? Have you betted today?
I mean, I want to. I feel lucky. Look, so I feel lucky. Yes. So let me tell you something about my outfit.
Yeah.
The shoes are Mason Margiela, and I ordered them beginning of the month, and they actually got to my house 2 days ago.
What?
2 days before I flew out.
I love that.
I promise you. So I feel lucky I will be betting. Yeah.
I love that.
I will be betting.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Becky, make sure that it is. Actually, no, let me not tell you in front of everyone. I'll tell you. I've got some, some hints that I think. But Becky, thank you so much, my lovely.
Thank you for having me.
Of
Cool.
course.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Mzansi, I am telling you, hashtag HDJ 2025. It's lit up social media, and the likes of Becky are one of the reasons, but it's also because of you. You're letting us know exactly what it is you're enjoying, what you're loving, particularly when it comes to fashion. But of course, we're also getting into the horse racing and so much more right here at the Hollywoodbets Racecourse. It is one of the most incredible days and one of the most incredible ways in which we celebrate eThekwini.
Well, I don't know who's going to be more exhausted at the end of the day, Zanele or the jockeys, Carol, because she brings all that energy. She's loving it, and people are keeping rocking up. I suppose she wants a break, but there's so many celebs here. You deal with all of that world. I mean, it's another world, isn't it, these days, with Instagram, social media, content creators, you name it.
Yeah, very, very busy these
But the original is still here. What have you put your money on?
Ooh, okay, main race, obviously.
Yes.
The big one. I've been hearing a lot. So here's the thing. When I did the final field draw, the only picture that I took with a trainer on the day was Mike de Kock.
Ah.
And having listened to some of the experts, you know what, if you're backing a clear favorite, which is 8 on 18, I like to back, maybe...
I know, you're always looking for value.
Yes, there we go. So
Can I share a little bit of, Anthony will be interested in this. So we do a lot of rehearsals, we just don't come on air, but when I first saw Carol, you picked my brains for about 40 minutes. And
That's
you're
right.
like, what do you like here, what do you like there? And she's an intelligent punter, she wants to find out, you want to win money. No one wants it, you don't want to win 5 rand, you would like to win 100 or 200 rand.
So, Immediate Edge.
Yes, that's
was one of my favorites.
Okay.
Definitely after the draw. One of my favorites. But having arrived here, so if it's not 8 on 18, it can literally be any horse, right? In the main race. But having arrived here, a little birdie whispered in my ear that look out for my best shot.
From PE, hey? Yes.
My best shot. So I'm going to swing her.
Scott, our director, is loving you because he said, that's my horse, that's my horse.
Yeah.
From the Port Elizabeth, from Quebec, and we've seen a Quebecer win it already today.
Yeah, and Alan Creef he's a champion trainer. He's the leading trainer this season, amount of winners. I mean, I've been lucky enough to have ridden for him in the past and for his father. And obviously this horse is under the radar. Nobody really knows how good he is. He's only competed against Port Elizabeth horses. So I think he's a dark horse coming in here, but his form shows that he's a very good horse.
Yeah, okay, fascinating. That's why it's so difficult to win the race. Now, one horse we do know how good he is last year's winner, because he won last year. Oriental Charm shot through the field to win. That was under 53 kilograms. Because of that race, because of his merit rating, he has to carry joint top weight of 60 kilograms this year, but there's no doubt that he has the class and he'll be in the mix.
Let's all ride this wave together from the 2200 meter marker. Purple Pitcher roused it up early. See it again, he's going to drop 2 lengths off. Winchester Mansion, look right. Oriental Charm circumnavigating the field with Flagman, looking for first and second position as they're going to race past the 1800 meter marker. And it's Oriental Charm in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 5 million rand at stake. See it again's on the inside, trying to close in future swing. Flagman with an explosive finish. Greenwood Envy's getting into it, and down the inside. Yes, Cousin Casey flying. Cousin Casey on the inside, Oriental Charm. Oriental Charm from Cousin Casey.
You almost couldn't have asked for a better prep. So he obviously ran a very good race last night in the Grade 1. He just got pipped at the post, and he actually fought back very gamely. That was a prep run for the July and the Champions Cup coming up, so he's in fine form. You couldn't actually ask for him to be better.
Last year's winner. Oriental Charm. He was at gate 11 last year. Gate number 1, pole position for Oriental Charm.
I've often said 1, 2, 3 draw, not the greatest draws unless you've got a front running horse. A horse like Oriental Charm, he likes to go up there. He's got a bit of weight to go up there with this year, but he likes to be in the bun fight. So one draw could suit him.
We're concerned about how the July can sometimes be a bit rough in the beginning, and if you don't get out smartly, you can get caught up in all of that. But he's a very fast this horse, and he's fast out the gates. If you watch most of his races, he goes up handy. So I think he'll probably get a clean trip, get out there smartly, and probably go to the front, and hopefully no one catches us. There is a lot of pressure to keep up the results. But, you know, it's a horse race, and I feel like we've got really good chances, and, yeah, we're just blessed to be in this position.
Well, I think that young Mr. Woodruff, who is the son, of course, of Jeff Woodruff, Timothy, is spot on. Anthony, all you can do is do your best as a trainer and as a jockey, and the horse has got to do the rest. You give it every chance. There's Oriental Charm, 6-1 with the bookmakers, 10-1 on the tote. So slightly more fancied by the bookmakers. But you don't win a July being a mug horse. Doesn't matter who you are. And there he is. And I'll get Anthony's comments in a moment, Anthony, because they're coming out on parade. So I think let's get up to join Sheldon for the official parade. There's last year's winner. Can he defend his title? Let's join Sheldon Peters.
Likes to race on the pace. Lots to like. Balance of the runners and riders for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. South Africa's most prestigious horse racing event of the year, as number 1 Oriental Charm and JP van der Merwe make their way down to the 2,200 meter starting point. Defending his crown, Oriental Charm. Number 4 Atticus Finch. Who'll forget the great London News? Alec led train to victory. Atticus Finch won the Summer Cup. He's the hero, the combination with Calvin Abib. On My Honor, just in front, red sleeves and cap. Bling, whoop whoop, Samanga Kamalo. Heavy metal, sparkling water. He knows what it takes. Passing by is number 2, Madison Valley. Gavin Larina, who rode Cometidone. Salukwe. Look at how On My Honor is floating down to the gate. Atticus Finch, very alert and alive. Number 5, The Real Prince, testing his stamina today. The filly, Rainbow Lorikeet. Diego de Gavea. The fairy tale story would be number 9, My Best Shot. Chase Morjan for Alan Kriff and the team. Untouchable record. 10-time winner from 16 appearances. Here's a look at number 9, My Best Shot. Chase Morjan. Nice even stride on the way past the post. Next up, Immediate Edge, number 10. And this hails from the powerful Mike de Kock stable. Here's the ruling favourite. His name is 8 on 18. Richard Ferry for Justin Snave. Nick Johnson, Mr. Rupert. Okavango, number 13. 14 is Confederate. New Zealand-based Warren Kennedy. Gladiatorian gets his battle armor on. Seanville ready for a cracker. Red cap on Nater Brula, number 18, Tristan Godden rides. Getting a run, Litigation, number 19, Grant van Niekerk, looking to break that second place. That's number 9, Litigation, gets into the race.
There's last year's winner down at the start, Anthony, and JP van der Merwe, who rode him last year. Quick to just make sure the adjustments are all there, but that's what you want to do, 60 kilograms. You won't want to have him on top there for too much. Just let him relax, and he looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, he does look very relaxed. He actually went down, he was looking around a little bit, and yeah, as a jockey, you want to get there and make sure the kit is 100%, the saddle's tight, and take a weight off the horse's back a little bit, and just wait. You're waiting to get on and to get into the starting stall.
Thanks, Anthony. Let's go to Zolani, and she's singing the Waka Waka to get us ready for the big one.
It's time for Africa. Choosing your battles, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, get back in the saddle. You're right on the front line, and everyone's watching. We're getting closer, it's getting serious, this isn't over. Now the pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fork it up, if you fork it up, that's time for Africa. This is your moment, no hesitation. Oh, today's the day, you feel it, but you pave the way, believe it. When you fork it up, if you fork it up, it's time for Africa. Biggie mama, A to Z, parties, Salama Johnny, biggie mama, from east to west, party, waka waka my waka waka my Sucky's easy, Mazi, cause this is Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask everybody please to be upstanding for the national anthem.
Absolute goosebumps here in the studio and across Hollywoodbets Greyville. It has been sensational. What a delivery from Zolani. Thank you so much. Great entertainment. I'm not too sure which was more popular. I'm sure it was the national anthem, but Waka Waka was right up there. Brilliant stuff. Let me take you through the field quickly. Oriental Charm, last year's winner. Number 2, Madison Valley, an outsider, but Gavin Lorena at 40-1. On my honour, one of the picks, in my opinion, going to the start. Smunga Kamala's had a winner today. Atticus Finch, winner of the Summer Cup, not without it. Real Prince, if he stays and turns on that acceleration, look out for him. He is definitely a chance. So Lukwe looked well in form yard of Andre Nell. Rainbow Lorikeet, well, she's of course fronting for the fillies. She's the only filly in the race. Commodore's Jet is an able backup for Oriental Charm because it's James Crawford's yard. My best shot, the PE crowd. I can hear you in Quebec. You are screaming already. Immediate edge. There's the maestro, Michael de Kock. Now, of course, teamed up with his son Matthew. Great to have Matt back from Australia. And Callum Murray came back with them. Big runner off just 53 kilograms. There's the champ, 8 on 18. Can he shoulder that 57 kilograms and make himself immortal here at the Hollywoodbets Durban July of 2025. Purple picture, an outsider, but we've seen those colours of Mr. Pui win earlier today. So Cabello will be looking to get in there. There's the great man, Andrew Fortune. I'd love to hear what he was saying when they were all coming out. He's never short of a word or two. Okavango in the same colours, of course, as the favourite, Nick Johnson. Confederate, well, he'll have to overcome the fact that he pulls. Warren Kennedy's here from New Zealand, and he's likely to go handy. Gladiatorian, similar to the Real Prince. If they do go slow and he can turn on his turbos, he is quality, but he has to shoulder 60 kilograms. Royal Victory, not to be underestimated. He hit the board last year, and he's sort of under the profile, or under the radar, I should say, Muziani. But the problem is he's drawn 17. All these horses drawn wide, 18 Native Ruler and 19 Litigation, who got into the race. Quick check on the betting. Carol keeps prodding me, saying, Neil, how are they betting? How are they betting? How are my horses? Let's find out as we have a look at the betting. Remember, if you've just joined us, we had both the fixed odds and the totalizator return. So we put it in the order of the tote. I would imagine that the tote will show us a very strong favorite in the form of 8 on 18. It does. Reminder, the two non-runners, 20 Son of Raj, 15 See It Again. Anthony, 8 on 18 is the favorite, 2-1 with the bookmakers, 3.4. I think that's never going to be a surprise because it's Justin Snaith, Richard Ferree, and as you say, a proper racehorse.
Yeah, he's worth being that price. I think he's shown his ability as a 3-year-old. He's a champion, and he's won 3 Group 1 coming to this race. He's had such a great prep. I think anything that can stop him is traffic.
Yeah, and that is a problem, but he's got a maestro on board to avoid that. There's Oriental Charm, last year's winner. Salukwe, a lot of money for Salukwe. Look how short he is now on the bookmakers. He's the outright third favourite. And in contrast, Immediate Edge has drifted in the betting market in the fixed odds. Those are in the purple. Hollywoodbets purple there. The tote, though, Immediate Edge still reasonably fancy, 12 rand 10. There's also shrewd money for the Quebecer horse, number 9, My Best Shot, as short as 20-1 now. And can you believe it? How many totes are there in PE? Look at them, they're all putting money on My Best Shot. He's now 13.1 on the tote. And the others, there's My Little Shrudy, number 5, the Real Prince. I'm hoping that Craig Zaki can be in touch because that horse has a tremendous turn of foot. So that's how it looks at the moment. You place your money, you have your bets. I want to compliment my 2 guests, not because only they're doing an outstanding job as my guests today, but both of you are associated with Hollywood and Hollywoodbets. Obviously, Anthony, you're the nominee of Hollywood Racing, and Carol, you're an ambassador. But I have to say, and I'm sure both of you will agree with me, that what an atmosphere today. The good old days are back. Sensational performance. There is a tangible passion here on course, isn't there?
There really, really is. And like I said, it's a fantastic split between the event side of things, but the fashion. You know, it's one of the events not to miss of the year. It's gone back to that. But then also the focus on the horse racing on the day and just the quality in the field. Unbelievable.
Well summed up. I know you also, a little bit like your boss Owen, you like to keep a low profile, Anthony, but take the compliment. You guys have done a tremendous job. Devon has done magnificently. Well done to all concerned. But it's time for us to join. One last word. Who are you going to go for? Carol, are you going to stick with Immediate Edge?
No, I said My Best Shot.
Oh, you've moved.
Yes.
Well, okay. Well, as long as they come in My Best Shot, you'll get the freedom of Quebec if that wins, I can assure you. And Anthony, you still think the favourite's the horse to beat?
Yes, I still believe 8 and 18 is the horse to beat. I think he's got an ideal draw. Richard's going to give him a chance. He'll be coming at them at the finish.
It's a wonderful race. So many questions over the last couple of months. So many questions unanswered until now. They're loading for the 2025, the 129th running of this iconic race that has so often stopped South Africans in their track. Who will win the Hollywoodbets Durban July for 2025? Sheldon Peters is our race caller as they load up for the big one.
Nater Brulo, who sports the red cap. Litigation with Grant van Niekerk. Immediate Edge, Callan Murray to step up. Barrier 10. Alongside My Best Shot. The Hollywoodbets Durban July. Gladiatorian gets his battle armor on. Just about ready to roll. 2,200 meters. And they sent on their way Marvels of Mzansi, the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July, and Immediate Edge immediately gets a lead. But there's no speed on because Oriental Charm's now going to set off to set the fractions. And last year's winner, Oriental Charm, gets a soft, cozy lead. That allows Confederate to move around. Red body with the black cap into second. Immediate Edge slots onto the rail third, the blue cap. Purple Pitcher's in 4th position. 5th place belongs to Madison Valley. 8 on 18, only 5 lengths off, no speed on in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Rainbow Lorikeets further back in the running. Towards the inside, Pomodora's Jet mid-division. The Real Prince scraping paint, 8, 9 lengths off. As you see, Oriental Charm doing the buying and the bidding. Looking to go back-to-back, leads a length and a tail. Further back in the running, Salukwe. Royal Victory towards the back end of the field. They are not going hard at all. The pace is sedate. Okavango's 10 lengths off with My Best Shot. As we go past the 800 in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, can Oriental Charm go back to back? We'll find out shortly. Confederate right there, Purple Pitcher. Immediate edge. On the outside, 8 on 18 with the pink cap. Richard Ferry galvanizes him into action at the 400. And here's 8 on 18 at the 300, strikes the front. Running on from behind is the Real Prince. Madison Valley the inside. 8 on 18. The Real Prince is the real deal. And here's the Real Prince coming at 8 on 18. The Real Prince, 8 on 18. Head bobbing duel, short edge to the line. The Real Prince has done it from 8 on 18. Salukwe and Royal Victory, the best in the land today, is number 5, the Real Prince. His secret weapon is his turn of foot, and he has done it in the Hollywoodbets Durban July by a whisker. Stride for stride, heads up and down, the Real Prince has done it. Once again, well done to Dean Cannemare. Kaya Stables, they give me the green light. 8 on 18. Salukwe 3rd, Royal Victory, Madison Valley, Native Ruler, Gladiatorian. 300 to go. 8 on 18 was set alight. Looked a winner at the 400. But within a matter of strides, the blink of an eye, the Real Prince is the real deal. And he seals it today. There you can see Craig Zaki asking for maximum. And the Real Prince puts his hand up and says, I'm the best in the land today. 8 on 18 runs an absolute blinder. Did everything right. Richard Ferry set him alight. He got that margin. Look at that. What a finish. The crowd goes wild. The Real Prince delivers. And he becomes a king today. The king of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Salukwe's in 3rd. But here is the Real Prince. The real deal today. Craig Zaki, big salute, right-handed.
Well, there you go. MJ, what a moment.
In Canada, what a legend. Jeez, that was a training feat of note, Vicky, but whoa, what a race.
And what a family.
No, that's crazy. They're top sprinters. I mean, look at this. It's fantastic. And as we said, the pace is on. The best also win. There was question marks about him staying, but look at that. He ran the favourite down and pipped him.
And what a lovely celebrating moment, also celebratory moment after the line, to two jocks just grabbing each other's hands.
Yeah, it's crazy. I get goosebumps. You always sort of want to get emotional about it, Vicky. Richard will be heartbroken. I can tell you that right now. But
Animal Justin.
Yeah, everyone. I mean, it's crazy to get beat like that.
What a pleasure it is to be standing here with Craig Zaki, the victorious rider of the Real Prince. Craig Zaki, you didn't want to know in the lead-up. He said he'll win, and here you are. Well done, Craig.
Thank you, Warren. I said he's the best mile in the country. And if he stays, there's not else I can beat him.
Tell us about the transit, the race. How was it?
Oh, I got a beautiful break. I was able to nudge him a bit closer than just leaving him alone. But I had 8 on 8 in my sights. Tony also wanted to be around, and I just knew when I showed the source stay light, I felt the gear, and I said, he'll get there.
Last question, did you think you had won?
Oh, yeah.
That's Craig Zaki, ladies and gentlemen. The two riders went to the line as one, but it's gone the way of the Real Prince. Let's make some noise for the 2025 winner of the Hollywoodbets Durban July, the Real Prince, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I have to say my cravat is not straight. Not after that. Both Anthony and Carol, I forgive them for screaming and shouting. As I say, I've been public about liking this horse. I've been on radio stations and TV. Exactly as Craig said, you know, he has got the best turn of foot. And there is the genius. Well, there's a few geniuses in that shot. But I want to bring Anthony in here very quickly. Dean Cannemeyer, son of Peter Cannemeyer. These boys, the family, know how to train Durban July winners, and they've done it again, Ant.
I've been lucky to ride for him.
Yeah.
He's a real good trainer. He's tough on them. When the horses come to the races, you don't have to worry about their fitness. They are very fit. And there was question mark about this horse. Does he say the trip? I questioned it too because I rode the mother. The mother was a sprinter. Correct. So there was, I had doubts about him seeing the trip. But obviously it just shows you Dean Cannemeyer, he's a genius.
And there's another man, a secret weapon for them, Jahan Malherbe, been around, one of the greatest bloodstock agents you could ever find. Always understated, but a man who knows his bloodstock.
Yeah, listen, they got a fantastic team, and I think the pace played into his hand. I don't think they went quite hard in the race. I think the pace was sedated, and with the horse with a question mark about the speed, him staying the trip, I think he outsprinted the favourite at the end.
He did indeed. Craig Zaki, very good ride. Not surprising, I was watching him, and he got him perfectly positioned on the fence just off the pace and just eased him out. There was a brief moment, actually, when you look at the replay, I didn't know if he was going to get him to the outside, and because of that, 8 on 18 got first run on him. So it's all about the winner, but I just want to quickly put into perspective for people watching. For the second horse, who's a 3-year-old, to carry 57 kilograms. He's a year younger than the winner, and he was giving him half a kilogram, which is part of the reason why I like the winner. And he nearly won it. I mean, it's a short head between them. So taking nothing away from the second horse, an absolute champion. But Craig Zaki's had a great season. And we shouldn't, of course, mostly forget about Kaya Stables, because Lady Laidlaw is the owner behind Kaya Stables. And again, you would have ridden for that yard and Lady Laidlaw many, many times, Anthony.
Yeah, I've ridden a couple of Group 1 for Lady Laidlaw, and actually when I was riding for Dean, so I was riding all her horses. Listen, she's put a lot of money in the game, and she spends money year in and year out. They deserve to win a race like this.
Well, this is another one for Dean Cannemeyer. If you go back, we were talking about, this is the 129th running of the Durban July. Over the air was a Cannemeyer winner. There were so many, but Power King in the same colours, actually. And, of course, Dynasty, and I think a couple of others that I probably had slipped my mind. But they know how to prepare for this race, and they've brought it in. Very quickly, Anthony, a quick comment before we join Anthony, before we join Alistair Cohen, is the genius here, I think, was skipping the run, because he decided to skip any race. He might have got a penalty, and he's come in fresh.
I think that Mark de Kock actually turned around at the panel discussion, said he thought Dean Cannemeyer was a bit of a genius, not giving him a second run.
Correct.
Obviously worried about the weight he's going to carry, and came in here being a fresh horse. Listen, Dean Cannemeyer has won Group 1s everywhere in the country, and he's a trainer that knows how to win it. And listen, proper pedigree, proper horse, so nothing wrong with that.
Wonderful stuff. We'll get Carol's thoughts in a moment, but right now, guys, it's time for us to go down to the winners' enclosure, and Alistair Cohen is standing by with the victors.
With the winning trainer of the Real Prince and also the racing manager of Lady Christine Laidlaw of Kaya Stables, Dean Canamere, come a little bit closer if you don't mind. As far as training feats in the Hollywoodbets Durbanville is concerned, all 129, this has to go down as one of the greatest. I mean, he had stamina question marks, but you decided to put him away for 2 months. No one does that, and this is now justification. How do you feel?
Well, we're super thrilled. I'm very excited about his performance. And this family we know so well, and this was a whole teamwork and team effort by everybody, and Jean Malaba, former Bloodstock, represents Kaya Stables, Lady Laidlaw, and where we're going to place him, how we're going to go about this. You know, first time I ever tried him over a mile, he won by 6 lengths. Great run in the Droll Stakes, and I thought, well, if we do go for the Gold Challenge, and you land up running 4th, as I said in my previous interviews, the handicap is going to be looking for you. You've got to come in the right time or the right place. We got the right draw, so it was fantastic. We galloped him twice in between. Summerfelt up the hill, then did good pace work on last Thursday, as we all saw. So fantastic. So Jean Malaba manages all the racing affairs for Lady Laidlaw Kaya Stables. Great, and I'm very excited for Lady Laidlaw. I'm thrilled. She's been a great supporter of my yard, and this is the 2nd July that I've trained for her, Kaya Stables, and this family's treated me so well. And Lady Laidlaw, I remember buying, first on board Real Princess in the Cape Sales, and she was a top race filly. The first foal was Gimme a Prince champion sprint in this country. He's the 2nd foal. Gimme's counts the 3rd. The 4th one, just one first time out the other day, is looking for a mile. And I always said, and I said to I think on our show last week, that when we bought a Jean, we just said that pedigree, she's going to go a mile without a doubt, the mother, maybe further because he's stamina. And that we was banking on that because he's a completely relaxed horse, and everybody said, but you're the trainer, you should navigate to 2002. And I said, I'm not that smart, but I thought he'd relax. And yeah, fantastic. I'm sure Lady Laidlaw would love to have been here, Christina. You are watching. Congratulations and to the whole team. And my whole team has done a wonderful job. And it's great to have won my 4th July, and great to win 2 for her, and fantastic. And I hand over to former Bloodstock, Jean Malaba.
Jahan, you're known to be an outspoken man. When Dean said we're going to go straight over the drill or into the July, what did you think?
Great idea. You leave it to the master.
As for Lady Laidlaw, I mean, how rapt would she be watching from afar?
Oh no, she's very excited. I've been on the phone to her already. Look, remember, she bred this as well. So shout out to Vosfontein Stud who do her breeding for her, where she boards the mare. So well done to them. And as Dean said, what a great mare and what a great feat. Always when the jockey wins, you say great ride, but certainly a great training feat.
Absolutely. And Craig, last word from you. It's been a few years of hard pressure coming in last year, especially with Green with Envy as the favourite. This year, a little bit less pressure. How do you feel that you finally been led into this great winners enclosure in Africa's greatest race?
It's incredible, Alistair. You know, Green with Envy didn't have the best of perfs after the Daily News. He got injured, and it felt like I was carrying the world on his shoulders, and the pressure just got to both of us, and he went wrong after the race, unfortunately, and I just haven't let it down for a year. So I carried it with me in a cool tone coming here today, and that pressure is well off now.
And the horse itself, what a soldier. I mean, he looked like he was going to absolutely romp going through the 400, and just 8 on 18, that tenacity at the end came biting back. We don't have too much time, but you couldn't do it without the horse.
I couldn't, Ali. You know, if you had one run in between, I think he wins a bit more comfortable. There's just no races that suited him. We couldn't afford the penalty, but I knew he was the best horse in the race, and I just knew if he stays, it's hard to beat.
Presentation up next, well done.
Thank you, Alistair, and just my beautiful wife and kids out there. Thank you.
Top class. Well done, Craig Zaki, winning jockey, first time ever. Dean Canamere for the 4th time ever is the winning trainer. Congratulations to the Real Prince.
Well, you see the raw emotion there of the winning jockey, Craig Zaki. He does wear his heart on his sleeve, and that, Carol, summed it up, didn't it, in tears. And he's had to wait a couple of months and years to get it right, but he's got it right. Thrilling stuff. And great to see again that raw emotion of what it actually means to train as jockeys, and to Lady Laidlaw, who's overseas, because you'll be screaming the house down.
Yeah, under the radar for many except you.
I did tell you on Friday.
You did. I should have listened. But wow, what a race. Unbelievable.
Wonderful stuff. We've got some replays. Let's take it in, because, you know, Anthony, you'll know there's so many. Well, there's 18 horses. Every horse has a different story. So the jockey will come because I wasn't where I wanted to be. But I have to say, first of all, I'd like to see the time. You and I, during the race, were saying it seemed very slow.
Yeah, I thought they weren't going too quick early on, and I think that's what played into his hand, because he's got that turn of foot. And I saw Richard pulled out pretty early, started to get going, because he was worried he was going to get caught a little bit flat-footed. It just shows you the turn of foot of Real Prince was just too good, and obviously fantastic job to Dean Kannemeyer. I mean, it's all a big plan. It takes a whole year to prepare for this kind of race, and he's worked out what he wanted, and just turning into the straight, Craig decided to come off the fence, and I think that worked in his favour, and he got a split on the outside, and that was it.
This is a great shot here, because 8 on 18's on his bicycle. He's a big, strong individual, but you're right, Anthony, the turn, those turbos kicked in, and that's it with sprinters. Because this horse, I know he's won a July, but it's a bit like a Royal Chalice, that he's a sprinter miler, but what won in the race was that turn of foot.
Yes, definitely a turn of foot. Sometimes when they are so much above average, they're such good milers, they can end up winning the Hollywoodbets Durban July over the trip of 2,200 meters, especially the way the race was run. But I thought he got a very, very good ride from Craig, used his head in the race, and fantastic win.
Yeah, we've been talking about the first and second horse. I have to say, Sulukwe, there was a lot of money for him. Looked $1 million. Andre Nels had a good season. I think they'll be delighted with that. Another prominent owner, of course, Sabine Plattner. So good to see her silks. And Royal Victory, a real courageous performance from him. I think he was probably undone from a draw of 17, but that's a great performance for him.
Yeah, he's been a soldier. He's been a very good horse for the owners. He's won 2 Group 1s. Obviously, the draw was a big concern, and he didn't have the same turn of foot as the Real Prince and 8 on 18.
Wonderful stuff. There's the numbers you need, 5, 11, 6 and 17. We're going to stay with this result. We were going to go to the stage, but let's have a look at this here. This is a celebration of absolute note. They're still partying. I've got to ask Carol the most important question. You've got your son here, but how are you going to manage? I know he's older these days. Are you taking him to the after party, or are you? Someone's got to chaperone him.
No after party. Look, he's an adult now, right? But no after party for him. I think this is partying enough.
Okay.
For him. Yes.
Wonderful. It's a long, long day, that is for sure, and we're only getting started. Remember that we're going to stay on air for a Garden Province race, which is still coming up, and that actually, Anthony, if you take away the July, might be the race of the day, because the fillies that are lining up for the Ridgemont Garden Province, and I know you guys at Hollywood Racing, you're in partnership with Ridgemont. I mean, to be dealing with, as you now do, some of those pedigrees must be a dream come true.
Yeah, we're lucky enough to have a filly running in the race.
Yes.
Asia Pambile. Pity about the draw she drew right on the outside. But looking at the field of the Garden Province, it is a real tough field.
Yeah.
Double Grand Slam, been very unlucky. Could she be unlucky again? She always finds a little bit of trouble all the time. Well, I hope she finds trouble and we can get home.
I want to talk to you there, because a jockey change, people, punters who are not familiar, have said to me, well, how come Richard Faree's not riding Double Grand Slam? And the reason for that is that Richard is booked. He is retained by Ridgemont, so he has to ride the filly that won the Guinea. So you can't read anything into that. But Andrew is a man who has come back, dare I say, from some serious depths. I mean, the weight loss, for him to be back in the saddle, I mean, from your appreciation, and that's almost a miracle.
It is a miracle, and listen, he's a great rider. He's got that love and that passion for the horses, and horses really run for him. You know, sometimes you get some jockeys and you can say they're hard work. I think Andrew horses run for him, and listen, I think this is his life. I think he'll die on the back of a horse's back.
Absolutely. Righty-ho, we're going to the presentation for the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Please welcome our Hollywoodbets Durban July presentation party, led by the Race Coast KZN chairman, Mr. Sadanaidu. From National Government, the Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable Mr. John Steenhuisen. From the province, the MEC of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, the Honourable Reverend Musa Zondi. Also from province, the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Honourable Mr. Mtushle Kawala. Welcome, sir. From the city, please welcome His Worship Councillor Mr. Cyril Zaba. And ladies and gentlemen, completing the presentation party is the Hollywoodbets brand ambassador chosen for this afternoon. You know her, of course, as a Comrades heroine and a South African Olympic athlete. Please welcome Gerda Steyn. We were treated to another thrilling finish. It went all the way to the wire. It was heads up and it was heads down. Richard Fourie threw everything he could at 8 on 18, but he failed by a short head to get to grips with his rival in the championship chase. The winner, of course, outstanding winner, the Real Prince, but more about that in a moment. First up, please welcome the man who looks after the Real Prince every single day. Please welcome his groom, Elvis Baya. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we all wondered whether he'd get the trip, the Real Prince. We all wondered what the riding tactics would be. We all knew he had a handy draw. And Craig Zaki, he made the most of that draw. He was never further back than about 4 or 5 lengths off the pace, and he rallied strong in the straight to deny the favourite. A wonderful way to win your first ever Hollywoodbets Durban July in an absolute nail-biter against a legend in Richard Fourie. Please welcome Craig Zaki. In 2015, ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, these very same silks were carried to victory by the Power King under Stuart Randolph. Here we are 10 years later, and Dean Canham is once again the winning trainer, claiming his 4th July victory. A master tactician. It was a work of art to get him into the race at the weight he was carrying, to get him to see out the trip the first time ever beyond 1,600 meters. It was an absolute masterclass from Dean Canham. Lady Christine Laidlaw is not with us today. Kaya Stables not only raced the Real Prince, they bred him. He was raised at the Varsfontein stud. That's where all of Lady Christine Laidlaw's mares go to, under the banner of Kaya Stables. But Varsfontein can take full credit here, and I'm sure that Lady Christine Laidlaw would want us to acknowledge that. Receiving the award on behalf of the owner, her racing manager. Please welcome, from Form Bloodstock, Jahan Malherbe. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the presentation of trophies and mementos for the 129th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Won by number 5, the Real Prince. Only his 10th racetrack appearance. He's now won 5, and for the first time past 1,600 meters, Craig Zaki gathers his first July victory. Dean Cannemer gets his 4th, and Lady Christine Laidlaw's Kaya Stables their 2nd. What a wonderful performance by the 4-year-old son of Gimme the Green Light out of the Grade 1 winning daughter of Trippy, Real Princess. Once again, let's hear it for the equine hero in all of this. Put your hands together for number 5, the Real Prince.
Just about ready to roll. 2,200 meters, and they sent on their way Marvels of Mzansi, the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July, and Immediate Edge immediately gets a lead, but there's no speed on because Oriental Charm's now going to set off to set the fractions, and last year's winner Oriental Charm gets a soft, cozy lead that allows Confederate to move around. Red Body with the black cap into 2nd. Immediate Edge slots onto the rail 3rd, the blue cap. Purple Pitchers in 4th position. 5th place belongs to Madison Valley. 8 on 18, only 5 lengths off. No speed on in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Rainbow Laura Keats further back in the running. Towards the inside, Pomodora's Jet mid-division. The Real Prince scraping paint, 8, 9 lengths off. As you see, Oriental Charm doing the buying and the bidding. Looking to go back-to-back, leads a length and a tail. Further back in the running, Salukwe. Royal Victory towards the back end of the field. They are not going hard at all. The pace is sedate. Okavango's 10 lengths off with My Best Shot. As we go past the 800 in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, can Oriental Charm go back to back? We'll find out shortly. Confederate right there, Purple Pitcher. Immediate Edge on the outside, 8 on 18 with the pink cap. Richard Ferry galvanizes him into action at the 400, and here's 8 on 18 at the 300, strikes the front. Running on from behind is the Real Prince. Madison Valley the inside, 8 on 18. The Real Prince is the real deal, and here's the Real Prince coming at 8 on 18. The Real Prince, 8 on 18. Head bobbing duel, short edge to the line. The Real Prince has done it from 8 on 18.
Well, there's a lovely gesture. There we go. Look at that. That shows real sportsmanship. Richard Ferrier's had a great season. Craig Zaki has a great season. And actually, the 3rd man in that race for the title ran 5th. That was Gavin Lorena of Madison Valley, who ran a cracker back in 5th, just beaten out of the quartet. But Anthony, in the heat of the moment, there's no love lost, but nice to see that. Shows true sportsmanship.
Yeah, I think we all got respect for each other in the race, and especially after the race. You know, it's the race, it's the World Cup final.
Yes.
You've gone past the post, you run 2nd, you've got to say well done.
Wonderful stuff, great scenes, and memorable moments of what has been a wonderful day so far. But Carol's already got her eyes on double Grand Slam, don't you, for the next race? Yes.
I do. All the fillies. I think I'm liking this next one.
Double Grand Slam. Well, I mean, we've got a Grand Slam. We've got Wimbledon on at the moment, of course, so all of that's happening. Let's quickly confirm the result before we go to our brief break, and just confirm that the result of the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July Grade 1 has been won by number 5, the Real Prince. Let's quickly honor the pedigree and the connections. The Real Prince is a 4-year-old son of Gimme the Green Light, out of the mare Real Princess, who Anthony rode on many occasions. She was a sprinter, but maybe that stallion Trippy, the father, maybe some of that stamina kicked in there. Owned and bred by Kaya Stables, ridden of course by Craig Zaki and trained by Dean Canamere. Second place, a gallant effort from the 3-year-old, 8 on 18 in third. Salukwe 8 on 18 second, Salukwe third, and of course Royal Victory fourth. Let me say thank you and farewell to Anthony. I know you've still got runners coming up now, eh?
Yes, we've got a Sia Pambile, which I'll be going shouting at home.
Good man.
And pity about the draw, but she's got a chance.
Wonderful. Carol, First Lady of Sport, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Shout home double grand slam, but not next to him, he'll be upset. There we go. Thanks very much to Anthony Delpesh and to Carol Shabalala, the First Lady of Sport. Wonderful sharing time with them. Well, we're going to try and get Raheel back. Graham Hawkins is due to come in. But first of all, let's just take a deep breath as we think about the Real Prince, the winner of this year's Hollywoodbets Durban July. Well done. It's still a beautiful day. The sun will start dipping, but not on this champion. Lovely scene. Dean Canamere with his back to us there. And Craig Zaki. Terrific ride. And a moment to savour for all concerned. Well done to the Real Prince and the connections. Dino on the right-hand side. I've had the great pleasure of travelling internationally with Dean as he goes to Brazil to buy horses, and I've seen it firsthand. The man is a genius with horse flesh, and he's produced it again this year. Marvellous, marvellous, marvellous performance. Well done to Craig Zaki. But the racing doesn't stop. No, we've got to keep going on. And, of course, we are owing you what happened in the best dressed categories. Well, when it comes to fashion, the king is indeed the king, and it's King Cat.
That I have been waiting for all day. It's time for us to see the best dressed male and woman. Let's go check them out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for number 6. Yes, yes, come on. Thank you guys so much. You are winners. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Right. Our winner is...
Drum roll from everyone, please.
Number 8.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's go back. Put your hand in here. One more time, DJ.
The celebrations continue. Joining me right now is the best dressed male umnotho. When I spoke to you earlier, I told you you're gonna take it. How do you feel?
I'm feeling marvelous. Yeah.
Again, for anybody who missed it, take us through your look and tell me a little bit more about it.
The whole outfits. Oh, the outfit was simple, inspired by. The idea was to feature an intricate fabric print that represents the diverse culture of Mzansi and history and natural beauty.
I mean, when you left the house this morning, you were standing on business. What does it mean to you to win?
Oh, it means a lot. It means a lot because it shows that my work is recognized, as I told you earlier, is recognized as I see as one of the best designers in SA right now.
Well, a big congratulations to you. Now it's time to celebrate, right?
Yes,
I must jive again, Putwami. You guys can go check out what else is happening while we dance. We're going to be here. Joining me right now is the best dressed female of the day. How do you feel, Happiness?
I feel so excited. I can't believe that I won.
So long joining your outfit.
Outfit is inspired by Utu. Yeah, angazi ukuthi but it's inspired by Utu, the colors as Utu, and the symbol of love.
That's amazing. So, tell everybody at home about all your winnings.
Ngiwine first prize. I'm not sure what imalini, and then about 10,000, about 2. Yes.
That is incredible. Congratulations. And masikhuluma ngama marvels of Mzansi. Isho ukuthini leyo nto?
And I think this year...
You are the marvel of Mzansi. Thank you so much for chatting. Have a fantastic day. And enjoy your winnings. Happiness, the best styled female of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Right here at the Hollywoodbets Durban, July.
Thank you so much, Martin.
Kat, stop making the marvels of Mzansi cry. We've already had enough tears of emotion, all the winners today, and there's more. Congratulations to all of them. The fashions have been spectacular today. But so too have our VIPs. The red carpet is still there, and believe it or not, because we've still got 12 races to get through, of course, those that are rich and famous are still arriving, and Zanele's got some more on that red carpet.
So when they ask you who's your horse in this race, my love, when we talk about the fashion race, you can 100% say Jessica van Heerden. Thank you very much. My gorgeous, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Very, very happy to be here.
You are very, very stunning being here as well. Jessica, talk to us about your interpretation of Marvels of Mzansi.
Well, a marvel in every single South African's home, the Paddock, but we make it fashion. You know, dishcloth, but couture.
Can't believe you did this. This is literally iconic, and I have to ask you, who came up with this concept? Was it your designer? Was it you? Did you guys come together?
So I had this idea, and when I shared my idea with Lauren Jeffries, she said, say less, and listen, she ate it up. She's so incredibly talented. She even made my husband a matching suit jacket. Yes. Love it.
I love it as well. And I also have to ask you, you know, when we talk about fashion and you're stepping out into South Africa saying, this is my thing that I'm wearing today, talk to us. Do you ever get nervous?
Very, but you know what? Do it nervous.
I love
Do it nervous.
And this is a statement, which is why I had to ask you that. But now, just with us wrapping things up, the Hollywoodbets Durban July, what are you going to take from it in terms of the biggest highlight throughout the day?
Just soaking everything up with my Paddock and all, like soaking it up. Excuse the pun.
I love that. That's beautiful. And thank you so much, Jessica, for just, I think, going a whole different direction. I think this is one that we're definitely going to remember.
Thank you. I love your dress.
Oh, thank you.
Stunning. Stunning.
If Jessica said it, Mom, they said it. Oh, my goodness. It's still so much fun here at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. You got to make sure you don't go anywhere. Oh, my gorgeous. This is absolutely lovely. It's not every day that we get to experience a spectacle in South Africa, and this is why we savor the Hollywoodbets Durban July each and every year, and particularly because the fashion is always just, it's my fave.
Please look at you. Give me a 360, Zanele. Look at you. Look at you. Look at
man.
What is this?
Stop it. Are you trying to steal my job?
No, please. Come on. Come on.
Alfie,
Work wife.
Work husband. And bumping into him at the Hollywoodbets Durban July, another highlight. But this suit right here is another highlight fashion-wise. Talk to us about where you were going with this, babe.
Oh, Beefmaster, one of the biggest marvels of Mzansi. We love our cows, we love our meat, and we just love all of that beef. This is style god pieces, just looking amazing. That's what we do.
This is absolutely one of my favorite looks today. Talk to me about particularly the color. You know, yes, of course, we were going beef, but why do you think it's so rich and so right for today?
I think brown always works because when I sat and I thought to myself, what is going to look great when I shoot it? And I thought beach sand, browns, your whites, those little nude colors.
Yes.
And look at what we have. Look at what we have.
Look at what we have, honey. It is absolutely eating, and we appreciate the fact that you went this way, my Alfie, because I think it's so different. But also, when we talk about Hollywoodbets Durban July, we know that there's always a vibe, right? It's the fashion, but also the music.
Yes,
eh?
yes.
And you're someone who brings a lot of music to the social media timeline. So talk to me, if you had a song that would go with the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July, what song would it be?
I want us to do it together.
Okay.
Oh, busy. Hambagancha. Out that this group with a name. That will see we see Papini.
They're saying the Hollywoodbets Durban July is the best.
Yes, they are.
Exactly.
Definitely. Where are you if you're not here?
This is what I'm talking about. We appreciate you, Alfie.
So much,
Please
gorgeous.
keep going and just, taking over the world.
I only follow suit from you.
Stop it. Stop it. Oh, Zanzi, you got to make sure you do not go anywhere. It is hashtag HDJ2025. Let us know what you're loving when it comes to fashion and absolutely everything that you're seeing. The horse racing continues, and we get to still have a good time.
Lovely stuff, great energy still pouring in from the village and the red carpet, and things are just getting started because here's a man, well, I'm going to say what Stephen Groote said to me during the week. He said to me, Neil, were you at the first Durban July? No, you weren't, but he was testing my knowledge. You have seen a few in your time, Graham Hawkins. We've seen you already because you gave us an indication, and you liked Selukwe, by the way. We picked that up. Ran great.
Yeah, he does us proud. He did us proud. He was, for me, the big potential roughie in the race to run into the top 3 or 4, and he did that. So he did us proud. He didn't let us down. But I have to be honest, unlike you, I wasn't that bullish about the Real Prince. Because I was not sure about whether he would stay or not. You know, it's easy to be clever. Hindsight is a great science. Now I know he stays.
Well, I don't know if he does, actually, because, I mean, the race panned out perfectly for him. They went very slow. Anthony was here, and we were saying it certainly played into his hands.
It did play into his hands, and it also played into his hands that he had a nice draw, and Craig Zaki was able to get him within 4 or 5 lengths of the lead and save ground along the inside, and obviously everything opened up for him in the straight. But still, he had 8 on 18 on his inside. He had to get the job done. And, you know, when Richard Foury's in full cry and 8 on 18, I know he's a year younger, he was carrying 57, but he's a strapping individual, and the Real Prince really knuckled down under Craig Zaki, and I was delighted for Lady Christine Laidlaw. She won the race in 2015 with Power King. Here we are, 10 years later. Dean Caname is 4th July winner. And so, yeah, it's a great story. It was a wonderful training feat by Dean Caname because to have that faith in the horse after winning the Jetmaster Stakes over 1,600 metres so convincingly, then coming out and running 4th in the season opening Drill Hall Stakes, and then to put him away and say, I'm not going to risk his rating any further. I'm going to take him straight into the big race. I have full faith. He said to me all along, he had full faith the horse will get the trip, despite the fact that the pedigree is loaded with speed.
Yes.
He's always very quick to turn around and say, but if you go down further down the page...
You have to go quite some way down, yes.
There's Fort Worth, and there's this, and there's that. There's a little bit of staying pedigree there.
Now, for those that don't know, Graham has a history of being a horse racing commentator. That's where it all started for him. So this is perfect, because now I'm going to show you as they turn for home and roll back the years of when you were calling horse racing all over the country. And here he is, the winner. We can see him because he's got the red bauble on top of his hat. This is a great shot.
This is a great shot. Now you can see him coming at 8 on 18. So look, we're trying to progress through along the inside. Now it becomes a duel between the top 2. And it's only in the very last stride. It was a case of heads up and heads down. This angle possibly suggests he wins it a little easier than he did because it went all the way to the wire, as we'll see from this side. two wonderful jockeys, Richard Fourie and Craig Zaki, going head-to-head in the closing stages. And there we see it. Wins it by a head. Richard Fourie looks across to the left, realizes he's beaten, and the great sportsmanship, because as you saw
Wonderful,
there,
yes. Touch of the hands.
Just past the winning post. They gave it their all, but he was beaten on the day, and Richard Fourie, you know, in true sportsmanlike fashion, quickly acknowledged the ride that Craig Zaki had given the Real Prince. And of course, these two guys are on exactly the same number of winners for the season.
Incredible.
The chase for the Jockeys Championship, they're about
You couldn't write that script.
They're about 5 behind Gavin Lorena, but we've still got a ways to go.
Absolutely. Graham, I wanted to touch on how long you've been in racing, because one of the great things, I talk to sports fans, and people say, well, your first love is racing. Why? And I say, well, because it's not just the current era. We have so much history in horse racing. 129 Durban Julys, it's incredible. And the stories that come out of that, whether it be Sea Cottage or now we're writing new ones. But I want to know, when was your first memory of a Durban July?
Oh, it goes way back to the 80s. I mean, I came into the industry professionally in 1977. I'm 48 years under the belt. So, yeah, I've had wonderful memories.
Was 77 Politician, was that the year after Politician?
Now you're putting me on the spot.
I think Lightning shot one in second, because I emigrated. We came from the UK, and my first year, I think
Politician was 1977.
I think it was 1977.
And of course, that was one of the 7 winners that the great Sid Laird trained.
Absolutely.
And he holds the record for the most number of winners trained by any trainer. Sid Laird was 7. The great Terence Millard 6. Justin Snaith just denied there. He's still on 5. Mike de Kock's on 5. But yes, the memories stretch over many, many decades. You know, there have been the controversies, there have been the thrills, there have been the spills. But all in all, you spoke about the tradition of this race and the tradition of the sport. I was able to take the international media that are visiting this country for this race from all corners of the globe, from America, from Australia, from Dubai, yesterday we were at one of the marvels of Mzansi, the Oyster Box Hotel, and we were in the legendary July room.
Yes.
They've still got a July room there with all the photos going back, way back to the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And of course, talking about the 60s, who will ever forget the drama around Sea Cottage when he was favourite for the race, was shot on the beach, ran with a bullet in his quarter, finished 4th, and came back a year later to dead heat with Jollify. And then, of course, the best horse I ever saw in my lifetime that I actually saw competing was a horse called Gatecrasher, who actually crossed the line first here and then was disqualified into 3rd place.
Garth Fuller rode him, eh?
Garth Fuller rode him, yes.
Yeah, these are the great things. Anyway, Graham and I can bore you to tears. It's why we love it. It's why you should love it. It's the tradition of horse racing. And today we've seen the 129th, can you believe that? 129th running of the Durban July. But now, let's put that on hold, because as I said to Anthony Delpesh and Carol when we're here, we've got another cracker coming up. This Ridgemont Garden Province, if you take away the Durban July, it's probably the race of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, we only run 12 race card. We only run 2 Grade 1 races, and there's your field. Unfortunately, during the course of the week, we lost Sean Terry's daughter, Give Me the Green Light, number 4, Green Sapphire. She's a scratching, which reduces the field size down to 13. But Justin Snaith so far has been on the wrong side of the photo finishes, but he saddles here, number 9, Double Grand Slam. Andrew Fortune takes the ride. She is the key horse in the race, but it's certainly not a one-horse race. We've got the likes of the very consistent and genuine Call Me Jetrix. Raskova has had many head-to-head duels with Double Grand Slam, and Raskova actually beat Double Grand Slam in the World Sports Betting Fillies Guineas over this track and trip last season. Mon Petit Cherie, she won this year's renewal as a 3-year-old of the Fillies Guineas here. And Fatal Flaw, another 3-year-old, is already a dual Grade 1 of the season. And it's great that Piers Stradham, he's 58 years old now, but Piers Stradham has ridden more than 5,500 winners in his career, and is here today to partner Fatal Flaw, as he did when Fatal Flaw won the Fillies Guineas down in Cape Town. But I suspect that the older fillies, represented by the likes of Call Me Jetrix, Raskova, Double Grand Slam and Minogue, they might kneel. I've been trying to gauge the 4-year-old crop against the 3-year-old crop, because this is a weight for age fillies and mares race over 1,600 metres. It's one of the great classic races for the fillies and mares. But the dark horse in the race,
obviously we've got Mike de Kock there with 11 Spumante Dolce. She's got decent enough form. Sia Pambili, but for the draw, she would be a big runner. She's the 5-year-old.
Yes.
She's a great sprinter. She's a beautiful mare, but she has won over the trip. And if the race runs to suit, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sia Pambili getting into the mix. But really, it's all about double Grand Slam.
I would concur. I think if they ran the race similar and she can turn on those turbos as the Real Prince did, she's going to be a runner. Let's have a look at the betting, confirming what Graham told you. Number 4, Green Sapphires are scratching. And just to remind folks, if you've just joined us, in purple, Hollywoodbets purple, are the fixed odds. So double Grand Slam 15 to 10, returning effectively 13 to 10 on the tote.
Returning 13 to 10 on the tote, 15 to 10. You know, this filly was 4 to 1 in the week.
Yeah.
4 to 1 in
Money
the week.
is poured on it.
They've absolutely gone for it in a big way, double Grand Slam into 15 to 10. The rest have all pretty much drifted, although Raskova has also found a measure of support because she was 8 to 1 in the week. She's now into 5 to 1, the fixed odds, slightly better on the tote. Spumante Dolce, who ran just behind Mon Petit Cherie in this year's World Sports Betting Fillies and Guineas here in May. Spumante Dolce at 6 to 1, Mon Petit Cherie at 8 to 1. Fatal Flaw, we've mentioned, dual grade 1 winner of the season is 7 to 1. The rest of them, but huge value, I would think, each way value about Sia Pambili at 25 to 1. She's a genuine sort, and if, as I say, from the wide draw things map out for her, she could certainly be running on very strongly at them.
Graham, thanks. One thing is for sure, of course, this is a fillies race, so there's so much value as far as breeding is concerned, isn't there? Because if you can get Group 1, when these fillies go to stud, and if you're putting them to strong stallions, then you can write your own ticket.
There are a number of fillies and mares races around the country that you want on your mare's CV as you go to stud. Amongst them, of course, the Majorca Stakes, the Paddock Stakes, the Garden Province Stakes, now sponsored by Richmond. These, and of course, the classic races for 3-year-olds. These are the ones that you want your filly and or mare to win, depending if it's an all-age race or just a 3-year-old race, because it heightens their value. And, of course, you've got such a wonderful progeny to look forward to going forward.
Well, someone's going to get that accolade when they go to stud this afternoon. Who will it be? Graham and I are going to take a break. So are you, because coming up is the Ridgemont Garden Province. It's going to be another humdinger of a race. The money, as you heard from Graham, has poured on double Grand Slam. Wimbledon's on, and Andrew Fortune has been telling everybody all week he'll be waving at the grandstand at the 200-metre mark. That's how confident he is. I'm confident that you're going to come back after the break, because this is our live broadcast of the Hollywoodbets Durban July from Hollywoodbets Greyville for both Supersport and SABC. Don't go too far away.
Was that a deliberate cut? dog sitting right here. You should never...
Well, look at this beautiful picture of the Durban. What is that mountain or hill behind it? What would you call it? I suppose ridge.
It's a ridge. It's a ridge. Yeah, it's
the Berea Ridge.
It's called the ridge.
Yeah. Well, it's fantastic. The sun is setting. If you are here on course, dress up, because I know from previous experience, once that sun disappears over the Berea, it's going to get very, very nippy. But look at this, beautiful. One of the great, I actually said earlier on when we opened with Moses and Mabida in the background and the sea and Greyville, is one of the great cities, certainly of South Africa and across the African continent, Durban. And just a pleasure, and I'm sure you feel the same way, Graham, a privilege to be here broadcasting yet another July.
Absolutely, and I had the good fortune of living here in Durban from 2008 to just recently, and wonderful time, fond memories of Durban when you get these balmy winter evenings. Yes, as you mentioned, once the sun sets, it gets a little chillier, but the lights, the floodlights here at Hollywoodbets Greyville have been hugely enhanced by Hollywoodbets. We're going to see a fantastic light show later on this evening after the last race has been run at around 20 to 8. I think the light show is scheduled in for about 8:05. Obviously, I realize our viewers here on SABC and SuperSport are not going to be with us, but of course there are other channels and other platforms that are covering off on the racing all the way through to the end. But for the 45,000 people that are here, they're not going to believe what they're going to see later on this evening.
Well, there you heard it from Graham. He's tipped you a winner. Don't miss that. Just as the horses are down at the start, they're milling around. You see one or two jockeys are giving their horses a bit of a breather, just taking the weight off. There is number 1, Just Be Lacquer. Candice Dawson had a tremendous winner earlier on. Well done to her. And Sereno Mudley rides from a pole position of 1. But the point I'm getting at, you, like me, end up doing a lot of media leading up to the Hollywoodbets Durban July meeting. Graham, I had a lot of people across TV and radio and podcasts asking me, do I get a sense that horse racing is back in the spotlight and regaining some of the ground that we lost? And unequivocally, I answered absolutely. But I think what we've seen here is the benefit of getting a sponsor right behind the race, and a sponsor who understands it. And exciting times ahead, because we've seen the transformation here at Greyville, but this is just part 1 of a phase that's going to be rolled out. So for racing fans out there, I dare say it, the best is yet to come.
There's no doubt about it, because they're not just a sponsor with cash, they're a sponsor with passion.
Yep.
Owen Heffer is mad about horse racing, him and his team, and has instilled that all the way through down the ranks. And we've seen the effort, the enthusiasm, the passion that they've brought back into the sport, not just here in KwaZulu-Natal, but throughout the country. They've made their presence felt, to coin a racing phrase. And it's just wonderful to see. You know, when you look at what's happening here today, and you think back just 5 years to running the 2020 July behind closed doors and the 2021 July behind closed doors, it seems we seem a world away from that. And to have this place buzzing at the seams, full to the brink, and all the marquee village having a wonderful time, and the quality racing that's on offer, then you know, yeah, we're back on the right path.
Yeah, here to that. Well, it's champagne time, so I suppose maybe we should be backing Spumante Dolce, I guess. But she's got a draw of 11 to overcome.
Interesting, she's a half-sister to Sparkling Water. Who won the July a couple of years ago.
Absolutely. Smunga Kamala rode it that day. Callum Murray's riding Spumante Dolce. Well, all eyes will be on Double Grand Slam. Let's see if she can actually pip the opposition here and take home the Garden Province. Here's Sheldon Peters for the call.
1,600 metres, Richmond Garden Province Stakes. And they're racing from the 1,600 metre marker. Fatal Flaw, one of the trailers early on with Asia Pambili and VJ's Angel. And settling down to race, Raskova has the lead. Call Me Getrix is right there. Scarlet McCaw between runners. Tremonte Dolce's on the outside. Just P. Lacquer's at the rail. They're racing about 4 or 5 lengths and they're not going hard.
Fatal Floors on the outside of runners, and then behind that one, Beating Wings, double Grand Slam near the rail, the orange cap about 5 or 6 lengths off the leader, being tracked by Mon Petit Cherie, and then we drop further back to VJ's Angel, Asia Pambeli, and Spumante Dolces on the inside. So now they move to the 700-meter marker, and the pace now is quickening up as Fatal Floor goes on a length and a quarter. Raskova's back in second place. Then comes Scarlet McCaw, Spumante Dolce. Then Call Me Getrix. Behind that, Just Be Lacquer. White Pearl is the grey. Double Grand Slam about 6 or 7 lengths off the leader. Beating Wings is towards the outside. Then Mon Petit Cherie. Top of the lane in the Richmond Garden Province Stakes. And the leader is still Fatal Floor. Scarlet McCaw now moves in for a run. On the outside of that one is Raskova. Double Grand Slam and Just Be Lacquer both running on from behind. Coming to the 200, Scarlet McCaw. Double Grand Slam now comes on. Mon Petit Cherie's running on. But it's double Grand Slam. Mon Petit Cherie's making a big race of it. But it's going to go to double Grand Slam. Second position will go to Mon Petit Cherie. And Raskova's involved there. Down the inside, Just Be Lacquer. Number 9 is Victorious. And it's double Grand Slam. Andrew Fortune, Justin Snaith, the Vercingetorix, Drakenstein Stud, nominee Mrs. Rupert, Dave McLean, Gary Player, Fastfontaine Stud, and there's number 9, Andrew Fortune doing the salute. They win about 3/4 of a length. Second position to number 7, Mon Petit Cherie. Third was number 6, Raskova. Number 1, Just Be Lacquer. And then Spumante Dolce. As we look at this, double Grand Slam. 8th win from 18, gets a beautiful split with the orange cap. And the Vercingetorix comes good and goes on to score. Under the hands at this stage, you'll see Andrew Fortune. He gives a big salute as they win the running of the 8th race, the Richmond Garden Province Stakes. And from another angle, here's double Grand Slam. Going on to score, and it's tote favourite at 290, number 9, and wins it by about 3/4 of a length from Mon Petit Cherie at the business end of the Richmond Garden Province Stakes, and they win by 1 length. So a very good victory from double Grand Slam. This is the slow-mo, number 9, the winner, and second is number 7, Mon Petit Cherie, and the third position went to number 6, Raskova. So the favourite is Victorious in the Garden Province Stakes, the Richmond Garden Province Stakes. First purse is 890,000, the second purse 285,000 rand, and there is the salute. We'll take a look at that. Gate number 9 is the winner. That's double Grand Slam, off the pace in the early stages. And Andrew, you'll see he settles it beautifully. He gets it to the rail from that draw. So just look at that. That's got the orange cap, and eventually he gets it towards the inside. Does he get double Grand Slam? And here's the head-on between horses, 4 or 5 off the left-hand side. Double Grand Slam. The Vercingetorix comes good. Still under the hands at this stage. Mon Petit Cherie with the white cap on the right-hand side is trying to make a race of it. But double Grand Slam is Victorious at the business end, and you'll see the salute from an elated Andrew Fortune as they win this event. So here's double Grand Slam. As I say, it's now won 8 from 18 and is ultra consistent. Last run, no luck in running when couldn't get a run over the 1200 meters, but is victorious this time. So a very good win, and double Grand Slam will return shortly to the winners' enclosure. They'll come through shortly into the winners' enclosure. We'll get a close-up of Andrew Fortune. There we go, number 9, the Vercingetorix.
Thanks very much to Craig Peters there, calling double Grand Slam. Well, I said to Carol Shabalala, I said, Carol, Andrew Fortune's been telling everybody he's going to be saluting at the 200. Because of the challenge from Mon Petit Cherie, who was very game in defeat, Graham, he had to leave it till maybe the last 50. But that's a salute of note. He might get a fine, but from entertainment value, it was well worth watching.
Andrew Fortune is always great for entertainment value. He'll be delighted to have delivered. He'll be off to Australia again this week, and he's going to reunite with his family for a month or 2, I believe. Lovely. I'm not sure of the exact details, but what a send-off for him, number 9, double Grand Slam. And of course, owned by Gaynor Rupert's Drakenstein stud, Dave McLean, and one
Gary Player
Player. Gary Player has got a share in this wonderful daughter of Vercingetorix 9 double Grand Slam. She'll head off to stud in the Franschhoek area at Drakenstein stud. She'll get the best, very best that life has to offer at one of the world's, dare I say it, Neil, one of the world's great stud farms, because Drakenstein stud ranks right up there, and that's going to be the home of number 9 double Grand Slam going forward. She's won the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, but interestingly, beating a Ridgemont-owned filly.
Yes, absolutely. Mon Petit Show. She's still young, of course, and haven't the Rafifs been doing well? Because there's a winner for Rafif, well, a second place for Rafif, probably, and we saw it at the National Yearling Sales. There was a lot of interest, a lot of money for Rafif. Let's go for a replay, and we'll watch it. Grand Slam was, you told me, just missed it by half a beat, but Fortune wasn't going to panic.
No, she did miss the break. I'm not sure that was by design, but as it turned out, he was able to get onto the fence from a wideish, awkward draw. I have to say, in the background, he's absolutely milking the crowd. He's actually milking the crowd, is Andrew Fortune. But you've got him there in the predominantly orange colours with the lime green sleeves. And he just has to find a gap. And already at this point, the race is in safekeeping. I guess for a few strides, it did look as if Mon Petit Cherie might get a lot closer than the 3 parts of a length that she was beaten. But let's be honest, over the last 50 metres, Andrew Fortune was paying more attention to the crowd in the grandstand than he was trying to fend off Mon Petit Cherie, because as the superb horseman that he is, he knew he had the race in safekeeping. Richard Fourie knew he was beaten, and it's quite ironic because Richard Fourie has always been a bull double Grand Slam, but of course he's retained by Ridgemont, so he was not in any way jocked off double Grand Slam. Richard Fourie had to honour his sponsorship agreement with Ridgemont and Devon Heifer and the family to ride Mon Petit Cherie, which he did. And of course, just as he was beaten on 8 and 18 in the first of our 2 Grade 1s, here's Richard Fourie getting beat in the second by his good friend Andrew Fortune. But I know, again, that, you know, that Richard Fourie will recognise that he was beaten by the better filly on the day.
Absolutely. Question. You've been in the game for some time. Have you ever seen over your years any jockey with better hands than Andrew Fortune? He's just got this ability to switch off. You said he's a great horseman, and it's almost like he translates to the horse through his hands.
There's I wouldn't say he's one of a kind, because as you say, I've been in the game a long time. I remember the late great Bert Abercrombie. For me, he was one of the finest riders I ever saw, and Garth Puller also had wonderful hands. But not to take anything away from Andrew Fortune, he's got the best hands in the game right now, and he is no junior jockey either. We saw Pierre Stradham riding there at a ripe old age, if I may put it that way, and I'm sure Pierre wouldn't mind me saying that, because Pierre's heading towards 60. Andrew's, you know, getting on in time, and he's had his ups, he's had his downs. A year ago, he weighed 80 kilograms. Incredible. He had to get back into the saddle. He had to shed all of that weight. He had to be determined about it. He's come back. He's ridden 30-odd winners in the short space of time since returning to the saddle just a few months ago, but none more important than the winner he's just ridden for Justin Snaith, double Grand Slam. It's a Group 1 victory for Andrew Fortune.
Lovely. Graham, thanks for summing that up. We're going to go to a brief break, but before that, red carpet times. Daniele has probably been busier than most of the jockeys today, and she's done a tremendous job. The energy levels are still flying there. Maybe she's backing all these winners.
Oh, Zanzi, I told you I'm your queen of lifestyle today, and I was here to find the royalty that is gracing the Hollywoodbets Durban July. I found a king of hip-hop doing the things. Questa, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm amazing. Thank you, Questa. Let's talk about the name I just gave you now. It is?
I don't know if I can say my street cred.
No,
Questalicious.
Questalicious, exactly. Thank you. Are we keeping it? Do we like it?
We don't. We don't. I appreciate the thought, though. It's fun for 2 seconds, and then we gotta stop it.
Oh my goodness. Somebody who is always just so into it, but more than anything else, Questa, I love the fact that you are so versatile, from hip-hop to fashion. Talk to us about what you are wearing here today.
I'm taking my flowers again, God.
Darling!
Because you guys won't give them to me, so I'm So what it is I was dressed by Atinkosi and Eric, the stylist, right? Designed by Eric, and the whole thing was the Namakwa land, which is an area, where the flowers grow from the rocks. The brown represents the rocks, the flowers represents the, we're gonna make it through, even though, Namache, but we still are who we are. I mean, it's a bold statement. It's a statement that I live by. It's like, regardless of the surroundings, we will blossom.
Siyapusha. I love that. And Kwesta, I know that, sometimes it can be quite something to really step into the fashion, because particularly with Hollywoodbets Durban July, there's pressure. Did you feel any pressure today stepping out?
I try not to feel pressure.
Okay.
I try and focus on what pressure builds, right? Okay. I'm a diamond.
Honey,
you know what I mean?
I love that.
I don't mind the pressure. It comes with the things, but I didn't put pressure on myself. I just wanted the thing to come out the way I wanted it to come out, and I think they did a great job in terms of that. I didn't worry about how everyone else looked, but everyone looks amazing.
Yes.
Everyone looks amazing. They got their own story to tell. I'm still telling mine.
I love that. And speaking of how you look, we need a 360. We need a little bit of just an up down, please. Yebo. Okay, Tata way hip hop. Yeah.
For my 70s, what the bell bottom, you got the Jordans for the hip hop, you got the, you know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, the flower and the rock, and you got the bold statement, even though we're from the hood. Please,
and you never stop blossoming when I'm my brother. One last thing, putting you on the spot, your best dressed here today.
Best dressed here today, my wife, Yolanda. She looks, kept to the same concept, but made it so effortless. It's
your best part.
Yeah, it's like my best. If I don't say that, I can't go home.
I love that. And Kwesta, speaking of home, we got to go home very soon. So shall we go and enjoy some more so that we can get in all the fun?
Oh, yes, definitely. Let's go enjoy. That's so much fun happening here.
Yes.
So much fun, Durban, July. Shout out. The theme is amazing. Proudly South African, all the marvels. It's been unbelievable to be here.
I love it. Asambin. Thank you so much, Kwesta.
Thank you so much.
Zanzi, don't go anywhere. Hashtag HTJ 2025. I think someone is about to perform. Let's go and let's check it out.
Might be me.
Well, Kwesta kind of sums up what we've delivered today. The red carpet has been full of the best that Mzansi has to offer, and the People's Champion doing a great job. Well done to King Cat as well. And of course, for all of our viewers, SABC are going to stay with us, but we are going to say farewell to our Supersport viewers. It's been an absolute pleasure for us bringing you the broadcast today. We've seen it all. Top quality horse racing. We've seen entertainment, hospitality, the rich and famous, and of course, fashions galore. So, to Supersport out there, lots of top quality sport still to come for you. But from Neil and the team from the Hollywoodbets Durban July, have a good evening. Goodbye. Well, we love showing you these. It's almost a time lapse. When we last saw, the sun was disappearing over the Berea, and it is now all but gone. The temperatures drop, but it doesn't diminish from the beauty, because this is just still splendid. And the lights are going to come on, because we've got 3 more races here. 4 more. 9, 10, 11 and 12. For our SABC viewers who we stay with, we're going to keep you on air for this 9th race, the Post Merchants. So now it's time for us to check on the best dressed couple, because there's been some splendid competition in that department, but there can only be one best dressed couple, well, 2, the couple, and we're going to find out from King Cat who won it here at Hollywoodbets Durban July for 2025.
We're still bringing you all the hottest fashion at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Right now, though, it's time for us to see who is walking away with the coveted title of Best Styled Couple. Let's check them out.
Put a round of applause for number 10. Yes, yes, yes. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, 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 yes. Congratulations.
Pamela and Lionel, the most stylish couple. Big, big congratulations to you guys. Pamela, I know you're part of the designing team. Tell me a little bit more about these looks.
Sorry?
Tell me a little bit more about the looks.
Okay, the look is obviously about zebra and South Africa. The theme says itself enough. It's Mzansi Marvels, yes. So me and the partner that I designed the design with and sew with, we decided to, okay, let me just give you a background story. Right. So when you look at a zebra, it's black and white. Most of the time when you see a black person, they say that is a black person. Right. Most of the time when you see a white person, that is a white person. They don't say that is cream, that is all of that. So we decided to take a zebra because it has beautiful color, both black and white. And then it shows that black and white suits each other in many ways. So we decided to use a zebra as our inspiration to unite the black and white people of South Africa, if it helps in any way. And then we decided that, okay, we need to be more specific. Where is this zebra coming from? So we decided to put a South African flag. As you can see, my corset is a South African flag. And then the back of his jacket is a South African flag. And we ensure that we put a zebra there. And then we put a zebra in a female's outfit as well at the back. So that basically is the background of the story. We use a zebra to to tie it all together.
That is incredible. What does it mean for you guys to win today? Obviously, you were out to get the major prize, right? So what does it mean now that you've snatched the trophy?
It means a lot. Actually, we're very, very grateful and we are very blessed, especially because we did a lot of work and we had some sleepless nights. Financially, there was a lot of money to make these garments. So it means a lot, and it just shows the grace of God, obviously, blessing us because of our hard work.
All right, before I let you guys run, Lionel, tell me how you feel in your incredible outfit and what it means for you to be a winner.
It's amazing. I've done the Durban July for a couple of years, but, coming home with the win is amazing. And, I've had such an amazing designer. Both Pamela and Brenda have been lovely to work with, so I wouldn't trade it for the world.
The judges definitely did not make a mistake. Congratulations to you guys. And I know that check is going to come in handy, right?
Yes, it's going to come in handy. Thank you so much.
Give us a turnaround. You guys look amazing.
And Ada Ruler carries the colours of Mr. Greg Boggs. Of course, they are the defending champion colours have been seen in the winners' enclosure today.
Great stuff, great vibe, and it's still continuing. You know that July, the Hollywoodbets Durban July might be history, but the future is after party, a few races, and the pulse stage is greatly named because that is what is happening. There is a supreme pulse that is emanating from that part of Hollywoodbets Durban July venue. And over my shoulder is the pulse. If you don't believe me, I'm going to take you there now. Lee Cole is performing.
I've been seeing oceans in your eyes. Waves are calling, waters flowing, and you can see the pieces of my mind. Some are fragile, some are broken. I just wanna let you know I've been dying to go. Someone who can love me underneath. If you let me, I will let you. Love me blind, love me blind, love me blind. All the way through, be my rescue. Through the times, through the times, through the times. 'Cause loving you is a part of my design. I searched for love out there with these stars. Wasn't ready, the sun burned me. But I'm close to heaven now, I'm in your arms. But love is heavy, so keep it steady. Oh, I just wanna let you know I've been dying to go with someone who can love me underneath. If you let me, I will let you. Love me blind, love me blind, love me blind. All the way through, be my rescue. Through the times, through the times, through the times. I'd risk it all, I'd give it all to find the love my heart is never known. Vulnerable, a broken soul. Time will take you wherever you want. I give my all, I give everything to hold you like I'm supposed to. Nights are cold when you ain't here. Ooh, you got me open. I feel love my heart is never known. If you let me, I will let you. Love me blind, love me blind. All the way through, be my rescue. Through the times, through the times, through the times. 'Cause loving you is a part of my design. I know if you stay, baby, you and I will run the highway. It goes slowly, I'll wait. These words around you ask me to say, honey, won't you stay? Won't you let me in? I can feel the fire burning underneath your skin. Hold you like a rope, compliment your sin. I just wanna fall in love with you, maybe again. Honey, won't you stay? Hey, stay. Red lights, huh? Palm trees, driving through the night past the city. Hey, oh, don't hold back. Oh, endorse me. Just when you stare, I can barely breathe. Honey, won't you stay? Won't you let me in? I can feel the fire burning underneath your skin. Hold you like a wood, compliment your sin. I just wanna fall in love with you, maybe again. Honey, won't you stay? all your imperfections, yeah. What's losing, no baby, please stay. Honey, won't you stay? Won't you let me in? I can feel the fire burning underneath your skin, yeah. Honey, won't you stay? Won't you let me in? I can feel the fire burning underneath your skin. Hold you like a rose, compliment your sin, yeah. I just wanna fall in love with you, maybe again. Honey, won't you stay? Hey, stay, yeah. Stay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Honey, won't you stay? Durban, July, make some noise! Oh man, what a pleasure it is to be here today. My name is Nicole. For those who don't know me, I sing sad, soulful songs. What's happening, guys? How you guys doing? All right, see everyone's nice and comfortable. It's been a good day so far. For those who have been to my show before, this is what we do. I want you guys to get comfortable with you are, but I want you guys to also know me and know the people on stage. So, to my right, we have Rowan Craft on guitar. Give it up for Rowan, ladies and gentlemen. To my left, we have Louisa on the keys. Give it up for Louisa, ladies and gentlemen. And then behind me, we have my biological brother. And his name is Macho. Give it up for Macho on drums, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna do some songs you guys know, some songs you guys don't. I'm here for the next 20 minutes or so. Let's have a good time. Here we go. This one's called Head Rush. Down by the river, it feels like a dream. You're like sun in my hands, lighting up the morning. Take what you need, take it all like a thief. Oh, 'cause love's just a dance until you're gray and old. Oh, steady hands, don't you go shaking. 'Cause ooh, baby, it's you, baby, you make me wanna stay. You're giving me a head rush. Ooh, baby, it's you, baby, so high on yesterday. You're giving me a head rush, yeah. I'm falling, yeah, I know. Oh, by the time I'm down low from the high, I've been needing you again. From the start right to the end. Oh, I wish you could feel everything that I'm feeling. Ooh, yeah. Guess it's useless, yeah, no. Steady hands, don't you go shaking, hey, ha! Won't you stay? 'Cause baby, it's you, baby, you make me wanna stay. You're giving me a head rush. Baby, it's you,
Yeah, Lee Cole rocking it there on the pole stage. We'll be back there a little bit later on, but now Boitie is in town, and if Boitie's in town, she's got to look for the cat. She's found King Cat, and here they are talking all things red carpet.
Now, when I tell you that the girls showed up and showed out, you better believe me. Joining me now is Boitie, the only girl in the world. How you doing, girl?
I am lovely. How are you, Kat?
I'm fantastic. All the better seeing you. You look so fantastic. Tell me all about the look.
So I'm dressed by Otis, Seflo, and like I've been saying, you know, South Africa has so much to offer in terms of our minerals, in terms of our nature, in terms of our beauty. And, you know, this theme you could have interpreted in any way. We have so many options, the diamonds, the platinum, the gold, you know, our nature, our birds, etc. And I decided that the best way that I would interpret marvels of Mzansi would be a protea. Right. I feel like a pretty flower, and I was like, if that's how I'm feeling, that's how I want to look. And I feel like you don't have to think about it. You can see what it is, right?
And you know, I love it every single time you do your short hair. You're like the queen of short hair.
I love it.
Blonde, black, every single time. It eats.
Thank you.
You look incredible.
I love the short hair because you can do so much with it, and I think it doesn't overwhelm the outfit as well. It lets the outfit shine, it lets the face shine as well. So yeah, everything looks cute.
I mean, you've been to a couple of Durban Julys. What would you say you loved about this one specifically?
You know what? At first, when the theme came out, I was so confused. I was like, Marvels of Mzansi. And then when I understood the interpretation, I was like, this is going to be so incredible. I always look forward to the fashion, obviously, and see how people interpret the theme. And so when I heard about the theme, I was like, that is incredible. I think it's going to look the most beautiful. So I think today has been like one of the most beautiful Durban Julys that I've seen with everyone's looks. It's incredible.
It's always so fun to come and see our peers and have the best time with them as well, right?
Exactly. I think that's probably top tier of Durban July experience. It's everyone coming together and us just having a great time in a city with the best weather.
What do you think makes you a marvel of Mzansi?
The fact that I'm one of one. That's it. And honestly, I feel like that is what people should kind of like cherish about themselves more than anything. There's only one you, which does make you a marvel. It makes you a gem. It makes you rare. You can't find me anywhere else. That obviously makes me a marvel.
And what can we look out for from you in the near future?
So I'm journeying into a new phase of my life. As usual, you guys know that I'm a multifaceted. I dip and dip here and there.
You know what? I love the confidence with that. You know, you're not afraid to take risks, which is incredible. Sorry, continue.
You're not going to get anything in return by not taking risks. You're always going to wonder, and I never want to wonder. I want to know that I tried it. Even if it failed, it's okay. And I want to encourage people to do that. No matter what it is, there's no ways that you only have one passion. You have more than one and explore all of them. You don't want to be 70 and be like, I should have, could have, would have. Just do it. Get it out of your system. So I'm venturing into the space of interior designing. And I don't know how it's going to happen, but I feel it in my spirit that it's something I need to do. Okay. And I'm doing it. I don't know how I'm going to merge Boiti and interior designing, but we'll see. It always works out.
Listen, you always know how to do it, so I have faith in you. That's incredible.
We'll see. Thank you.
Boiti, thank you so much for stopping by. You look incredible. The marvels, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Leg day. Never skip leg day.
Yes, tell them.
Never skip leg day, okay?
Boiti with some great advice. Funnily enough, Graham Hawkins told me the same thing. Neil, never skip leg day. That means a gym.
What's that?
Not Jim Beam, that's another thing. That's a different thing. Anyway, time for us to talk horse racing. We march on. I just want to say from punters out there, of course, that the hits keep coming. So this is the 9th race, but it's the start of the last jackpot.
Yeah, jackpot 3, races 9, 10, 11 and 12. But this is a real tough race. It's a real puzzler for the punters. To cut to the chase, I think probably the best value in the race lies with number 4, Otaniqua. In good form, a 3-year-old with a lot of scope to improve more. But most crucially, this sort of 1,200-meter race, he's got a nice draw. But you pointed out that Lucinda Woodruff, one of our lady trainers, won this race last year with a horse called Cafe Culture that jumped out of stall gate 1. And Lucinda is back this year with a 3-year-old filly, Rafif, also drawn in pole position. And Neil, as you know, around the Hollywoodbets Greyville turn, especially over 1,200 metres, which is the distance of the post merchants, the one draw is crucial.
Well, there is the lineup. We won't go through them all. There's a couple. A colleague of ours will be, you could hear him shouting from Cape Town, King of the Gauls. That's Robert Bloomberg, who's no stranger to winning big races. Tony Riverland and Andrew Fortune. That's an interesting trifecta, isn't it? Andrew Fortune, Tony Riverland and Robert Bloomberg. There's a bit of an opinion battle there.
Make for a very interesting dinner party, sitting at a table of 4, yourself, with those 3 gentlemen. I'm sure that the discussions on whatever subject is being put on the table would get pretty heated.
Absolutely. Let's look at the second page. 11, Royal Aussie. Now, he's my roughie in the race because, funnily enough, he was never considered a sprinter, but he's done okay over the minimum trips. He's got the Maestro Pierce Straderman aboard and blinkers on. So I'm hoping he gets into this race, but on his day, and the amazing thing I was showing friends of mine during the week, I said, look how much this horse has earned. And of course he's earned 6 million rand, but it was on the benefit of winning that $1 million race, wasn't it?
Yeah, he won the big cap of his year. He's been a great money spinner for his owners. The best horse in the race is without question number 12, William Robertson. He's a winner at the highest level. He's a winner of 15 races. Sure. So he's got the most accomplished record in the race, but he's getting on a bit. He's rising 7. He's officially a 6-year-old for 1 more month. All the horses in the Southern Hemisphere turn a year old on the 1st of August. So he'll be 7 come the 1st of August in a couple of weeks' time. But he's still in the form of his life. Forget about his last run. They tried him over 1,600 metres, which was a bridge too far. But if you judge him on his previous sprint form, which includes a victory in the computer form sprint, then William Robertson, despite the bad draw, which is not going to be in his favour, has certainly got a chance. But the favourite in the race is number 9, Buffalo Bill Cody, at 33-10. He's a youngster with only a few starts under the belt, but he's pretty progressive. Otaniqua at 7-2. That's come in hugely because at one stage he was quoted at much longer odds, and pretty much write your own ticket about the balance. I do see that number 1, Lucinda Woodruff's runner, My Sensation, is in at 8-1. An Outlaw King trained by Dean Caname, who's obviously had a wonderful day. Whatever happens here, this is a day he will long remember, winning the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July with the Real Prince.
Just remind folks out there to read that, because what we've done, which has really worked effectively for us, is we've got both the fixed odds, which is in the purple box, and then to the right-hand side is the tote dividend. So what's interesting, if you're a Otaniqua fan, you'll be wanting to get on the tote. It's 7-2, which is 3.5-1 with your bookmaker. You're getting 6.5, which is essentially 11-2 on the tote, which is extremely generous. So, and it's actually delivered there in order of tote favourite, which is why Buffalo Storm Cody remains on top. What about a well-travelled horse like Cruise Control? Not without a shout, I guess, and Quebec have had a good day.
They have. Alan Crefts had a wonderful season, and of course another dance for me won earlier today to maintain her undefeated record. You know, the 2-year-old Equus Award for champion 2-year-old filly is very interesting, because all the nominees are going to come out of the Alan Crefts stable. Yes. Direct Hit, who's unbeaten, another dance for me, who's unbeaten, and I believe Golden Palm is actually coming here to Hollywoodbets Greyville at the end of the month. So you could have all 3 nominees for the Equus champion 2-year-old filly for the season coming out of the Eastern Cape, and that would be an absolute first.
Absolutely. We've spoke about generational names passed down, and of course Dean Caname, son of Peter Caname, the great PK. But we shouldn't forget Alan Crefts, father Stanley Creft, who you would have met and raced with on many, many moons, a legend in his own right. And of course Gavin Smith's father, Andy Smith. So those legacy families are still doing the business down in the Eastern Cape.
And now we're going into the 3rd generation of the Andy Smith, Gavin Smith, because Dean Smith has taken up responsibilities now.
What a lovely young man he is.
Lovely young man. So we're going to be seeing a 3rd generation of the Smith family training in the Eastern Cape. We wish Gavin a speedy recovery. It's not been at all well, but the signs are there. He's on the road to recovery. But they are loading up. Cruise Control, the one you mentioned, is in the Hollywood Racing Silks. The nominee, of course, being Anthony Delpeche. Callan Murray rides for Gavin Smith, and Dean is yet to do duty for the stable.
Well, it's time. I need a bit of water. Time for us to go up to Craig Peters. This will be the running of the Post Merchants. Start of the 2nd jackpot, grade 3. Let's cross up there.
William Robertson goes in. Great Plains, the front of the gate of Outlaw King is open. That's gate 5. They're just releasing it now. Truth to come forward. Texas Reds till to load up. Ziasha just trotting Outlaw King around. Vetch just having a look at Outlaw King. Jockey's dismounted. Please note, numbers 4 and 5, both being examined by the vet. Otaniqua and Outlaw King, they both rushed the gate. So let's see what the situation is. Craig Zackie's getting back into the irons of Outlaw King. And Texas Red is fitted with the hood. So they're backing a couple of runners out of the gates now. Trying to trot up Texas Red. So Kabela Matsanyane has been dismounted now with Texas Red. They're trying to get it up. There's just a couple of runners remaining to go. Agent, please note number 6 Texas Red has been scratched, refused to load. Number 6 Texas Red has been scratched, refused to load. Couple more to load up. Buffalo Storm Cody, Ziasha, My Sensation, Outlaw King's in. Here's the flag, 1,200 metres, and they sprinting away in the Grade 3 Post Merchants, and Great Plains is at the back of the field early on. Cruise Control and King of the Gauls, the first two to respond from Otaniqua. My Sensation is at the rail. The striped cap of Ziasha is racing awkwardly. Just in front of that is Truth. Along the inside is Outlaw King. Then comes I Am Giant. William Robertson's getting over to race in 5th position now with the red sleeves and cap. And then we drop further to Buffalo Storm Cody. That's about 7 lengths off the leader. Further back is Questioning, Outlaw King, Royal Aussie, and then comes Great Plains. Homeward Bound and Cruise Control's the leader. The Great Truth is second. King of the Gauls is going through on the inside with My Sensation. Otaniqua between runners. William Robertson's on the outside. Buffalo Storm Cody's trying to get into the race. They come down to the last 200. Otaniqua on the inside. My Sensation. And I Am Giants running a big race. Buffalo Storm Cody on the outside. I Am Giants coming strongly though. I Am Giants going on, and it's going to go to I Am Giants. Second, My Sensation, then Otaniqua, and fourth, Buffalo Storm Cody. Number 7, I Am Giant, Stuart Ferry, Hollywood Racing, and Sean Veal once again. The Hollywood Racing team, Anthony Delpeche, well done. The Kirari, bred by Mr. A.C. Dickerson, and number 7, pays up 29.20 and 6.70. Number 1, My Sensation, second. Third, number 4, Otaniqua. Fourth, number 9, Buffalo Storm Cody. Then Outlaw King. The tote favourite, they got them joint 4 and 9. Get that confirmed. So here comes number 7, I Am Giant, to record its 5th win from 18 outings. So on their big day, Hollywood Racing, well done Owen and Devon Heifer and the team, as I Am Giant comes good, number 7, and wins it by about 3 parts of a length. Number 1, My Sensation, will run second. Third to number 4, Otaniqua. Then number 9, Buffalo Storm Cody. Another shot of this, the purple cap of I Am Giant comes well. Along the inside, My Sensation, a big run. And Otaniqua back in that third position. It shows up as 4 and 9, Otaniqua and Buffalo Storm Cody as joint tote favourites. Get that confirmed in the running of the Grade 3 Post Merchants. Here comes Seanville back to the winner's enclosure, and I Am Giant has now won 5 from 18, and the Kirari is returning to the winner's enclosure, putting in a strong claim in the closing stages, making up the ground, and then goes on to win it and win it by the 3 parts of a length. So yeah, we take a look at the start. Look at gate number 7. That's I Am Giant with a purple cap, and is about a length or so, 2 lengths off them as they jump in the Merchants, and then makes up some good ground. Here, returning to the winner's enclosure, here is a close-up shot of number 7, I Am Giant, and this one is Seanville, nice-looking son of Kirari. And there we have Devon Heifer walking towards the winner's enclosure. He's elated on their big day, Hollywood Racing, Anthony Del Pesh. And there's Leslie, and I don't know if Owen Heifer's down there as well. They will make the lead in. There's Stuart Ferry as well, and they will make the winner's enclosure shortly. They fitted with the sash, and returning to the winner's enclosure, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a nice round of applause. I Am Giant, Seanville, Stuart Ferry, and also Hollywood Racing. Well done all round.
Thank you, Craig. Well, to round off a perfect day, we had to have a Hollywoodbets winner and a Hollywood Racing winner. Anthony was sitting here. He said, we've got 9 runners running today now because Tobacconist has come in for a later race, but they'll be delighted. And I have to say, no group of people deserve more of a winner because we spoke about it, what they've brought you today. So that'll be a popular win.
Very popular win. They did have a few runners in the race, but I Am Giant, only the second time he's appeared out of the Stuart Ferry stable. Seanville, we were saying off air, probably one of the most improved riders. He's riding in the country right now. He's ridden more than 100 winners this season for the first time in his career. He's riding with a lot of confidence. He won the first race today. He's now won the Post Merchants 1200 for the Hollywood Racing team. And of course, it is fantastic for the 5-year-old son of Kirari. Broke nicely out of stall gate 7, drawn kind of in the middle of the field. There was a bit of scrimmaging in the early stages, but Sean managed, despite the fact that I Am Giant, as you can see there, being a little bit heady in the early stages, throwing his head around, not easy to settle, but he is going to come through and win a very, very nice
with the purple
race.
cap producing.
Yeah,
he actually won a little bit cozily, didn't he? Because if you have a look, he's just pushing him out. I think Sean knew he'd had the race. I liked him because, you know, if you look at last year, he ran in the Merchants last year. I mean, he's been very lightly raced. He's obviously had his issues, but he was drawn poorly last year, 14 out of 14, and he finished right on top of Cafe Culture, carrying 60 kilograms. So he was down 2, not without a chance.
Certainly showed that he was not without a chance. He's won, as you say, I think he won a little cozily. My Sensation for Lucinda Woodruff, certainly not disgraced back in second. Otaniqua ran his usual genuine race to get into the top 3 ahead of the co-favourite number 9 Buffalo Storm Cody. So yes, I Am Giant, nice to see him back to winning form, and nice to see Hollywood Racing represented, of course, by their ambassador Anthony Del Pesh, himself a many times winner of the Hollywoodbets Durban July in years past. Stuart Ferry, I'm absolutely delighted for him. Obviously they would have been a little bit disappointed with Gladiatorian's performance in the big race today, but here's some consolation for Stuart Ferry.
Yeah, big consolation to get a winner on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day in the Hollywood Racing colours. Well, it's time very soon for us to go, not in hot water, some of us might already be in hot water, but they're performing on the pole stage. But before we do that, Graham, I want to thank you for a day. They tell me you're still working.
I am still working. I've still got races 10, 11, 12 to go in the Gallop TV studio. But you know, the adrenaline just keeps you. We'll get tired at midnight tonight.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of time to sleep. Plenty of time to sleep.
Well, I expect to see you at the after party. Mr. Racing, Graham joining us. It's been a nice build-up. You've done wonderful work on it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to join you for just a couple of races. And to all of our viewers out there, enjoy the rest of the evening, wherever it is that you're enjoying it. But if you happen to be anywhere close to Hollywoodbets Greyville, there's still time to come and join us. The party's going to go on throughout the night.
Wonderful. Thanks very much to Graham. So, pole stage is where we're heading. And as I say, if you turn on the tap, what comes out? Hot water.
Hot water. It's so Japan. It's so Japan. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hot water. Nasog. Hot water. Bandizo John. Ekati. Bandizo Mary. Ekichin. Bandizo John. Ekati. Bandizo Mary. Ekichin. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hot water. And the river will fall. Hot water. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hot water. Hot water. It's so Japan. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hey, ta. Hot water. Hot water. Hot water. Hot water. Hey, hey. Molweni. Nichana tepe. Nichana tepe. Sisugekamba, sisati molweni. Nichani. Okay. Molo Africa. Molo Africa. Molo Africa. Molo Africa. Molo Africa. What's up? Molo Africa. Molo Africa. Molo Africa. What's up?
They used to tell me when I was growing up that hot water was a bad thing. You get scolded. But not here, because it's been rocking, and they're going to continue to rock down there on the pole stage. Wonderful entertainment, great vibes. Folks, it's been an absolute pleasure being here to take you through our coverage today of the Hollywoodbets Durban July for 2025. This has been the 129th running of a great event. We hope you loved it, because we certainly did. Goodbye.
Truth. Along the inside is Outlaw King, then comes I Am Giant. William Robertson's getting over to race in 5th position now with the red sleeves and cap. And then we drop further to Buffalo Storm Cody. That's about 7 lengths off the leader. Further back is Questioning, Outlaw King, Royal Aussie. And then comes Great Plains. Homeward Bound and Cruise Control's the leader. The Great Truth is second. King of the Gauls is going through on the inside with My Sensation. Otaniqua between runners. William Robertson's on the outside. Buffalo Storm Cody's trying to get into the race. They come down to the last 200. Otaniqua on the inside. My Sensation. And I Am Giants running a big race. Buffalo Storm Cody on the outside. I Am Giants coming strongly though. I Am Giants going on. And it's going to go to I Am Giants. Second, My Sensation, then Otaniqua, and fourth, Buffalo Storm Cody. Number 7, I Am Giant, Stuart Ferry, Hollywood Racing, and Sean Veal once again. The Hollywood Racing team, Anthony Delpesh, well done. The Kirari, bred by Mr. A.C. Dickerson, and number 7, pays up 29.20 and 6.70. Number 1, My Sensation, second. Third, number 4, Otaniqua. Fourth, number 9, Buffalo Storm Cody. Then Outlaw King. The tote favourite, they got them joint 4 and 9. Get that confirmed. So here comes number 7, I Am Giant, to record its 5th win from 18 outings. So on their big day, Hollywood Racing, well done Owen and Devon Heffer and the team, as I Am Giant comes good, number 7, and wins it by about 3 parts of a length. Number 1, My Sensation, will run second. Third to number 4, Otaniqua. Then number 9, Buffalo Storm Cody. Another shot of this, the purple cap of I Am Giant comes well. Along the inside, My Sensation, a big run, and Otaniqua back in that third position. It shows up as 4 and 9, Otaniqua and Buffalo Storm Cody as joint tote favourites. Get that confirmed in the running of the Grade 3 Post Merchants. Close-up shot of
Number 10 will be the final feature on today's card of Hollywoodbets Durban July 2025. They're in the ring. It's the Premier Gateway International Handicap, i.e. the Tequila Handicap. They go 1,600 meters, and I'm joined by Warren. There's a team of people in the parade ring. We'll pick up a little bit more as they go around, but here's number 8, Cherry Anu, who ran the KZN Breeders' Mile last time out. Wasn't disgraced behind legal counsel. He's a seriously progressive 3-year-old. I know him from PE, and I know him from Durban as well. He's such a big, tall, strapping lad as Cherry Anu. He'll stand out on a Hollywoodbets Durban July parade ring. He's not without a winning chance here, Warren.
Done very well since relocating to KwaZulu-Natal and to the Wendy Whitehead stable. He's a son of Cape Town Noir, and yeah, absolutely, he's running well. He was second behind what looks to be a very talented horse in legal counsel. And Wendy, yeah, he's been doing well with him, and yeah, he brings Mabeka form into the race. But don't worry about that. You know, many snuffed at that, but I certainly wouldn't. He's in form. He's got an undeniable chance here, Alistair.
Here's one of the best bred horses in the country, Narina Trogo, number 14. What an overachiever he is. He ran second in the World Sports Betting 1900 last time out, finishing second behind Salukwe. He's not the most imposing horse, but a seriously athletic horse. He's got a terrible draw, the worst or the widest of the draws. Tristan Godden takes a ride for Mike Miller. He'll be trying his best, as he always does.
Yeah, such a servant to the Mike Miller stable is Narina Trogan. Bit of a tricky draw to overcome, but we'll leave that in the capable hands of Tristan Godden. Second to Salukwe last time, and Salukwe ran an absolute cracker in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Narina Trogan, you leave him out at your peril.
Here's Candice Dawson's runner, number 2, Grand Crescendo. Trent Mayhew takes the ride. He's got compression mask and blinkers on. Pound for pound, I'd like to motivate that he is probably the best horse in the race, having been placed at grade 1 level. He can do funny things in a race, can Grand Crescendo, but an inside draw and being able to run inwards, the fact that he hangs in is probably going to be a good attribute. He's a beautiful son of one world, is Grand Crescendo. His last run was a step in the right direction as well when he finished third behind Claw, and I like to believe that he can be a big danger here.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Messrs. Nestat, Millinger and Gary Player, of course, Gary Player being represented with at the races with his with his granddaughter Rebecca. So Grand Crescendo, certainly a horse that's not out of discussion for a place or for an each-way chance. Grand Crescendo. Here's for Zeitz. Now Zeitz is for Andrew. Zeitz, how was that?
That was Andrew Fortune at his worst. But the only thing is, no one got it. No. Only we saw.
Only we saw it.
Go to MJ. He's in the parade ring, but he's not found a racing man.
Ali. Thanks, Ali. I've got Jordan Hendrickse with me. Jordan, nice to have you at the races. You say it's your first experience. How's it been?
No, been very good, man. Thank you to Glissian Events for inviting me to this incredible occasion. And I just want to say thank you to them. But the occasion, yes, what an atmosphere here, you know. It's different from playing on the field and then experiencing something off field, and it's been amazing so far. I've been enjoying it.
Have a little fluttered yet or not yet?
No, not yet. Not yet.
There must be someone in the box there that can give a bit of a tip here to make a bit of money.
No, maybe, but we don't say much. We keep that behind the doors.
So yeah, first experience, and hope you get some of your mates out here.
No, definitely. I think there's lots of guys now at the Springbok game, and so far we're doing well. So no, I know there's a lot of guys that support us. So hopefully we get more guys coming to this.
Thank you very much for your time. It's Jordan Hendrickse, first experience at the race. It's fantastic to have them here.
Thanks very much, MJ. I've got trainer Peter Muscat here with me, and Mr. Muscat, after Count of Ruin was a bit luckless early on in the two-year feature. We've got I Salute You here, and the whole team is here. And what we've heard from the recent interviews, they want to say I salute you in the end.
Well, let's hope it goes that way. The horse is fit and well. You know, he's never won a race by a big margin, so he likes a scrap. Well drawn, should get a good sit just behind the speed, which should give him every chance to be competitive.
Enjoy it, all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks to trainer Peter Muscat for his comment with number 6, I Salute You, who there was a bit of action in the market, and the son of Socrat is looking for his 5th career victory. Let's see how he goes in this contest. Last time out, ran in the 1900. That form has been sparked up with Selukwe running in 3rd early on in the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Having a look at number 13 on the card, Winter Games, who, funny enough, was an entry for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Matthew Thackeray takes the ride. He's taken the high road to try and qualify. Sadly didn't quite do enough. But here's a horse that I think we shortchanged on ability, Warren, because he's got a lot of it and he kind of just sneaks under the radar.
He does, Al. Yeah, he's a son of Wada Winter. He's close up, you know, to Madison Valley last time. He beat Gladiatorian in his penultimate start. Yeah, you're right. Just a horse that gets it under the radar, but he looks $1 million, and his form is there for all to see. He's certainly a horse that Winter Games, horse number 13, who seems to have just the one eye missing there. But Winter Games, yeah, got to go into all bets, and I think would be at a decent price.
So they are leaving the parade ring for the 10th race. This is the last chance to play a pick 3 on today's card of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And I never really like to admit it, but this can be a day that takes quite a while to complete. It is breezed by this afternoon. Let's get up to Craig Peters. He'll call them down to the start.
Runners for the 10th race about to come out onto the track. The Premier Gateway International Handicap. It's over 1,600 meters. Here's number 1 Underworld and Gavin Lorino.
Umjako weshumi Premier Gateway International Handicap. Illisted racing ele umjako weshumi. Underworld siyambona lapha nizoya ku 1,600 meters. Kevin Lerena ukivela pale kilelo Justin Smith
that in race 11 number 14 Gian Battista
ufaka
is now
amablinkas
Richard
abovu
Free.
angeka zakijimeke
number
nawo
14 Richard Free.
uzowakhumula uma sefike lapha kuma starting stalls. Kevin Lerena wasaloke ethuli naye usukela namhlanje. Number 2 Grand Crescendo iyashiqeqeshwa uKennis Dawson likitshela uTrent Mayu apprentice.
Number 4 Zeitz and Serena
Number
Moodley.
4 Zeitz Sereno Moodley egela pano Andre Nele
is number 4 Zeitz.
Number
Here's
5
a look at number 5 Claw and
Mike and Adam
Khumalo.
Ezi Simanga Khumalo ligibele.
They're followed down by number 6 I Salute
Warren Kennedy.
You. Warren Kennedy and number 7 King Regent.
Akade
passing
simbola
by.
abantu ku King Regent Chat Little qeqeshwa uGlenn Cotton.
Rest of the field coming out onto the track.
Siyambona lapho Cherry Ano number 8 Richard Fourie egibelele lapha
Number 8
Wendy
Richard
Whitehead.
Free. Number 9
Number 9 Money Heist
Heist
yashla
and
Tony
Andrew
Peter
Fortune.
kitshela Andrew Fortune.
Number
10
Get
Get
Impressed,
Impressed JP van der Merwe gibele Justin Snake.
9 Money Heist.
Nangu Money Heist
passing by.
yashila ka Tony Peter.
8 Cherry
Ano Richard Fourie Wendy Whitehead. Number 10
Number
Get
10,
Impressed
Get Impressed.
JP van der Merwe Justin Snake.
Number
11 Sunset Riot
and
yashla Alec Lade kitshela uKalvin Apip. Number 13 Winter Games Matthew Takare gibela lapha uMichael Miller. Number 14 Narina Tragon Tristan Gordon gibela uMichael Miller. Number 12 Oxalis Gold yashla Michael Medidiko Colin Murray olgibel.
About 6 minutes to race time. Favorite is number 4 Zeitz, and that is showing up at R3.
So about 6 minutes to go until the running of the 10th and anti-penultimate race on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Let's not forget a little bit of background and what you can expect for the rest of the day. Don't walk out on the end of race number 12 because we've got the unofficial 13th race, which Hollywoodbets have well and truly got stuck into. They'll be donning their purple costumes, but the light show after the final race at Hollywoodbets Greyville. I've been told what you saw at the Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge, which was sensational. Think of that but bigger, Warren, and one thing you know about Hollywoodbets, there's no ceiling.
Absolutely no ceiling at all, and just to be able to see the treats, you know, to be treated to the practice rounds and the test runs through the week and the lead up to the big day, is certainly outstanding, Alistair. So yeah, that light show is phenomenal. That's, as you say, after the 13th race. The light show will commence, so absolutely get your cameras on your cell phones going, get everything ready, because it's going to be an absolute cracker, world-class light show. Yes, indeed.
So let's talk wet racing here, Warren. There are quite a few that fell by the wayside as far as Hollywoodbets Durban July entries were concerned. Underworld was shoehorned in at the last moments until the Snakes backed out of making him a runner. Zeitz was an entry, I Salute You was an entry, Over the Page, Winter Games and Arena Trogon were also entries for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Not that this is even the consolation race, but they all either backed out or were eliminated from the race. In fact, none of them were eliminated. They all backed out as time went on. But Durban's been a buzz about one horse in this race here, Warren, and that is number 4, Zeitz.
Absolutely, and his last run, Ali, his last run when finishing 2.85 to Madison Valley, It was a good effort. He was had an awkward draw. He's far better drawn today. And he was really making eye-catching headway. He was a little far back, but you know, when you come from that draw, you've got to take your medicine, you've got to do what you've got to do. But the way he was going through the gears and finishing was really impressive. So, yeah, you know, he beat Garrix 3 starts ago. In fact, he didn't beat Garrix. He thumped Garrix by nearly 3 lengths. So, a lot of talk. You're quite right about Zeitz. And why not 53.5, Serena Moodley. They've had a huge run in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. They'll be wanting to get into the winner's box now.
If it means anything, and to be fair, it wouldn't mean much to me, but again, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Zeitz won the City of Cape Town Politician Stakes beating Garrix. He ran in the Splash Out Cape Derby, and that form was utilised quite strongly in the Hollywoodbets Durban July with 8 on 18 coming out and winning. And Native Ruler didn't actually run a disgraceful race by any stretch of the imagination. So Zeitz brings that type of form. I know that Andrenel bemoaned the fact that he was scratched from the WSB KZN Guineas due to elevated TCO2. That would have been the prep that he took into the Cup trial to get into the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and sadly with no prep run before the prep run behind the 8 ball. So this is the medicine that they're going to have to take. I agree. I think from a draw this time around of the ground that he made up last time, he'll be there for nothing, and by default he's a massive chance. What about number 1 Underworld? I think Justin Snaith's done a magnificent job with this horse because he was used as travel companion to PE for quite a few horses. He's been used as a pacemaker for quite a few horses. He's always been that soldier that did a job for someone else. Now he's flying solo.
Yeah, and at the Gallops, the official Gallops a couple of days ago, having a word with Andrew Fortune, who does a lot of work at the Snaith stable up at Summerveld, and he was quite upbeat about Underworld's chances, and lovely to see him on the Grade 1 stage today. And yeah, they like Underworld, and why not? Good effort last time behind Madison Valley, as honest as the day is long, and he'll run his socks off Underworld from Gate 1. Gavin Loreen, a little quiet day by his high standards, but he'll be bouncing back soon, and it could well be in this race.
Could be in this race, and it certainly won't be for much longer that he goes quiet. In fact, he hit the boards plenty times on Africa's Greatest Horse Race Day, but just not had his big cigar. What about number 3, Rapidash, the highest earner in the race by a considerable margin?
Yeah, Nick Johnson and Douglas Ross's horse. He's my outsider in the race, Ali Rapidash. I would be a little surprised if he beats horses like Zeitz and his stable companion Underworld. But for back-ended trifectas, quartets, I like a bit of Rapidash for a bit of a place chance.
There's a bit of talk around town about number 11, Sunset Riot. He hasn't been seen in nearly a year. Kelvin Habib takes her out for Alec Laird. He's been off due to a left fore knee injury. But there's been a well-published video that was posted by Alec Laird and his social media team during the week of this horse galloping next to Atticus Finch. If he can hold pace with him, showing no ill effects from a long break, he's probably not got his legs tied up, yeah?
Absolutely. You know, he's obviously the long layoff was a slight concern. There's 11 Sunset Riot on screen. That's how you want to see a racehorse go to the start. I mean, anybody who faults that, I'm not sure, but that is being turned out in perfection for the public to see, and he's gone down to the start, an absolute treat. 11 Sunset Riot and 12 Oxalis Gold for me went down to the post extremely well. What chance do you give 12 Oxalis Gold?
A good chance. She punches above her weight. From the draw, it's not going to be too easy, but she represents some Tibashina form, which we haven't seen light up. But to be fair, I think that the vast difference between the Tibashina and the Ridgemont Garden Province was evident tonight, and I think Oxalis Gold is, you know, in a race that's potentially calmer waters. I can see her going well. I just want to talk about Candice Dawson's runner, number 2, Grand Crescendo. I'll be lynched if I didn't mention him, and he popped up. He's seriously good horse. He has placed at Grade 1 level. He's back to the same course and distance where he placed at Grade 1 level. He came back to life last time out when he finished 3rd behind Claude. Trent Mayhew is back on board. He can do just about anything. He can be a really dangerous contender, but he can also drop the bundle from time to time. Hoping that we get the best version of number 2, Grand Crescendo, here today. He looked really wonderful. They all do. I'm not going to sit here and say any horse looked bad. It's Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, for goodness sake. Every trainer's brought their horse popping. But number 2, Grand Crescendo, can be really dangerous despite his enigmatic runs from time to time. But the lights is flashing, Warren. Last thoughts?
2-horse race, Zeitz and Underworld.
So Serena Moodley now just getting into the irons, and Chad Little still to mount up on King Regent for race 10. Favourite remains number 4, Zeitz, is at 3:30. They'll start the loading process shortly over at the 1600 metre mark. Claw goes in. Money highest. Sunset
Umjaho
Rise.
weshumi Premier Gateway International Handicap listed race.
Sunset Rise.
Usengenile uClaw esangweni lesihlanu. Izosuka 1600 meters. Money highest. Uyangena phana esangweni lesishagalolunye.
Comes in. Grand Crescendo.
Sunset Riot esangweni leshumi. Esangweni lesine ukhona uZayithe Grand Crescendo. Uyangena esangweni lesibili. Esangweni lesithupha lapha ukhona I Salute You.
I Salute You is ready.
Esangweni lesishagalombili ukhona uCherry Ano. Esangweni leshumi ukhona uGet Impressed. Esangweni leshumi nambili Oxalis
to go
Gold.
into 3. Narina Trogon to go to an outside gate.
Njengamanje basondeza laphayana uRapidash ongena esangweni lesithathu.
Rapidash comes up.
Esangweni lokuqala wangena uUnderworld.
Narina Trogon.
Ungenile uNarina Trogon.
1600 meters.
Esangweni leshumi nantathu Winter Games.
And away they go
Esakhe
from the
isigqoko simnyama
1600
sephume
meter
lapha
marker.
1600 meters.
Getting pressed as one of the
Phume kahle
trailers
Underworld
early
kwehla
on.
phambili Grand Crescendo nangu khona uClaw nangu naye ukhona. Nange lapha uCherry Ano. Bese uyabheka lapha I Salute You. Nange uGet Impressed ephuma ngapha eceleni Oxalis Gold. Bese kuba uZayithe lapha phakathi nendawo. Muthi uyabheka ngemumva ukhona laphayana uRapidash bese kuba uKing Regent. Bese emva kwakhe uNarina Trogon. Imbala yabo kithi ayifanele laphayana. Ingakudida nje kancane bese bakhona uMoney Heist. Ekugcineni bese uyena uWinter Games. Obaholayo manje uGrand Crescendo. Elandela uyena uSunset Riot. Bese kuba lapha uGet Impressed, Underworld, uClaw, uZayithe, uCherry Ano. Bese kuba I Salute You phakathi nendawo. Uyambona Oxalis Gold uhamba ngaphandle ngaphakathi ukhona uRapidash. Abe khona uKing Regent, Money Heist, Narina Trogon. Bese kuba laphayana uWinter Games. Zijika ibhendi ke manje sixoxa nalo laphayana baloke baholile njalo laphana uGrand Crescendo. Njengoba nje zoqoda ebheke 400 meters. Sunset Riot, Get Impressed, nangu uZayithe ehlanganisa. Nange lapha uRapidash, I Salute You. Nange lapha noClaw. Izandawo zonke Sunset Riot. Nange valeleka ke laphana uGet Impressed. Nange lapha uhamba kahle kakhulu lapha uUnderworld. Ukhona uZayithe laphana, ukhona uClaw. Nangu uZayithe lapha uUnderworld. Nangu layini ukhala laphana. Serena Mutli basala phana. uZayithe shela lapha uGet Impressed. Bese uClaw, bese I Salute You. Bese Winter Games. Bathi saphela inkulumo yajabula yonke inkundla bevele leliyasho idlalwe kakhulu. Lisuke lapha ku7-1 walibona la seseko 3-1. Ingakho nje abantu bejabula kangaka. Bathi uMasala Powder ngiyambona noDiza hlala kancane lapha agent yakhe. Base bewina kakhulu lapha. Number 4 uZayithe iyashile leqho Andrenele. Esuka lapha eKapa. Wathi uSerena Mutli nami ngizomela iKZN. Wase ushaya ke lapha layini. Eshaya noUnderworld. Ongena indawo yesibili. Bese kuba uClaw indawo yesithathu. I Salute You endaweni yesine. Uyivala iquartet. Wase bakhona yena ke uWinter Games elandelwa yena uRapidash. Inkulumo beziningi kakhulu ngaleli hashi. Libe selenza lokho ke belindelekile kulona. Wathi uSerino nje ngizonijabulisa abaphanti aseThekwini. Emva ukuthi kade mkhala. Kube sekuba njalo ke. Wabe sekuwina ke lapha uZayithe. uAndrenel umqeqeshi ihashi lama-Savin Platinum. Kanti leli lapho Dimensions Farms Pty Ltd. Walithenga ngenhla imali ye-625,000. Ingakho ke libuyisa ke manje lizowina i-listed race. Number 4 Zayithe Serino Mutli. Andrenele singamkhohla noBaron Foster awulekelelwa Andrenele khona la iKZN
and wins it by about half. Third to number 5 Claw. In that fourth position number 6 I Salute You. Nice slow-mo as they hit the winning post for race number 10, and then came number 13 Winter Games, followed by number 3 Rapidash, and then Narina Trogon number 14. Taking a look at the start, and the winner is drawn in gate number 4. Actually picked and sideways. Looks to get a bump sideways was Zayithe. So Serena didn't panic at any stage. And Underworld leads it. And on the outside, Sunset Riot. And this stage, the winner's in about 7th position. And here comes number 4, Zayithe, now to return to the winner's enclosure here in front of the grandstand. And number 4 is paying up the 3 rand. So here comes Serena Moodley for Andre Nell, for Sabine Plattner, bred by Main Chance Farms, returns to the winner's enclosure as the tote favourite in race number 10 gets all the congratulations and will return to the winner's enclosure. Here's a nice close-up of Zayithe Certainly, Serena, as I say at the start, he didn't panic, took a little bit of a bump and appeared to pick as the gates opened from the 1600 meter mark. But yeah, returning to the winners' enclosure, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a nice round of applause to Zeitz, the 3-year-old, Vercingetorix for Sabine Platinum, Main Chance Farms, Andranel and Serena Moodley.
Well, there we go. Zeitz, the talking horse. There was word out a long way out that Zeitz was well fancied, and he was turned out beautifully, Ali. You know, he looked good in the ring. He looked good everywhere, and what a ride from Serena Moodley. And you know, often people say, well, yeah, we go on and say what a ride because they won, but he did everything right. You know, Richard Free in the Hollywoodbets Durban July was a great ride. He just didn't get there. It is what it is. But Serena Moodley has piloted Zeitz to absolute perfection.
Must have been an element of pressure on Sereno and Andre Null and Platinum Racing here, because of all the horses who ran today, Zeitz was the one who probably had quite a lot running on him, a lot of expectations, the get-out stakes or the horse to make the day a lot better, and he's delivered. He's a seriously nice horse. And to be fair, it might be a blessing in disguise that he's taken this route through the Durban season. You can go into Cape Town, probably target some big races and come back here in 12 months' time and really target some proper races. He's won a good race. He got there in nick of time. I think ultimately he's looking for a little bit further than a mile. That's probably proved by the fact that he won the Politician Stakes at the Hollywoodbets Kenilworth, but no mean feat winning this race. It's a big effort from number 4 Zeitz. Bred at Main Chance Farms, the son of Vercingetorix, is definitely on the right track. Underworld again, so near yet so close, so far with number 1 Underworld. Big run and defeat in second. Claw gave them a big thrill towards the outside, moved them smartly, ends up third, not disgraced. And the 4th position went the way of number 6 I Salute You, another nice horse to be on the right side of in the coming months.
Yeah, absolutely. And there in the winner's box is Serena Moodley. He puts in a lot of work to all stables, but particularly to the Andre Nell stable. Lovely that Andre's here with his team, and yeah, just having a word with them in the parading. He said, we got one home, and yeah, fantastic. So Zeitz is the winner. Plenty more racing action to come, ladies and gentlemen. MJ Bielefeld is up next.
Gavin Lorena rode Underworld. Gav, just a better one on the day.
Yeah, look, obviously I had to give the winner 7 kilos, and he's run some great races. I think he won the Politician in Cape Town. I thought a fantastic run by my horse. I think Justin had him so well today. He felt in such a good space, and he gave me a great ride the whole way. You know, squeezed him inside the 300, he gave me a nice kick, and the winner actually sailed past him, and he fought back. So very courageous run by my horse. I'm very pleased, and I'm sure you'll win against him.
Gavin, it's been a busy day, but fantastic vibe, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. Well done to Hollywoodbets. Today's been a fantastic day. Well done to everyone concerned. And yeah, look, a lot of rides today, a lot of places. Still trying to hunt that win.
We're not done yet. Which 11 and 12? Where can we have a little flat on?
Look, if my horse takes to the Poly in the 12th race, I think it's a very big runner open our way.
Thank you very much, Gavin. That's Gavin. He's got a bit of confidence for Open Highway in the last race.
well, welcome to the presentation of the Premier Gateway International Handicap, a listed race for 200,000 Rand. We are joined by Damien Waddington, Chief Operating Officer of Premier Gateway International. Damien, nice having you here today. And alongside him, if you don't know the face, you don't know your soccer. Kaiser Chiefs, Mamelodi Sundowns, Bafana Bafana, the effervescent, the young at heart. I can call him a good friend of mine. Brian Boloi. Welcome, Brian. Nice having Brian, and Brian is the Hollywoodbets brand ambassador. Now, first up will be the winning groom. He's done an outstanding job with his horse. His name is Lucas Mkhize. Lucas, your horse looked superb. Well done to the winning groom, Lucas. Congratulations to you, Lucas. That's 2,000 Rand, Hollywood Race Course, and of course, Hollywoodbets. Well done to the winning groom. When it comes to this interview, it's a big moment for me as well. If you don't know, I manage this young man, Sereno Mudley, and this is our season today. For a full season that we've been together, it's a proud moment for me to be interviewing Sereno on this stage on Africa's biggest race date. Sereno, big moment for you. Well done.
Yes, Steve, you know, firstly, I just want to thank the Lord for his blessing, and without him, this is not possible. You know, and the team behind me, you know, they do a fantastic job. The horses have run great today, you know, but it's a bit hard. I'm hard on myself at times, but, you know, we box on and we come back another day, and just fantastic to get one on the board for Mrs. Plattner. She's been a huge help in my career, and I've elaborated on that before, you know, and it's just fantastic. On these days, she deserves these type of winners.
We don't want to take the gloss away from this win, but your horse ran a big one in the main event.
Yes, Deej, you know, obviously I followed the winner throughout. I thought he was the right horse to drag me into the straight, but he just had he turned it on a lot better than I did. My horse took 1 or 2 strides to get the momentum, but he hit the line strong, and it was a fantastic run, you know. A couple of months ago, you'd never say he's running in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and he's run 3rd, so it's just fantastic, you know. I can't do it without the team, you know, Byron, Mr. Now, Callum, Haley. It's a huge team. The groom's back at home. It's a huge team effort, and you know, obviously the massive thank you to Mrs. Plattner. Without her, I wouldn't be standing here.
If you have to think about a few seasons back and the horses you were riding to the quality you are getting these days, it's a big leap, isn't it?
Yes, Deej, and obviously I got to thank you for that too. You know, you just take the pressure off. This game's really tough, and you know, massive thank you to you. You've just been a big help in my career, and you know what, we're just going from strength to strength.
Well, those are kind words. They are appreciated, but I always tell you it's a team effort. You're putting all the yards, and you deserve all the successes. Well done on a big race day. Congratulations to you, Sereno.
Thanks so much. Again, big thanks to my sponsors, Winning Form, and to my uncle and my dad. Yeah, this one's for them.
Give it up for winning jockey, Sereno Mudley. Then the winning trainer, his name is Andre Nell. He is the captain of this ship. They have a yard here in KZN. Of course, their main yard is in the Western Cape. Mrs. Sabine Plattner is the name behind La Plaisance. She's behind Andre Nell and Plattner Racing. What a job you landed, Andre, if you think seasons back. I mean, it must be an absolute pleasure working for one of the ladies of the turf.
These days, it is a big pleasure to work for her, and it's even almost bigger pleasure to work with the team that she's put together. That always, everybody does their job in the team, and it makes my job a hell of a lot easier. So I just stand up here to collect the prize. Sometimes all the credit goes to Byron and Haley for this win. They did a phenomenal job in preparing this horse. He was spot on today. I think all their runners today ran really well, so huge credit to them.
Just looking at the big race, Sereno touched on it. You're not going to go back to the Western Cape with the sash, but your horse did you proud?
Phenomenal run, Dees. I mean, early on in the race, I knew we could win it off that sedate pace, but the horse still running his heart out. Really gutsy race. Huge kudos to Mr. Caname for winning the race. I told him I gave him no chance, but he's a master, and he managed to get the win to win the race. So huge kudos to him. But our horse, like I say, ran his heart out, ran his race of his life, and that's on any day you will take that.
Give Mrs. Plattner our best. I mean, she deserves all the success in the game for her heavy investment over a number of years now. She deserves it. Give her our best. All the best to yourself and your team and Mrs. Plattner.
Thank you, Deez. Yeah, no, we're all really privileged to have her in the game, and like you say, the investment she's put into it, these kind of days make it worthwhile. So well done to her. One on to Main Chance for breeding this horse, and again to my team behind me. They are phenomenal.
Well played.
Thank you.
That's Andre now. And Byron is going to represent Mrs. Plattner. That's for the winning trainer. Andre, that's for the winning trainer. And then Byron is going to accept on Mrs. Plattner. Come through, Byron. Let's have a chat. You heard him mention Byron in the winning interview. Byron representing owner Mrs. Sabine Plattner. Come through, Byron. Let's have a quick chat. You know, to be part of this phenomenal team headed by Andre and, of course, Mrs. Plattner, you're doing a wonderful job. We cannot echo those comments anymore because season in, season out, you deliver here in KZN.
Yeah, thanks, Deez. It's obviously a team effort. Obviously, Andre gives us the confidence to go ahead with things and plan our races. And yeah, like I say, it's just a team effort. I can't thank Serena enough. His riding's gone to another level the last 6 months, and he just come into the ring with a lot of confidence 9 times out of 10. And like I say, just well done to Mrs. Plattner. She puts a lot of money into the game with her breeding, and she's very passionate about everything. And yeah, she feels she enjoys the game so much, and she just definitely needs all the accolades.
Super horse. He's one for the next season.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, our plan early on, we got a little bit messed around, and fortunately, he's bounced back. And I think Andre will have a nice horse for the summer.
Well done. That's the winning memento for the winning owner, Mrs. Plattner. And then while you're there, Brad, can you please accept on behalf of the winning breeder as well? The winning breeders are Main Chance Farms. Congratulations to Main Chance Farm on breeding this horse called Zeitz. Again, I thank Damon Waddington. Thank you so much for coming down. Brian Boloy, well done to him. Main Chance Farms is here. Come through. Sorry, I didn't know that you guys are here. Well done. Apologies. I don't know that you're here. Congratulations on breeding a super horse.
Thanks, Deez. That's yeah, he is a beautiful horse, and I'm just happy that Mrs. Plattner's bought him, and yeah, and they've had success. And congratulations to her, and congratulations to the trainers, to Plattner Racing.
And how you think he'll fare as a 4-year-old on your analysis of his pedigree?
He's just at the start of his career.
Yeah.
He's heading in for big things, I think. The future looks good.
Well, give all the team at Main Chance our best, and well done on breeding a superb horse.
Thank you.
Well done to the winning breeders, Main Chance Farm. Again, we thank Damon Waddington, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Premier Getaway. We thank Brian Baloy for giving up his time. He's the Hollywoodbets brand ambassador. With congratulations to all the winning connections of Zeitz.
Marina Trogon, 1,600 meters. And away they go from the 1,600 meter marker. Getting pressed as one of the trailers early on. They're lining up for the lead. Sunset Riot with the yellow cap. Grand Crescendo's in the all blue. Cherry Anu. They're followed by Claws Prominent. Underworld is near the rail. That's got the black cap. Then comes Zeitz, who's racing about 6 or 7 lengths off the leader with I Salute You. Getting Pressed is now improving position on the outside of runners. They're followed further back in the run by Oxalis Gold, and then further back in the run is Rapid Dash, and then comes King's Regent. Along the inside, Money High, Snarina Trogon, and Winter Games is the trailer, about 10-11 lengths off the leader as they move to the 800. Grand Crescendo opens up by about 4 lengths. Sunset Rider second. Getting Pressed in third, and Underworld, the black cap, is back in fourth position. Then comes Claude, Cherry News on the outside of runners. Zeitz, the grey, waits at the rail. Then comes I Salute You. They're followed by Rapid Ash. On the outside, King Regent, Oxalis Gold, and then comes Winter Games, and Arena Trogon comes out for a run. 400 metres to go, Grand Crescendo. Underworld's now putting in a claim. On the outside is Claw. I Salute You's also trying to get into the race. Down on the inside, Rapidash. Underworld the leader, and Zeitz is making a big race of it. Claw on the outside. Underworld and Zeitz over the last 100, but it's Zeitz who now takes it up. And Zeitz from Underworld, Zeitz won it. Underworld second, third to Claw, and running on nicely. Winter Games involved for fourth. So the running of this race, the Premier Gateway International Handicap, it goes to number 4, Zeitz. And Zeitz is the Virgin Jederick, Sabine Plattner, Andre Nell, Sereno Moodley for Main Chance Farms, tote favourite at 3 rand and wins by about a half length. Second, number 1, Underworld. Third, number 5, Claw. I Salute You will run into that 4th position, and that beats home number 13, Winter Games. Further back in the run was Rapidash. So as we look at this, and the grey Zeitz comes strongly now to record its 3rd win from 9. And this one comes through nicely with Sereno Moodley. They sat midway down on the inside rail and quicken it up well to win 3 from 9. As I say, tote favourite at 3 rand. Underworld ran second. That is number 1. So it's for the winner from number 1 back in second position. At the business end, there's still 2 races to go. Races 11 and 12. And from the side view, here's Zeitz, the 3-year-old. The winner's enclosure here in front of the grandstand. And number 4 is paying up the 3 rand. So here comes Serena Moodley for Andre Nell, for Sabine Plattner, bred by Main Chance Farms, returns to the winner's enclosure as the tote.
Race number 11, the penultimate race on today's card is a Race Coast B Stakes. They go 1,600 meters. We are getting towards the very, very end. And now it's a great pleasure to introduce some international flavor to the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. I'm joined by Andrew Hawkins, who does such a fine job for many different media houses all around the world. Now, the next thing that normally comes after you hear the word Hawkins is no relation to Graham. They barely know each other. But Andrew, wonderful to have you. I mean, I know that you haven't done a July for a few years. Did it hit you as hard as it did when you turned up here a few years ago?
Look, I actually would say it hit me harder this time than it did last time. I mean, I've been to a few now, but it really is a special race day on the world calendar, and it is such an honour to be back here and to get to experience it again.
I suppose the next natural question is, how does it compare, considering you've been to the marquee race courses in all corners of the world and some of the most obscure places in the world, some of the most prominent places in the world? What sets us apart?
Well, look, I think that as a race day, there is really nothing like the Durban July. The Hollywoodbets Durban July is one of those days where it really covers all aspects of the race day, from the fashion to the entertainment to the racing product itself. I think it's just an extraordinary race day, and there are a few places in the world where you'll get that real mix and that real cultural aspect as well.
How big is the international media contingent here today? I know that you've got a massive facility just outside the parade ring here. Is this the type of day where you see people from all around the world turn up, and is it a big contingent?
So this year there are about 8 or 9 of us who've come across from around the world. We've all flown ourselves down here, and it's great to get that sort of international contingent down. Obviously, you'd love to have plenty down, but it does come at a time of the year where Hong Kong season's still going. We saw Hong Kong racing earlier, the Eclipse in the UK, but there are people from every continent around the world, so it does show you the international reach that the Durban July has.
And the build-up to the week, is that a bit different to other race days?
It is. I think that the great thing now is we're seeing a lot of these panel discussions. We're seeing a lot of events that are leading into the racing side of it. And it's really great to see people having their opinions heard, people turning up and really just being able to socialise in the lead up to it.
So what's next for Andrew Hawkins? Where are you off to next?
Well, staying here for a few days, thankfully, and then off to Hong Kong. They've got their Champion Awards on Friday night, so their end-of-season awards. And then on to Japan. They've got a big sale up there. We get to see some of the first foals by horses like Equinox, which will be very exciting.
And I know that you're privy to the idea of the decibel test-ometer. Is that the right word? I don't want you to give the game away, but I know that there was a test. What can we look forward to?
Well, look, I think that you should be tuned into World Horse Racing. They've been testing decibel levels around the world at big race meetings. And while I don't know the final figure, I know that Greyville has rated quite highly compared to events like Royal Ascot and the Derby and places like that, Dubai World Cup. So definitely worth watching.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes peeled to social media. Andrew, enjoy the rest of your day, your night, and your rest of your time in South Africa, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Can't wait to get back, Alistair. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic to be chatting to Andrew Hawkins. It's such a pleasure to bump into so many familiar faces here at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Right, as far as the preparation for race number 11 is concerned, the bell has sounded. The jockeys will be getting a leg up in just a moment for the 11th race.
Runners on track. Number 13, One Smart Cookie, Tristan Godden. There's number 10, Dawn Till Dusk, JP van der Merwe. 12, Passing By, Makazole. Kabela Matsanyani. 13, One Smart Cookie. 10 is Dawn Till Dusk. Number 3, Hat Trick or Treat, and Jason Gates. Number 6 is Rich Folks Hoax and Craig Zaki. Here's number 3, Hat Trick or Treat. 5, Tamiris Manga Kumalo. 9, Sundance Kid. 5, Tamiris. 6, Rich Folks Hoax. 8 minutes to race time as the runners move their way to the 1600 metre marker. Favourite is number 5, Tamiris, at 370.
Horses are on the way down to the start for the 11th race, the penultimate race on the card, and there's approximately 8 minutes to get your bets on. The favourite is number 5. That is race 11, horse number 5. That is Tamiris. And Tamiris is paying 360 and 170, the daughter of Vercingetorix. But let's talk about her, this Vercingetorix filly Raheel, returning from a rest of 63 days. Cozily drawn, a horse that's always there and thereabouts. Lovely that Joe D'Amata is on course, and there's the 5 going down to the start. Looks healthy, looks alert, looks good, beautiful action, and that's how you want them to move to go down to the start. What do you make of Tamiris?
Yeah, I think she must be a big runner in this contest. Fully taking on the boys, comes from a banging form yard of Gareth Van Zyl, and just listening to Gareth, he did think that this filly would run a big race, and they already had King Pellers win early on, so that was nice for the yard and for the connections there with King Pellers. And this filly, daughter of Vercingetorix, I think she's come well now. She ran second to Ice Rain, and then after that form has certainly turned. Beaten Petit Verdot. I thought that was a cracking run in the Acacia when beaten 4 lengths behind Gimme Fabulous, and she seems to enjoy running at them rather than being handy. So I think that's what might be the tactics today. Give her a chance, allow her to finish off race quite strongly, and I think that she's going to be a horse that will be catching late on in the day. So a must inclusion in all bets. You're looking to play the final double on the day, races 11 and 12. I think number 5, Tamiris, is definitely one that you want to pencil in for leg number 1.
Let's move on and talk about number 6, Rich Folks Hoax, for Dean Kannemeyer and Craig Zaki. Maritz Fontaine Pty Limited nominee Mrs. Jessica Gell, who is at the races today. Lovely to have her here with Nolene Malherbe and Mrs. Rugnan, and of course Wayne Thompson. They were all in the parade ring, looking forward to watching their horse run. And he came from way back, Raheel, in his last start to finish close up to Al Dante. His overall form is good. I give him a very strong each-way chance. There's 6, Rich Folks Hoax, moving to the start. And again, turned out beautifully. The yard's in a good space, very good space, in fact. And I think this horse has got a massive winning chance.
Yeah, it's the right type of race for him. Last time out, I thought he was the horse to beat that day, and he found a couple too good on the day. The blinkers remain on once again. He's a solid horse. He's consistent. What you see is what you get with the son of Danon Platina. If you're looking for a horse to sort of rove in your quartet, I would say number 6, Rich Folks Hoax, is just that. Whether he's a horse that you can be confident and have a winning bet on, I'm not sure. But I think if you're looking for trifectas and quartets, you can play around number 6, Rich Folks Hoax. I want to touch on a horse, Warren, that gets into the race now, number 15, Tobacconist, because there's been a few, number 17, Tobacconist, because there's been a few whispers about this horse on course, and he's found support from around 10 to 1 into 9 to 2 now. 10 rand 60, 4 rand 60, 2 starts back. We saw the gamble landed with the Tobacconist from about 20 to 1 into 11 to 2. Last time out, far from disgrace behind Johnny the Thief, who ran in a stronger race a lot earlier on. He ran in the Consolation. And this horse comes into a nice draw. He jumps from gate number 4, which is a huge advantage, being the third reserve runner, actually getting a run and to jump from gate 4. So I think he's got quite a bit to like about him. 1600 meters suits him down to the ground, 5 runs, 2 victories. He runs well out the course as well. He's yet to miss out on the top 4 check from his 5 attempts here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. So I think whatever you do, include number 17, Tobacconist.
5 starts ago, third 2 lengths, just under 2 lengths to Salukwe. The form's good, and as you say, third reserve runner gets in, and how often do we see the reserve runners get in and actually come through and win? So 17, Tobacconist at 10.10 at 4.3 on the national tote. That's a must in all bets. Tell me about number 8, Xanthar. 17 rand a win, a 6.30 a place. Mike and Adam Azzi's horse, and his last start at Turffontein, in a feature, he came from an absolutely impossible position and he absolutely flew home and ran third to Shoy Zanada, who's certainly showing that he's a very talented horse in the making. The Azzies turn out their horses beautifully, as do all the other trainers. It's the big day. Every day they turn them out well. But Xanthar looked a picture, and at 17.40 and 6.40, I give him a strong place chance. Xanthar, talk to me.
Yeah, Xanthar, his last run was certainly a cracking effort over the 1400 meter trip. We saw Choice Sonata come through to win. Immediate Edge also winning from that form line. I would have thought if Immediate Edge ran a lot better early on in the day, this horse would be a massive runner. I see 17 rand 60 and 6 rand 50. I think one for trifectas and quartets. My top choice in this race is number 10, Dawn Till Dusk. 8 rand 20, 2 rand 80. Look at his run, 3 starts back. 3.5 lengths to Zeitz in the Politician Stakes over 1800 meters. Last time out, in my opinion, he was an unlucky loser. I think he was a winner that day in that photo with him and Air Raid, but the judge found a margin for Air Raid. He was lucky to escape without a penalty, so he remains on a mark of 93. Just going to need a bit of luck in running, but I think if the speed is on, this horse will be low flying at the finish, and I believe that he'll be able to run them down in the concluding stages. So number 10, Dawn Till Dusk, he's a 3-year-old that's improving nicely. I don't think the distance will be an issue for him, and I think he's a massive, massive player for top honours.
Last horse I want to ask you about, because we're going to be out of time soon and punters need to get their bets on. Dawn Till Dusk's stable companion, Macazole, I think he is a huge improver. He can improve on current form. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he can improve on current form. I think his rating is a bit too high still. I think he needs to drop a few more points before we can see the best of the son of Trippy. He doesn't seem to be quite at the level that he has been running against. In a handicap, a race of this nature, he can certainly make the necessary improvement to run into quartets, but he's got a big weight to shoulder and he's got a deep draw, so he's going to need a lot to go right for him.
Okay, the clock says 1 minute to go, and there's some lovely footage of the horses down at the start, the 1600 meter marker, and of course Rahil, the light show will take place after the 13th race. We still got obviously race 11 to go, race 12, and then the 13th race, the official 13th race, and then the light show takes place. So that's going to be something to really look forward to. Lots of entertainment with less than a minute to go. The favourite is number 5 at 380 and 150. Let's go upstairs for the call of race 11, Craig Peters.
Race 11, the Race Coast B Stakes over 1600 meters. They'll start loading shortly. Spirit of Lavana going forward. Tamiris. Sundance Skid. One Smart Cookie. Kitchakal going up. JP's Palace, Mastership coming up. Dawn Till Dusk, Tobacconist coming up, Purple Cap, Hat-Trick or Treat, Rich Folks Oaks, Macazole, 1600 meters. That dispatch from the 1600 meter marker. Xanthar was slow to go, but tucks off towards the inside running rail. Spirit of Lavana, they're lining up for the lead. Mastership's right there. Sundance Kid. And on the outside, Makazola's trying to overcome the draw. Now goes off to spearhead the attack. Mastership and Tamaris. Tamaris races about 5 lengths off the leader. They are followed by JP's Palace. Then Tobacconist with the purple cap. Hat Trick or Treat. Further back in the run is Kitchakal. Dawn Till Dusk near the rail. Then comes Giambattista. That's about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader, followed by Xanthar. Then comes Rich Folks Hoax. And at the back is One Smart Cookie, about 12 or 13 lengths off the leader. Makazola leading it. In second is Sundance Kid. Spirit of Lavana's at the rail. Tamaris back fourth. Then comes JP's Palace. Mastership along the rail. On the outside of that, Tobacconist. Then comes Hat Trick or Treat. Kitchakal's got about 6 or 7 to track down. Dawn Till Dusk further back in the run-in. Rich Folk Hoax, and then comes Xanthar, and One Smart Cookie trails. Homeward bound now, 400 metres to go. And now Sundance Kid, Tamaris with a big run. Makazoli on the inside, Spirit of Lavana, JP's Palace on the outside. Kitchakal, and right on the inside, Tobacconist is also running on. It's Tamaris past the 200. Tobacconist is a big runner on the inside. Tamaris from Tobacconist. Tamaris just leading it, and Tamaris won it. Tobacconist, JP's Palace, and Kitchakal. So the winner is number 5, Tamaris, the filly by Vercingetorix for Glistian, and Smanga Kamalo, Gareth and Zale, Narrow Creek Stud. And number 5 is the tote favourite at 470. Second, number 17, Tobacconist, gets beaten about a neck or so. Third place to JP's Palace, number 11, 610 a place. And then number 7, Kitchakal, runs into that fourth position. So as we look at this, Tamaris, the filly, she's now won 5 from 17 and gets set alight by Smanga Kumalo, and then Tobacconist tries to throw out the challenge, but Tamaris ends up winning it, and winning it by about that neck or so at the business end of race number 11. So it is Tamaris, and that wins it. Tote favourite, Tobacconist second. JP's Palace runs into third position. Here's the side-on view of the filly, and she's taking on the boys, and she wins, and wins well. That is the 11th race. They'll come back into the winner's enclosure shortly. Here's the slow-mo view from the side, and here's Tamaris winning it by, as I say, the neck or so. 17, Tobacconist. JP's Palace runs into third. That's number 11. The fourth position will go to Kitchakal. That's number 7. And then the fifth position is number 10, Dawn Till Dusk. Then came Mastership. Looking at this, number 5 is the winner. So look at gate 5. That's Tamara. She jumped very nicely. She was amongst the leading vicinity early on. And here comes Tamaris now to the winner's enclosure at the business end of race number 11. So Tamaris picks up the first burst in the Race Coast B Stakes of 95,000 Rand for the winning connections. And there's Smunga asking for the crowd to cheer him on as he comes to the winner's enclosure.
The 11th race has gone the way of the well. Back to Tamaris, 4 Rand 70 and 180 for this Vercingetorix filly. And the parade ring absolutely erupted. The owners were here watching in the parade ring at Hollywoodbets Greyville, and the atmosphere is electric. And Joe D'Amata and his team of merry men and women are here with Tamaris. And Gareth Funzale, ably assisted by Gavin, his father. They've got a team second to none up at Sommerfeld. Samanga Kamalo, the pilot. There is Joe D'Amata on the left, or whichever way you're looking at it, left or right. But Joe D'Amata's there with his team and his colleagues and all the other owners. And this is the daughter of Vercingetorix out of a Windrush mare called Hungry Heart. and owned by Glistian Pty Limited, and bred by Narrow Creek stud John Everett. They know how to breed a good horse. There's some wonderful visuals of the 11th race winner Tomaris coming into the winner's box. There's Gareth van Zyl. He's had a cracker day, and the stable just keeps firing on all cylinders. So there's the team with Tomaris, and beautifully ridden by Samanga Kumalo, well backed, and bang into the winner's box. There's one more to come here. Well, there's two, the 12th and of course the 13th.
Reserve runner Tobacconist, Marco van Rensburg Road, must have got a lovely position or got a bit of luck from draw 17.
No, I wasn't drawn 17, I was number 17, but I came in with draw 4 because you must get the draw that got scratched.
Shocker for me, but well done. Yours ran a fantastic race.
No, I ran a nice race. I got a nice position. Unlucky for me that he's a little bit of big action horse, so they went a little bit too slow. He was travelling a lot harder than I wanted him to travel. And when SK peeled off, he sort of skipped and got that 2-3 lengths on me, and I had to unwind to try and get to him. So listen, at the end of the day, he ran a cracker. He ran his heart out. We were all excited when he came in because his work at home was phenomenal. So we gave him a big chance to win this race. And I just want to say well done to Hollywood and thank you, because this horse did run a cracker. He ran an absolute nice race.
Marco, you said it all. Well done. Tobacconist, number 17 with Marco van Rensburg.
We've just seen the running of race number 11, Race Coast B Stakes, for a stake of 160,000 Rand, and a wonderful finish between the two horses. But it was Tomaris that has come through to win. Joining us on the podium on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. If you don't know this face, you haven't watched sport. He is an absolute legend in the game, a TV personality that I miss seeing him on the box, but these days he's more involved in radio. What an ambassador he's turning out to be for Hollywoodbets. My good friend, I call him a brother, Robert Morawe. Robert, nice having you in town. The winning groom is Bonga Lushabe. Bonga, you've done an outstanding job with your horse. Well done to Bonga Mshawe, the winning groom of Tomaris. We thank Robert Morawe coming down and assisting us with the winning presentation. First up, we're going to have the winning jockey, SK Bling Samanga Kumalo, who is a man for the big occasion. And this is a big occasion. SK, what has days turned out for you? Wonderful day. And of course, for a stable that you're having a lot of success with.
Listen, first of all, well done to Gareth. And, you know, this
it's just amazing as a trainer, and as you know, I got in the morning, and you know, he just tells me, get on your horse there and try, and you know, just let us know what you think. And this one here, just try and get to understand her or him, and you know, I had to come back and still try and try and ride them accordingly, you know, because they all have different running tactics. And today, you know, he just said to me, you remember this filly you won on her, and just go ride it as the way you feel, and I'm not going to tell you anything. And you know, as a rider going out there, knowing that you'll have to try and just ride the horse to your best ability without have to be second on the fence or third on the fence, and you know, they come home.
Well done, Samago. Another successful day. Hollywoodbets Durban, July. You may have not won the big one, but you've had a wonderful afternoon.
Yes, what a wonderful afternoon again. Well done to Galslin, obviously Mr. George Damata. He really liked this filly. I'm sure every panel discussion that he sat on, he told everybody that she's going to be there, and she won today. So well done to Joe for picking her, and again well done to the G team, and again to Monty, Philip. You know, they big help behind the scene. And again, you know, to my sponsors, Maurice Fontaine for Harbors Drift, well done to them. And again to the grooms, they do the hard work behind the scenes, and big well done to them. It's always nice to have the football legend, yeah, a big friend of mine, and it's glad to take a trophy from him. It's the happiest moment also.
And what about ending it off?
Oh, to the KZN Blink fans.
Whoop, whoop, Kumalo, SK, and Robert handing him his winning memento. Then the winning trainer. He is having a wonderful run to the end of the season. These days, I'd like to call him Garrett, a six-timer, Van Zyl. Garrett, a six-timer, Van Zyl. Well, the hits keep coming, Garrett. Your horses seem to be in such a good space, and the results are clear to see. What a wonderful day for you.
Oh, Dees, thanks so much. And it's great to share the day also with Jordan Hendrickse. And, you know, the work that...
Apologies for the sound.
The work that Joe and Glycian are doing behind the scenes is just amazing. And, again, to Hollywoodbets for putting on the stage, putting on the show today, for us to be able to enjoy and just love the horse, the sport that we just dedicate our lives to. It's just, it means everything.
It was a calculated plan from you to run this filly against the boys. Not ideal, but you were spot on with your assessment.
Yeah, it's a team effort. Dees, I must again thank Joe, his team, Samanga, Monty, my dad, Kirsten. It's just it's a team plan come together, and we're just going to remember it.
Well, double up on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Well done to your team, Garrett.
Thanks so much. I must mention Narrow Creek Stud, John Everest, and again, to be sponsored by Hollywood and to enjoy this stage on their big day, it's just an honor.
Nice having you in town, Jody. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to Garrett and Joey and the team. Yeah, thank you for having me here as well.
Well, that's the winning memento for the winning trainer, who is Garrett Van Zyl. Congratulations to the team, Van Zyl. Next up, we're going to have a gentleman who is a massive supporter of South African horse racing. This gentleman that I'm going to introduce is international. Joe Damata is a big friend of the game of South African racing, and really nice to have him on a big stage, on a big occasion with his filly. Firstly, Joe, thanks for all the support when it comes to South African racing. It's a big effort that you put in, trying to get guys to be partners in these horses, and you've done an outstanding job.
It's just great to be here again, 2 years in a row, same shirt. Yeah, it's great. To Matthew, who came on board, to Fergal, Simon, and J.S. in the Cayman Islands. I mean, that's how far it reaches, right? Yes. There's people all over the world. But firstly, Hollywood, great day, great race. Samanga rode it like a champion. Yes. What else can we say?
Well, long may the hits continue, and long may the syndicate continue, because you're doing a great job with it.
Listen, we keep trying. We want the game to get better. We want more days like this. We want the punters to win. You know, we told everybody the horse was fancy. She's been working well. I can actually now reveal that she was working with King Pelez. So we knew that once he won that she would run well. And well done to Gareth, to the breeders, and just to everyone here today. All the winners today, everyone knows Glycian labelled the real prince. So it's been a fantastic, fantastic day. We've got all our friends up in the box. Trainers, Zitzman, Tony Peter, Sean Terry, Mike de Kock, everybody we deal with. It's just fantastic.
Congratulations. What a horse to get involved in.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant, eh? I mean, Joe is an awesome man, and this horse is an awesome.
Enjoy the ride.
Thank you.
That's the winning memento for the winning owners. Glycian, PTY Ltd, nominee Joe D'Amata. Narrow Creek Stud, the winning breeders of the horse. They are not here. We congratulate Narrow Creek Stud. Well done to all the winning connections. Robert, come to, let's have a last word. You, a brand ambassador of Hollywoodbets. How's the day been?
I mean, it's been an absolutely beautiful day. I mean, look at all the beautiful people that are here. I've lost the entire day, but I think the one thing I always do is I bank on Smanga Khumalo. And that is why today I am winning because of him, and this race is mine. So it's his, but it's also mine. So, I mean, it's been an absolutely beautiful day, Deez.
Thank you for coming down and assisting us with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Always.
Okay, that's it. Race number 11. A nice group shot of all the winning connections.
Rich Folks Oaks, Makazole, 1600 meters. That dispatch from the 1600 meter marker. Xanthal was slow to go, but tucks off towards the inside running rail. Spirit of Lavana, they're lining up for the lead. Mastership's right there, Sundance Kid. And on the outside, Makazola's trying to overcome the draw. Now goes off to spearhead the attack. Mastership and Tamiris. Tamiris races about 5 lengths off the leader. They are followed by JP's Palace. Then Tobacconist with the purple cap. Hat Trick or Treat. Further back in the runners, Kitchakal. Dauntal Dusk near the rail. Then comes Giambattista. That's about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader, followed by Xanthar. Then comes Rich Folks Hoax. And at the back is One Smart Cookie, about 12 or 13 lengths off the leader. Makazola leading it. In second is Sundance Kid. Spirit of Lavana's at the rail. Tamiris back fourth. Then comes JP's Palace. Mastership along the rail. On the outside of that, Tobacconist. Then comes Hat-Trick or Treat. Kitchakal's got about 6 or 7 to track down. Dauntal Dusk further back in the running. Rich Folk Hoax, and then comes Xanthar, and One Smart Cookie trails. Homeward bound now, 400 meters to go. And now Sundance Kid, Tamiris with a big run. Makazoli on the inside, Spirit of Lavana, JP's Palace on the outside. Kitchakal, and right on the inside, Tobacconist is also riding on. It's Tamiris past the 200. Tobacconist is a big runner on the inside. Tamiris from Tobacconist. Tamiris just leading it, and Tamiris won it. Tobacconist, JP's Palace, and Kitchakal. So the winner is number 5, Tamiris, the filly by Vercingetorix for Glycian, and Smanga Kamalo, Gareth Van Zale, Narrow Creek Stud. And number 5 is the tote favourite at 470. Second, number 17, Tobacconist, gets beaten about a neck or so. Third place to JP's Palace, number 11, 610 a place. And then number 7, Kitchakal, runs into that fourth position. So as we look at this, Tamiris, the filly, she's now won 5 from 17. and gets set alight by Smanga Kumalo, and then Tobacconist tries to throw out the challenge, but Tamaris ends up winning it, and winning it by about that neck or so at the business end of race number 11. So it is Tamaris, and that wins it. Tote favourite, Tobacconist second, JP's Palace runs into third position. Here's the side-on view of the filly, and she's taking on the boys, and she wins, and wins well. That is the 11th race. They'll come back into the winner's enclosure shortly. Here's the slow-mo view from the side, and here's 11. So Tamaris picks up the first burst in the Race Coast B Stakes of 95,000 Rand for the winning connections, and there's Smanga asking for the crowd to cheer him on as he comes to the winner's enclosure.
There's one more to come at you at Hollywoodbets Greyville. It's race number 12, and Ali, just when we think the atmosphere can't get any better, it just gets better and better, and the evening's just a puppy.
Yeah, Hollywoodbets Durbanville, they can kind of die down after the last feature, after the post-merchants, or after the Tequila handicap, not this year. Although it is made a little bit louder by the Irish lunatics on our right, who were famous after Pray for Rain, won the Umgeni handicap on Gold Cup Day a few years ago. No, fantastic. And you know what? I think a lot of people have had a good day today. I think the general public would have been all in with a double Grand Slam onto Zeitz. That seemed like a good play and a fair play as far as punters were concerned. Certainly was a common play upon arrival here in Durban a week ago. So I trust everyone's had a good, successful and enjoyable day, but the winning line's on sight. We're not there yet. Let's finish strong, Warren.
Is that Nathan Danster in the parade ring, or do I need new glasses?
That's Nathan Danster, and I'll tell you a little story, not so much about Nathan Danster afterwards, but yeah, he's got some family in the 12th and last race, but it's not what you think it is.
Okay, let's have a look at the boards there, and the top of the board is horse number 1 at 390, 190. That's Open Highway for Fani Bronkhorst and Mrs. Potgieter and Bronkhorst. They get gate 1, and the public are in his camp at 390, 190. There's the screen, the field sheet on screen. For everyone to have a look, and Chelsea Flower, Deception Pass, and the list goes on. And a difficult race to bring the curtain down. Talking of the Irishman Mike Maroney, and his team, the Poets Corner Syndicate with Cecilia Trickett and the team, they've got notable, or notable as he calls it, and they give themselves a bit of a place chance. And you ignore that last run, you know, he did win his penultimate start convincingly, and he loves the poly.
Yeah, he told me and you to have an each-way bet on him, and if he doesn't arrive, we can hit him for the outlay.
Absolutely.
That's just what he said, and it's just a deal that Warren and I have. Here's Craig Zaki walking towards us, and I'd like to potentially pick his brain. Let's get a word to the Hollywoodbets Durbanville hero. Again, I mean, I've seen him doing SABC interviews, did the interview afterwards. How's Cloud9?
Still there, still good, Ali.
You finally got your name onto the illustrious honor roll of the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. Did you think it would have been with the Real Prince, considering that you've had, on paper, probably better chances in the past?
Yeah, I thought last year going with the Envy was probably my best chance, but he had hiccups leading to the race and he didn't pull up the best either. But Real Prince was, you know, the first time I did work for Mr. Kenilworth when I just got the job, but he was my pick out of the lot, and I've always had faith in him. I just thought if he stays, he'd win, and he's done exactly that.
How much belief did you have that Dean would get him right, considering the stamina question marks?
I've never doubted Mr. Kenilworth's training methods. He's a master of his work, great trainer. You know, when I did the horses last workout, he couldn't blow out a candle, and he just looked at me and said, Craig, I've got him stripped. And we were just positive. We put him in a good spot, and we just believed he's going to say, and it's all just mapped out really well.
Right, knowing you like I do, when do you celebrate? Because you got Turffontein tomorrow.
Yeah, and I actually got 1 or 2 good routes. I'll be with the team a little bit tonight. We'll take it a bit easy, but I'll have some time off soon, and hopefully I can enjoy with the family a bit.
Craig, we couldn't be happier for you, seeing your cousin and your father on the track there, celebrating with you, your family, and knowing the hard yards that you put in for memories and for moments like that. We might not have, the whole country might not have been on the Real Prince, but there's no one who's disappointed for that result. Well done, Craig.
Thank you so much, Ali. Yeah, it's one to cherish.
Absolutely. Well done to Craig Zaki. He's off. He's quickly. Do you give your horse a chance here?
Yeah, big chance. Wide draw to contend with, but on paper he must have a good chance. So hopefully we can get some luck in running, and you'll be right there.
Right, now you're off.
Okay.
Brilliant.
I remember the day when he was learning his trade at the South African Jockey Academy many, many years ago, and he was, I think, hadn't had his first winner, or he just had his first winner. And look at him today, a rider of the highest order.
Chasing the title, internationally tested. The Craig Zaki that started, I remember calling Craig for the first time at Turffontein. He rode all for Tyrone Zaki. He would have gone down as one of the worst rides I've ever seen. It was so bad. He pushed the button such a long way out under the lights of Turffontein. But I also remember a lot of the apprentices that were in the same time as him, not necessarily the same year, all said, no, watch this kid. He is anything but the finished article. But they had all the belief in the world that he would hit the big time. You know how big his grade 1 CV is? I remember his first grade 1 was Arabian Beat in the South African nursery at Turffontein. But he's ticking the boxes at a rapid rate. Considering he's been a jockey for just over 10 years, he's done more than some of the South African greats have done in an entire career. So couldn't be happier for Craig. And you know what the worst part, the scariest part is? I don't think he's going to win the championship this season, but I still don't think that Craig Zaki is at the peak of his career powers yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. Couldn't agree with you more. And yeah, and of course you talk about his family and his friends, his wife, of course, and his dad, Simon. You know, big shout out to Simon. He steps, you know, he goes with him step by step, and a great role model is Simon Zaki, his dad, and a huge shout out to him too. So yeah, it's just all great. Here is his horse that he's going to ride. I think it is Rolo the Viking for Sid Mudley and Nathan Kotzen. Second to Kitchikal last time. Good effort, and he gives himself a chance. Why not?
With a confident man on board, anything is possible. Won't be easy from that draw. I know quite a few people have lengthy all-to-come bets that are still live, that are landing on 11 Roller the Viking. I think the common play, as far as I've seen, is 1 Open Highway, 3 Deception Pass, and 11 Roller the Viking. Seem to be the 3 horses that could determine between a very good day and a memorable day. Frank Robertson, despite not winning a race today, has hit the boards with a lot of his horses, so no reason to doubt a good run here.
Here's number 4 in the parade ring. That is Issy Quishy for Alison Wright, Sean Veal, and lightly raced a horse, and the last run went 10th. Raced up handy and folded a bit like a cheap deck chair, did Issy Quishy, but we're going to draw a line through that. His penultimate start was good. It's now his 3rd run up. I think he's alive, Ali. I think he's a horse that's got to go into quartets.
Wary of him, because I think he can win, but his last run just gives me a little bit of fear. I think he ran flat second run after a long break. I think sacrificed that, and he'd be alive here, number 4, Issy Quishy. But they're coming out onto the track at a heaving Hollywoodbets Greyville. And don't forget the light show. Nobody is allowed to leave until after the light show at the worst.
They should lock the gates. Lock the gates, don't let anyone out, because the light show is a must, has to be seen. It's world class.
And I'm looking forward to the final count. But the last count I heard at around 1 o'clock was already more than last year. I don't think we've broken the Hollywoodbets Durbanville record, which I think was set in the mid-2000s. But year on year, the attendance has increased over and over and over again. Long may that continue.
Have they closed the nominations for the 13th race? You and me, we can't be late starters, can we?
I think there's a very hefty supplementary fee that we can't afford.
The horses are going to leave the parade ring, or have started to leave the parade ring. And as we said a moment ago, Alistair and I, the word that Alistair used, a heaving Hollywoodbets Greyville. The atmosphere just gets better and better and better. The field, ladies and gentlemen, for race 12 are about to be before you.
Field for the 12th race, Gagazi FM Class 4 over 1400 metres. Benchmark 80. We're on the poly for the 12th race. Runners will come out onto the track shortly. Here's number 1, Open Highway, Gavin Lorino. So this is Open Highway. Passed by number 2, Chelsea Flower, Damien Pillay. Number 4, Esi Kweshi and Sean Veal. 5, Master of the Desert, Andrew Fortune. 6, Notable, Serena Moodley. 10, Down by the River, Philisandi Macaulay. Yes, Down by the River. 8 is Dapper, Kobela Matsanyane. 9, Lady Sabrina, Kobeli de Harbour. 11, Roller the Viking, Craig Zaki. 13 is Dylan's Champ, Warren Kennedy. 3, Deception Pass, Muzieni. 8 minutes to race time. Your favourite is number 1, Open Highway at 350. One of the runners is on the loop.
And lost. The finish line is in sight of the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. What a memorable day it has been. From top to tail, the 12 stories that, well, the 11 stories that have been written and the one more to go, there's just some sort of plot, some sort of subplot that makes the cockles of your heart warm up. And, I mean, I could just give you an example about Candace's horse. Probably the wrong thing to say. People are going to be throwing tomatoes at their TV. Did you know that the mare written was not supposed to be covered by Vercingetorix? That was a mistake. But the breeder had a cover to Vercingetorix and the mare hadn't been covered and just said, well, off you go. And that's how Chronicle King was formed. Just quickly, the place accumulator today returned 119 Rand 80. Jackpot won 9,674 Rand 50. Second jackpot 4,194 Rand 60. Third jackpot paying at the moment with one leg to go, 1,356.30. The first buy pot 1,544.20. The second buy pot, which is still in process, 195 Rand 30, and the pick six a whopping 678,562 Rand 20. Well done if you win the payout queue at the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. Just take note that number 2, Chelsea Flower, is on the loose. She has dumped Damien Pillay somewhere on the track. I suppose her participation must be in doubt. She is the biggest outsider in the race. Warren Linferner, how do you read the 12th and last?
With a bit of difficulty because it's that kind of race. But in saying that, You know, if you're a Sheldon Peters follower, and there's plenty of them, he's big in the camp of Deception Pass, and this is Mike and Adam Azzey's horse, a horse that kicked on powerfully last time, so Deception Pass has got to have a big chance. Dapper, African Prince, I think will certainly relish, relish the 1400, relish the conditions, etc. And then we've got to listen to Mike Moroney. We've got to throw this horse Notable, as he pronounces it, into the play, the son of Duke of Marmalade. A difficult race, but you know, the punters, that doesn't help the punters telling them it's a difficult race, but it is what it is. 5 minutes to get bets on. The favourite is number 1, 360, so a bit of a, you know, fairly well fancied 360 Open Highway. Let's start with him. What do you make of his chances from the ace gate, Ali?
Warren, if I tell you my relationship with number 1 Open Highway, it's very much love-hate. I love him and he hates me. I've been for this horse so many times. I'm always warming him in the Gallop TV previews. I didn't like him in his penultimate start, but that's where my ears pricked to actually watch the race in the commentary box when they could Otis. And although it was a messy race, he found absolutely no luck, ran into traffic, as did a lot of horses on that occasion. And I thought last time at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, let's see if he goes a mile. I was just a little bit hesitant whether we could have a go, and he saw it every inch of the distance. The only difference is, again, he ran up every horse's backside, the number 1 Open Highway. For me, he's one of the unluckier horses in racing. I'm surprised to see him as skinny as he is at £3.80 a win and £1.90 a play. So if you've missed the value now and you still think he'll win, that's the price and that's the chance that you've got to take on number 1 Open Highway. From gate 1 under Gavin Lorena, he'll have every chance, and he's the horse that I'm leaning towards as my winning choice.
Yeah, he's a horse that tries the poly for the first time, and if he goes on the surface, he surely will be a massive contender. The favourite at 380. Let's go to number 3, Deception Pass, the son of Ideal World for Sunstone Farming. Miss Soul is the owner. I like the way he finished off his race last time.
He brings some very competitive Joburg form into the picture. He's been on the poly track once and he hacked up. It wasn't in a very strong race, but the point is he won with his head in his chest. He won doing cartwheels. Muzieni's had a good day. He's been in the winner's box already, and he's been hitting the boards in quite a few races. Other than that, I can see him going very close, number 3, Deception Pass. He's a live chance. He's a live runner. As he horses, although no wins have gone very, very close, I wouldn't be leaving him out. If I had left him out, I'd be uncomfortable.
Master of the Desert looked for me $1 million in the paddock. He's a son of Master of My Fate from the Candice Bass Robinson stable, and Messrs. Ryan Landy, Philip Banford, Satch Mathan and J.M. Ramsden are the owners. Yeah, he is paying 610, 230, so there is some love in the market. He really stood out in the parade ring, and looking at that footage, stands out going to the start.
I know him well, Warren. He's a very good looking horse, so no surprise that he would stand out. He'd look in place in any parade ring, any feature race parade ring, any fashion show. I think he's a bit of a curveball of a horse, because I think overall he's under-delivered, but I think he's got the game to sort of kick on, and he might have better days as an older horse. I think that they almost got bluffed into thinking that he was an out-and-out sprinter, but then he turned up at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth and won an open maiden over 1,400 metres, giving weight away to the likes of Nordic Prince. He's maintained a fair level of form since then. I think that he'll be quite effective on the poly track. I think he's got the right type of style and the right type of genetics and the right type of profile to be suited. Number 5, Master of the Desert, not one to ignore, with a candy man aboard.
Then, of course, we spoke about Mike Moroney and the Trickett family that are here with Notable. And, you know, yes, of course, Mike Moroney's having a lovely time. He's flown all the way from Ireland to be here. And, yeah, he's the last start of Notable. You know, you can't fancy this horse on the last start. But he came and he gave the feedback that, you know, things weren't right and they've gone back to the drawing board. It's only now the second run for Mark Dixon. Carl Hewitson, you know, has his license in Mauritius, and we wish him well. But Notable in his penultimate start trotted up. And he's won twice in his life. Both have been on the surface, and he looks the part.
Warren, he's very Jekyll and Hyde for me. Not a horse we can have any confidence in. If he did arrive, you'd probably kick yourself, but I'm going to pass him by today. I do prefer others. But for Michael Moroney and for poor Dees, who's on the stage waiting to do the interview, they would create some magic if he were to win.
They certainly would. Let's quickly talk about 2 other horses, 7 African Prince, 8 Dapper, and then I think we're out of time.
African Prince, big chance. He was a forward 2-year-old, and I wonder if he hasn't just sort of tapered off in time, but with his rating coming down gradually, I can see him get into the mix. JP van der Merwe takes a ride for Justin Snaith, so I'm loath to leave him out.
Okay, that's it. The clock says due for the last race. Well, the last horse race on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Let's head upstairs to race caller Craig Peters.
And the 12th and last race, Kagazi FM Class 4 over 1,400 metres. It's a benchmark 80. They'll start loading at the 1,400 metre marker shortly. Favourite is number 1 Open Highway at 370. So race 12 is due. They're just milling around at the 1,400. Reminder about the light show after this, the 12th race. It was number 11, Roller the Viking. That has been passed fit to race, was examined by the vets, and they'll now start the loading process. Race time, they're stepping up at the 1,400. Chelsea Flower, that goes in. That was the horse on the loose, so that's obviously been passed fit to race. Esekwishi comes up. Master of the Desert, Notable. African Prince. Open Highway coming up. Dapper. Down by the River. Dylan's Champ. Esekwishi and Deception Pass. 12th and last at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, and they sent on their way. Chelsea Flower, Notable, Deception Pass is in the red. Dapper's going around them on the outside to be more prominent. Then comes Lady Sabrina. They're followed by Open Highway, who's near the rail. It's racing only 2.5, 3 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then Esekwishi. They're followed by Down by the River. Then comes behind that one African Prince, about 7 or 8 off the leader. Roller the Viking, and at the back is Dylan's Champ, about 10 lengths off the leader. Notable takes them to the 700. Dapper's in second position. On the outside, Master of the Desert. And then comes Lady Sabrina, who turns about 4 lengths off them with Deception Pass. Then Chelsea Flower. Between runners down by the river. Ishiquishi, and then comes Open Highway. Homeward bound Dapper leads it. Master of the Desert, the red cap. Deception Pass down the inside. Open Highway. Ishiquishi is on the outside. Master of the Desert, Ishiquishi, Open Highway on the inside, and Roller the Vikings running on. It's Ishiquishi, Roller the Vikings trying to close it down. Ishiquishi, but Roller the Vikings coming strongly, and Roller the Viking won it. Ishiquishi second. Third will go to Open Highway and Master of the Desert. Number 11, the horse examined at the start, Roller the Viking. And what a day for Craig Zaki. And this time, number 11, it's Nathan Kotson for Sid Moodley. And it's bred by SM Ajax, or Ajax Target Acquired, and Sid Moodley. And they win it, the What a Winter. Second, number 4, Ishiquishi. Third, number 1, Open Highway. And as we look at this, 2 off the right-hand side. Roller the Viking comes home strongly to record its second win from 11. Makes up good ground. Ishiquishi just came forward to take the lead. And then Roller the Viking puts in a strong claim, the 3-year-old. And number 11 on the tote pays up 15.40 and 3.80. And you'll see the salute from Craig Zaki in the closing stages. What a day for him. You'll see he puts his, there we go. And Roller the Viking is victorious in the 12th and last at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. And what a fantastic day it has been with number 11 Roller the Viking, then number 4 Ishiquishi, number 1 Open Highway, number 5 Master of the Desert. In the slow-mo action, and the tote favourite was number 1 Open Highway. Further back was Dapper, and then came Down by the River, followed by Deception Pass. So the winner, that jumps from gate number 11 and drops out to be one of the trailers early on, Roller the Viking, but then makes up good ground in the closing stages and wins it well. So there's probably second last or last at that stage, and Roller the Viking is victorious. So I hope everybody had a very profitable and enjoyable day. I see there is a couple of people getting ready for the 13th race, but there's also going to be the light display, which will also take place here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, as Roller the Viking, Craig Zaki, Nathan Kotson, Sid Moodley come to the winner's enclosure. Craig Peters signing off.
Rollo the Viking. I mean, Craig Zaki, you just can't make it up. And he said that he's not going to celebrate until he gets the opportunity. He's got to go to Turffontein tomorrow, but he saluted there as if he was making up for it, and took him a while to warm into the race, Rollo the Viking. It always looked like he was going to hit the boards, but then he had to ground down those 2 ahead of him, and he ground them down in good fashion, Warren.
He certainly did, and here is Sid Moodley and Chevy Moodley, 2 gentlemen that... yeah, they just absolutely love the game. They've put their money down, and they've put their money down in a big way. There's Sid, and of course Chevy, his son. A proud moment for father and son to lead in their horse, and of course trained by Nathan Kotson. Natasha's there, and they're all there. And yeah, he's the son of William Longsword. He let down beautifully, and that man Craig Zaki, as you say, he's just absolutely on fire. And well done to Sid and Chevy, Ali. They've, as I said, put a lot of money in. They love their horses. They've got a lot of horses in training. And for them to have had their first Hollywoodbets Durban July runner was an achievement of the highest order. But here they are on the big day in the winner's box with Rollo the Viking.
And lucky owners. Sid Moodley got to be one of the luckier guys around. They're a handful in racing at the moment, but he's very much in the conversation. Ishiquishi did everything but win. Big, bold performance in second. Third, number 1, Open Highway. I'm going to get him right one of these days, Open Highway, but not beaten far into third. And fourth, number 5, Master of the Desert. That's a wrap. Dees is going to talk after MJ. MJ is going to be chatting to someone in the placed box. Then we'll get to Dees in front, and then we'll all put a lid on it. It's been a big team, but what a day it has been here at the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Well, the lucky last at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Seanville, Ishi. You timed it nearly right.
Yeah, Craig was better than me there, you know. But I had all the wrong horses around me to pull me through. And I let him slide, and he did everything right. This was putt win. Just well done again to the Hollywood Syndicate for magnificent job they've done today. Obviously to my racing manager, we thought this was our best runner today, and he ran well. I told him, but our giant. I said when I got of him last time, he'll win today.
Johnny Geers today, fantastic.
You know, the vibe is unbelievable. You know, it's a new breed to the game, and I think the game's going to be here for a long time.
That was Seanville on Ishi.
Pleasure welcoming Pinky Mnyena Gagazi, head of Department Commercial Hub. Pinky, nice having you here on the podium. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your involvement on the day. And alongside her, Gagazi on-air personality. You may know him. He is DJ MK. DJ, nice having you here as well. First up, we're going to call the winning groom of Rolo the Viking, and his name is Eric Masana. Eric, congratulations to you. 2,000 Rand race course, and of course Hollywoodbets. Well done to the winning groom, who is Eric. Well, he is the man of the moment. He's Craig Zaki, our winning Hollywoodbets Durban July jockey on the Real Prince for Dean Kannemeyer. What a day it's turned out to be for Craig, and here he is partnering this horse called Rolo the Viking for Nathan Kotson. Winning jockey Craig Zaki. I just have to just go a few races back on what that moment felt to you now that it's all sunk in, not that it is over the next month or so, maybe even a year, maybe even throughout your career. But that was a big moment for you in your career to tick off that off your box, the biggest race on the continent.
Yeah, it is. You can't get bigger than the Durban July. It's still settling in. I still had a job to do today, but now that it's come to an end, I think when I turn on my phone, speak to my family, it's all going to really hit me.
It's a good way to end it off for Nathan. What a well-timed ride.
Yeah, thank you, dudes. I was actually just telling them that the way my day's going, I'd probably win the 13th race if I had to try. But 12 races is a lot, so I'm a bit tired.
So. Good win, good day, a day you'll remember throughout your career. One on your CV now, the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Thank you, Deez. It's definitely a day to cherish. Love to have ended it off in the colours of Sid Moodley, Siobhan, the family. They've been good support here in Durban, and I can't thank them enough. Great training feed by Uncle Nate here. The horse looked incredible. Couldn't thank him enough for the opportunity. To my sponsors, Maritz Fontaine, Bochebol Shift, and once again to Hollywood. This makes us want to do it even more. Thank you.
Congratulations to winning jockey Craig Zaki, winning the last race and receiving his memento from Pinky Mnyena Gagazi, head of Department Commercial Hub. Next up, we're going to have the winning trainer, who is Nathan Kotson. Really nice to have Nathan on a big stage, on a big occasion, on the biggest race day. Nathan, proud moment for you to win for Sid Moodley.
Yeah, it's a great, it's my first winner for him. I haven't had many runners. I got a few horses from Frank, thanks to him. He had said to Sid to give me one or two horses, give me a chance with. This was one of them, so thanks to him. a big thanks to Sid, Chevet, to Craig, to the breeders, and my whole team back home. It's a big job.
What a run from your horse, yet on another year in a big race. He's a big horse with a big heart.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people doubted him, especially after his gallop, but I know what he's like, and I knew he's going to run a big race again today, which he did. I was over the moon with that as well, and then I said to them as well, we've got 2 runners today, both got winning chances.
Well done to your team, Nathan. Nice way to end it off. Compliments to everybody concerned.
Thanks very much, and yeah, and just also a big thanks to the apprentice, Zon Lowe. He does quite a bit of work back home. And yeah, to the whole team, thank you.
Well done to winning trainer Nathan Kotson, the winning trainer of Rolo the Viking. Well, you heard it, that the winning owner is Sid Mudley. Alongside him is his son, Chevet. Come to Sid and Chevet. These colors are synonymous now with racing here in KZN. Sid has grown in a big way over the last 2-3 seasons or so with these colors. And Chevet, his young son, really enjoys the game. Seldom misses a race meeting. Chevet, what a moment for you to win on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day.
Very special, Dees. You know what? All credit goes to Nathan. I mean, he told us that we haven't gotten a winner for you yet, but how special for him to bring home on July Day.
Sid, really nice having you on course. You the power behind the name, Sid Mudley. You enjoying the game still?
Yes, Dees, you know, it's been exciting. Eh? Today is your highs and lows, but I'm very happy. We ran a good 15th of July, and we ended up the race meeting with a winner, so I'm very chuffed. And also, more importantly, just to be around my family and my son, and yeah, so it was really, really awesome.
Your horse did you proud in the big race as well, Sid, running 5th. That was a good run from him.
Yes, I'm sure there'll be much more to come from him. And yeah, listen, I can't be too disappointed. And probably after this, we'll probably talk to the Summer Cup.
Well done with the win, guys.
Thank you so much.
Well done to Sid Mudley and yes, Chevet.
Well done to Craig for bringing a top run, and well done to Nathan and Tash for the training.
Congratulations, that's a winning memento for the winning owner, Sid Mudley. And then congratulations to Sandra Michelle Ajax, and of course, Target Acquired. They are the winning breeders. Congratulations to the winning breeders, and their memento will be given to them. So that's a wrap of Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. What a wonderful day we've been treated to. High-class action, a lot of entertainment, and of course, Hollywoodbets. What a show they've put on today for us. All 12 races and a nice shot of everybody involved with Rolo the Viking. So that is a wrap, guys. We await the 13th race, which will be coming up shortly. One is to compliment Racecourse and Hollywoodbets on an awesome race day and what they've transformed this venue into, Hollywoodbets Greyville. It's going to get bigger and better. We thank you, the valued racing fans, everybody that's come here today to enjoy the festivities and enjoy the day. And of course, if you made a bit of cash, well done. If you backed the winner in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, well done there as well. I'm going to be joined by the team now, the presenting team, the broadcast team, whilst we watch the 13th race where everybody is focusing on. And that is the 13th race that's on the go. The guys are giving it a full go. Well done to the winner there. Congratulations to the gentleman in the sunglasses doing handstands and hat flips as he crosses the line. Congratulations to the winner of the 13th race, which has been part of Hollywoodbets Durban July Day for many, many years to come. Joined by the entire team. First up, Alistair Cohen. Just a brilliant day, Alistair. You know, when we look for compliments and accolades, one really runs out of them when we think about the big show that Hollywoodbets have put on here today.
Yeah, there are just no superlatives to describe the Hollywoodbets Durban July, everything that goes with it, the tradition. I think the easy place to start would obviously be the Real King, but I'm going to steal somebody's thunder a little bit later on. For me, the highlights of the day undoubtedly Chronicle King, but that's for purely personal and sentimental reasons. But nothing beats the Hollywoodbets Durban July. It is literally another planet. It is Africa's greatest horse race and social event. And to be joined by UDs, by Brandon Bailey, by Warren Linferno, Vicky Marnott, Rachel Venica, MJ Bailefelt, the indefatigable
MJ Baileyfelt, Graham Hawkins, Rahil Radhakrishna as well, Sanele Ndumiso, Sheldon Peters and Craig Peters. It really is a dream to be part of this team, Brandon.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ali. Obviously, as I said earlier on, my first time being on broadcast at the Hollywoodbets Durban July. It's an absolute honor and a privilege to be working alongside a team like this. And I think a special mention to Hollywood. I know we bang on about it, but what they've put into this day and what they put into the sport of racing is just unbelievable. I mean, the crowd today, just the cheers that came with it, and some of the big race winners. Big well done to everybody. Thank you, Ali. Thanks to Dees as well, and to this entire team.
A lot of the races, gentlemen, on the program are called the Hollywoodbets Bright Future. Well, let me tell you, that should change it, because it's not bright future. The future's phenomenal. The future's looking outstanding. And when you look back and see the crowd here today, we are blessed to have the punter, the crowds here in KwaZulu-Natal. Without them, we couldn't do it. What a day. For me, Vicky, the highlight, you know, there were lots of highlights, but for me, another dance for me to keep her record intact. Come from Qobeka, where people say the horses are no good. Well, the horses, they're not no good. They're brilliant, and they showed it to us today.
Indeed, Warren, and I think it's just about that. It's about showing up, and I think it's for everyone that's shown up today, not only on course, but throughout the country and throughout the world. So I think it's just a humbling experience to have everyone show up and enjoy the sport that we all love so dearly. So as Brandon also said, thank you very much to Hollywood for all they do, and it was just great to be part of the Race Coast team and part of the Gallop team today. It was phenomenal. So thank you to everyone that showed up today for such a spectacular race day.
Well, you know, they say that the Durban is the place to be. But to correct that, the Hollywoodbets Durban July is the place to come in Durban. What a phenomenal day. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself working with the most fantastic team. Slightly different from what I normally do, but isn't this just the most fantastic event?
Yeah, Rachel, great. We're going to thank Hollywood. Firstly, fantastic, everyone here. Durban's just Durban's people. Your culture is unbelievable. It's fantastic. Hollywood, you've done a great job in bringing everyone back to the races. Cracking day. Pleasure working with all of you. Dean Kannemeyer, hats off. What a training feat. Really, huge respect. I've ridden for you. Well done. And the production team, from all of us here, everyone has really been great working with all of you. So yeah, heads up, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, MJ. By the time you get to this end of the queue, you guys have said it all. Rahil is getting very worried here because he doesn't actually know what he's going to be saying. But yes, this team symbolizes the unity now between Race Coast Cape Town, Race Coast KZN. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you guys here today. And to Hollywoodbets, what a phenomenal show that you put on here today. It's absolutely fantastic. It's been a memorable 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July race day. And like you just said, what a training feat by Dean Kannemeyer. Thanks to everybody who made today such a huge, huge success. And as promised, the last word belongs to Rahil.
Yeah, no pressure, yeah. But yeah, nothing beats a crowd here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, especially on Hollywoodbets Durban July day. I mean, it's absolutely spectacular, the best in the country, and we'll never get better. I mean, it's been a terrific race day. It's been a pleasure working alongside every one of you guys here. And yep, this is the new Race Coast team. We are all fall under the Race Coast name now, down in the Western Cape and here in KZN. And looking forward to what the future has to offer. And yeah, we'll all see you once again at the end of the month on Gold Cup Day. Hopefully it goes according to plan, and yeah, wish you guys everything of the best, and hopefully everyone got onto Zeiss today and everyone's a winner.
That's the team today, ladies and gentlemen, until the 2026 renewal of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. To all the racing fans, to everybody that's made their way today to Hollywoodbets Greyville, you take care. Salanigashle.
And deception pass. 12th and last at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, and they sent on their way. Chelsea Flower, Notable, Deception Passes in the red, Dapper's going around them on the outside to be more prominent. Then comes Lady Sabrina. They're followed by Open Highway, who's near the rail. It's racing only 2.5, 3 lengths off the leader at this stage. Then Ishi. They're followed by Down by the River. Then comes behind that one African Prince, about 7 or 8 off the leader. Roller the Viking, and at the back is Dylan's Champ, about 10 lengths off the leader. Notable takes them to the 700. Dapper's in second position. On the outside, Master of the Desert. And then comes Lady Sabrina, who turns about 4 lengths off them with Deception Pass. Then Chelsea Flower. Between runners, Down by the River. Ishi. And then comes Open Highway. Homeward Bound, Dapper leads it. Master of the Desert, the red cap. Deception Pass. Down the inside, Open Highway. Ishi is on the outside. Master of the Desert, Ishi. Open Highway on the inside, and Roller the Vikings running on. It's Ishi. Roller the Vikings trying to close it down. Ishi, but Roller the Vikings coming strongly, and Roller the Viking won it. Ishi second. Third will go to Open Highway and Master of the Desert. Number 11, the horse examined at the start, Roller the Viking. And what a day for Craig Zaki. And this time, number 11, it's Nathan Kotson for Sid Moodley. And it's bred by SM Ajax, or Ajax Target Acquired, and Sid Moodley. And they win it, the What a Winter. Second, number 4, Ishi. Third, number 1, Open Highway. And as we look at this, 2 off the right-hand side. Roller the Viking comes home strongly to record its second win from 11. Makes up good ground. Ishi just came forward to take the lead. And then Roller the Viking puts in a strong claim, the 3-year-old. And number 11 on the tote pays up 15.40 and 3.80. And you'll see the salute from Craig Zaki in the closing stages. What a day for him. You'll see puts his, there we go. And Roller the Viking is victorious in the 12th and last at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. It's victorious. So I hope everybody had a very profitable and enjoyable day. I see there is a couple of people getting ready for the 13th race, but there's also going to be the light display, which will also take place here at Hollywoodbets Greyville as Roller the Viking, Craig Zaki, Nathan Kotson, Sid Moodley come to the winners' enclosure. Craig Peters signing off. just about ready to roll. 2,200 meters, and they sent on their way Marvels of Mzansi, the 2025 Hollywoodbets Durban July, and Immediate Edge immediately gets a lead, but there's no speed on because Oriental Charm's now going to set off to set the fractions, and last year's winner Oriental Charm gets a soft cozy lead that allows Confederate to move around. Red Body with the black cap into second. Immediate Edge slots onto the rail third, the blue cap. Purple Pitchers in fourth position. Fifth place belongs to Madison Valley. 8 on 18, only 5 lengths off, no speed on in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Rainbow Laura Keats further back in the running, towards the inside Pomodora's Jet mid-division. The Real Prince scraping paint, 8-9 lengths off, as you see Oriental Charm doing the buying and the bidding, looking to go back to back, leads a length and a tail. Further back in the running, Salukwe. Royal Victory towards the back end of the field. They are not going hard at all. The pace is sedate. Okavango's 10 lengths off with My Best Shot as we go past the 800 in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Can Oriental Charm go back to back? We'll find out shortly. Confederate right there, Purple Pitcher. Immediate Edge on the outside, 8 on 18 with the pink cap. Richard Ferree galvanizes him into action at the 400, and here's 8 on 18 at the 300, strikes the front. Running on from behind is the Real Prince. Madison Valley the inside, 8 on 18. The Real Prince is the real deal, and here's the Real Prince coming at 8 on 18. The Real Prince, 8 on 18. Head bobbing duel, short edge to the line. The Real Prince has done it from 8 on 18. Salukwe and Royal Victory, the best in the land today, is number 5, the Real Prince. His secret weapon is his turn of foot, and he has done it in the Hollywoodbets Durban July by a whisker. Stride for stride, heads up and down, the Real Prince has done it. Once again, well done to Dean Cannemeyer. Kaya Stables, they give me the green light. 8 on 18. Salukwe third. Royal Victory, Madison Valley, Native Ruler, Gladiatorian. 300 to go. 8 on 18 was set alight. Looked a winner at the 400. But within a matter of strides, the blink of an eye, the Real Prince is the real deal, and he seals it today. There you can see Craig Zaki asking for maximum, and the Real Prince puts his hand up and says, I'm the best in the land today. 8 on 18 runs an absolute blinder. Did everything right. Richard Ferree set him alight. He got that margin. Look at that. What a finish. The crowd goes wild. The Real Prince delivers. And he becomes a king today. The king of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. So Salukwe's in third. But here is
chest of that sun. G5 in the US to Taiwan. Now who can say that? I wanna play back. Mama knew I was a needle in a haystack. A whole body boy, plus way back. I got a feeling it's a rap. ASAP.
Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling. Yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling.
The mountain top, walk on water. I got power, feel so royal. 1 second, I'ma strike for you. Diamond, platinum, no more for you. That adrenaline, never giving in. Giving up's not an option, gotta get it in. Witness, I got the heart of 20 men. No fear, go to sleep in the lion's den. That glow, that spark, that crown. You're looking at the king of the jungle now. Stronger than ever, can't hold me down. 100 miles gunning from the pitch's mouth. Straight game face, it's game day. See me running through the crowd, full of melee. No trick plays, I'm Bill Gates. Take a genius to understand me.
Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling. Yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling.
All right, Sister Bettina.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the fantastic and talented Sunset Sweatshop.
Gallop TV, your pulse to horse racing ecstasy.
Umshini umjaho ukala phana Hollywoodbets Partners Challenge class 4 1200 meters happy anala ukhona sama winter Avenue Kodesa Hollywoodbets Daphne's daughters yamona lapha Wings of Josephine angela phana Ragalava blowing in the wind samona pushize machine angela lapha fly jumper lapha uphosa mshuga on me ukhona views of emerald green ake sibuke phambili ukuthi zenze njani lapha nje behlala phambili labantu happy analia abe khona ake futhi lapha Wings of Josephine to the blowing in the window corner emerald green number ngaphandle she's a machine summer winter Hollywoodbets Daphne's daughter pour some sugar on me Ragalava bese wetara view lapha ekugcineni ziyohla lapha 800 meters ke njengamanje kubanga nepha nalo bena Wings of Josephine blowing in the wind ihlele endaweni enhle kakhulu lapha endaweni yesine lapha ukhona summer winter bese kuthi ngambaba phakathi nendawo khona Avenue Goddess kuthi ngaphandle ukhona lapha yana emerald green emva kwabo lapha khona Hollywoodbets kube khona she's a machine abe khona pour some sugar on me Daphne's daughter nangu Ragalava at the real view zijike ibhendi ke manje ziya 400 meters azoke manje siyojomba imali yetheke njengamanje uyambona lapha khona Wings of Josephine ephi analia nangu summer winter blowing in the windows akahle kakhulu lapha Avenue Goddess emerald green Hollywoodbets ake sibuyele phambili ke nangu blowing in the wind esakahle kakhulu siyaguda umgudlo nangu Avenue Goddess she's a machine Ragalava ivulekile inkundla ake siboneke lapha nangu lapha summer Ragalava lapha shaya lapha she's a machine so summer winter Avenue Goddess
Slovenian goddess ran fourth in the opener.
But Ragalava,
Durban July day. We'll go back
but
to
Seanville, but away you must second.
From the back of the field.
But away you must second. Home with the Kakula Chaco. Ubakono sama winter hamba ngale. Uragalava ke hamba lapha eduze kwethu. Bese ngithi uqedile lapha sama winter go to Ragalava lapha. Wasenze cabanga okunye lapha. Yabona ngisho necamera lapha ihleli lapha kusama winter. Kodwa wasekhama uSeanville wathi away you must second.